I'm back. What do
Right.
you think?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and it's
Yeah, it's interesting.
mm-hmm.
So now try to compare it with the old maps before
And you know what's weird?
1500.
You know what's weird too is there's people that are taking photos in these places, but you it doesn't you can't street view it. Like you know if you click on a photo, it zooms you in. So put it this way: there's a photo. I don't know if that's maybe someone's messing with Google or something, Google Earth, but there's a photo right in the middle of where, like, not right in the middle, but north of where. Let me see, where is that? North of, is that Cookie Sea? There's a photo like right in the middle of it, right above Alaska, and in the Arctic Ocean. And
Mhm.
when you click on it, though, it doesn't. It just says no street view available. But someone took a photo there. I don't know, supposedly. But you're right though. Above Greenland, it's all
So
weird.
you'll never be able to see it. But now try to look to compare that with the maps that are before the 1500. Try to find. Let me tell you an example. I think it's Mercator's map, or wait, North Pole map. I think it was Mercator who.
It's really weird. I'm gonna Google this now. I'm interested.
Uh, yeah, it's Mercator's map, and he had that northern part of Greenland that we can't see now. It's attached to the North Pole, and he depicted that the North Pole is really land. I'll show you that. It's Mercator. They are using the same guy for the globe. So why don't they use the same map? Um,
Right. You know what's
okay.
weird is on Google Earth where the North Pole would be, it's just all water. There's not even no ice. I'm kind of tripping out on that right now. I'm like, why is there no ice? Ice.
Yeah, they show it just water. That's not water. In those maps, the real water will never be farther than 15 miles away of the shore. Just take any country or any continent, go to the shore line of that continent, the real ocean. So it's just in the beach, and it won't be further than 15 miles. The rest, the ocean that you see, the blue, it's just an image. It's just a blue image stick there.
Right.
It's not the real ocean.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Like growing up, like the North Pole was always represented as like a big ice shelf. Like, and then that's where Santa lived, right? Like it was just all ice. So where where is the North Pole on Google Earth then? They just have like a big blue circle of water, but like you're saying
Yeah,
that's not even. And then they
here
have like
the
a weird strip line, like the editing, like the camera does can't edit it or they can't put it together or something.
see the
If you
image
look,
that I just sent in the side chat. That's from Mercator. That's the North Pole, and look at
oh
the
yeah,
North
yeah, I know what you're
Greenland.
talking about.
Look at the thing that they are hiding in those maps. Why they are not showing it? Because it's attached to the North Pole.
Right. Yeah, it's really interesting. And I'm looking up if you put photos of people crossing North Pole, it shows them on ice, like big ice shelf.
Yep.
So I don't know, like what the hell? Who's right? Who's wrong?
It's not even the real middle of the North Pole. I don't. believe that they can go
That's
there.
very interesting. Like, why would Google Earth do that? Because they have literally, like, they have a pole saying the North Pole, and it looks like a candy cane, and it's just like on ice. Like, they even have a huge structure up there.
I will
They
show
call it.
you another interesting thing in the same map. Now you're on Google Map, aren't you?
Come on, Google Earth.
It doesn't matter. It will show the same thing. So I will give you some coordinates to go and see. You will see what's below that blue ocean, that blue image that they are putting there. You will see a line that shows what's underneath that ocean. It will show you ice and land. So you will be able to see the ice in white and lands and rocks in black. And it was just a line. I think that it was between images that they were sticking there, and it showed just they didn't stick together completely, so there was that gap. I will show you it. I'm in it now. I know Google Map and Google Earth just from the top of my head. I studied it for long enough. I know every part of it, every glitch in the map.
Mm.
So let's share this one.
It's very interesting that they just. I'm looking it up, and they're like, no, that Google takes it off. It's been years now. They've taken it. They've taken it off.
And I don't know why they are not correcting these things, even with all the time that passed. I think that they wanna let it visible, like for
Maybe,
that symbolism.
maybe let's see what the Globers think. Hey, any Globers in here right now? You want to explain why? I don't know if there's any in here right now. You guys want to explain why Google Earth did you guys like that? Oh, maybe not. Maybe there's no Globers.
Click on that link and tell me if yeah, it will lead you to the exact coordinates. So go and take a look on that line and zoom on it, zoom out also to see that line is what's below the image that they put it above the ocean. So we'll see ice. You will see black parts that means there are rocks there or mud or something.
Hmm. Oh, hold on. Let me put in the coordinates.
See
That
that gap?
goes right to. Oh, that's the on Google Maps. It shows like a stripe.
Yep. That
It just
stripe is the real image underneath that blue image they just copy paste there.
right,
So
right,
it's
right,
the
right,
reality. So it's not just ocean. You see ice, you see some lakes, you see rocks, you see things there. It's
right,
not just ocean.
right. Yeah, that was that strip that I was talking about. It's like they.
And next to it, in the left, near that Anzu Island, you will see some small gaps, small holes in the blue sheet that will show you what's underneath the sheet.
Yeah, check this out. Watch. I'm gonna screenshot this and I'm gonna post it in the site chat here. Like, check this out. This is what you find on that strip. Look at that. That's crazy.
Yep, yep, brother.
It's like they're just layering it up. I don't know. Sus.
And you can zoom in all the entire map. It will be visible. You can see what's on the land. You can see the trees. You can see the lakes. You can see everything. The only part that you will never be able to see, no matter what, is the northern part of Greenland and the real ocean.
All right. Yeah, this thing's like badly edited for
It's not
sure.
edited even. It's not edited even. They didn't edit it. They didn't bother to edit it. They just put it a sheet of pixels, unresolvable. You can't zoom on it and let the processor resolve the image. It's not an image even.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you have this side. Look at this. What the hell is this? Check this out. I just don't get like why do they I don't know.
Simple.
Look at
The,
that.
an-
What the
the
hell is
answer
that?
is the answer is so obvious because the Earth is not a globe. So to make a globe, to put that those continents and those lands and those things to be able to navigate, they will have to change everything. The ocean, they will have to hide many things, many places. That that South Pole is not the reality. They will just make that ribbon that is around the AE map, and then we'll just make it as a continent.
I
So
wonder
it's
what Globers have to say about it.
Rumble, as always.
Was
Mr.
somebody
Rumble.
else saying something? Did somebody say something? I thought I heard someone else trying to chime in. Guess not.
And that map that I sent to the Mercator's map of the North, it's not just Mercator who depicted that place like that. He's not the only one, and it's not the only map that shows the North Pole having its own mapping of those four continents and that like giant lake in the middle with a mountain. Some people call it Mount Meru, some in some traditions, Black Rock in some other traditions, like that uh, industry, that BlackRock Inc. industry that is holder in many major industry in the world. So that BlackRock has the same idea as the Mount Meru mountain. Mount Meru, if it's really a black metallic or some kind of magnetic thing that attracts every needle of a compass to it in every part of the world. So BlackRock, that industry, is just have the same idea. It's how it have shares in every industry in the world, big industry or middle or small industry. They have, if you check, you will see that the holders are BlackRock directly or indirectly. It's in every industry in the world. And BlackRock means that they just have all the industry of the world pointing to it, like that Mount Meru in the middle of the north. BlackRock, and nothing in the world is named BlackRock. Only that mountain in the middle of the north. So why did they choose the same name with the same idea, pointing to that center, being centered? Some traditions or religions depict that mountain that have a tree above. They call it tree of life. In some traditions, they call it Ixodrail. In the Nordic tradition, the tree of life is called like that. In the Egyptian traditions, in I think also it's the one that is depicted in the Garden of Eden, because in some places, in some maps, they call it the North Pole. They call it the Garden of Eden.
Watching a video, plane flying over the North Pole, or well, along the side of it, because they don't go directly over it. But he points out with his camera, and he zooms in as far as you can see. It's just all ice. But it's not the ocean that he shows the screen in the plane, like they show the screen in front of you to show you your flight on the chair, and he shows that it shows all water, but then he shows the camera outside the window and it's all ice. Then he's like, you know, look at
Yep.
they're telling us one thing, but it's another.
Yes.
And this is interesting. Why would they have to do that?
And uh, suspiciously, it has its own star hovering above it, not going anywhere away from it. And it's the only place that has its own star. And it's the only place that is there aurora boreal. Yeah, I remember a thing by saying aurora borealis. So aurora borealis is coming from the name of a city called Hyperborea. Type Hyperborea in Google, or write map of Hyperborea. It will show you the same map as Mercator depicted. That's Hyperborea. That's from where the aurora borealis is coming. Just ionization of some gases. Shit, no, something else. If you research the map of Hyperborea, it will show you the same map of the North Pole. That's Hyperborea in some traditions. That's the same uh, Garden of Eden in some other traditions.
Mm. Very interesting.
I'm more interested that they try of them creating an expedition to the North Pole rather than the South Pole that like they are trying to do with that final experiment or something. The North Pole is more intriguing for me.
Two 2013, they flew over the North.
Here, see that thumbnail that I just showed in the side chat? It's the same
Mm-hmm.
map. It's the same map. It's also called Hyperborea. Yeah, I just found the video of that thumbnail. I never watched it. I'm watching it now. Here the link if you wanna watch it.
I'm watching these guys flying over the North Pole video.
Okay.
Back in 2013, there's a special flight.
Uh, Panama, something like that.
No, it's Air Berlin A330. It's a
Okay.
polar flight.
Yeah, this video is interesting. There is another map from Mercator, and that shows the North Pole, and he written on it, Terra Septemnalis Incognita. It means the unknown land of the North. I'll screenshot this map also. The unknown land of the North. Not just ocean, land.
A lot of interesting stuff.
That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, don't forget to watch the video that I shared. It's
Oh
interesting.
yeah,
It shows also 7 old maps, Mercator and others, that shows the North Pole, the land of the North Pole.
yeah. No, I remember looking at that stuff a long time ago. I know what you're talking about. I'll check them out though. I'm just looking at the all these different videos that I came across. Just a lot of North Pole videos. Like there's a lot, like a lot, because a lot of people record, and flying past it. I'll be back.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VCG
right?
Oh,
But
so
what
you
we do
haven't
have,
got it.
what we
Oh,
do
thank
have
you.
is what we do have
Three
is a set of
subspecies inventing a
equations.
weapon of reifications.
Hold on. What we have is a set of equations, right?
Yeah.
That demonstrate how matter and energy
Just say you've got no evidence one more time.
determine the curvature of space-time,
Well,
in which
okay.
influences the motion of objects.
Do you understand what non-concretism, otherwise known as a reification fallacy? Do you know what that is?
This is a theory. Okay, it's a theory
It's
describing the
not a
fundamental
scientific.
nature of
Hold
gravity.
on, my friend. It's not a scientific theory. If it was a scientific theory, it would have gone through the scientific method, where first of all you would have had an experiment, and then you can build your theory on things that you've demonstrated physically to be true. Don't have one. Do you know what non-concretism is?
Okay, I'll go back to what I said earlier. You wanted a hypothesis. I gave you a hypothesis. The hypothesis
No, you
is the orbit of Mercury. I'll read it out for you. The hypothesis for the orbit of Mercury. So, this is the hypothesis. The observed irregularities in the orbit of Mercury, specifically its perihelion precession, are not adequately explained by Newtonian gravity alone. There may be an undiscovered factor or modification to our understanding of gravity that can account for that unexplained behavior. And here comes in general relativity, or the theory of gravity. So there is your hypothesis. There you go. Go play with it.
Shame
What's
this
the
isn't
cause?
being live streamed.
That's a shame. What's the independent variable? You've only given me one half of the hypothesis.
Oh my god.
What's
Sure
the
thing.
independent
I'll give you
variable?
the independent and the dependent variables. No worries.
Thank you. That would be the fucking hypothesis, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my
Independent and
god! You can
independent
literally
variable
infer
clearly
they are.
situated.
Literally infer from the hypothesis I read out.
I can perform the hypothesis, so I can vary and manipulate the orbit of Mercury, can I?
Oh my god! I said infer. Are you listening? Okay, so the independent variable of the hypothesis for the orbit of Mercury, the independent variable is the gravitational forces acting on Mercury, including both the classical Newtonian gravity and any potential additional gravitational effects that are being hypothesized. That is the independent variable. Now, the
Awesome.
dependent variable is the
I know, I knew what the
observed orbit of
I know.
Mercury. That's the
I know.
dependent variable. The dependent variable is the observed orbit of Mercury.
That's fine. Thank you very much for finally getting there. So, do you remember that I asked you for a hypothesis that I could test?
Oh my god.
But that
Are
was
you
my first
serious?
question. That was
Vary
my
and
first question.
manipulate.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, I just gave it to you.
No. You gave me the hypothesis. I asked you for a hypothesis. Thank you for giving the hypothesis that I could test. That would be the experiment bit where the research varies. And why are you jumping through me? I don't get it. The test bit's the experiment where, yeah, but the test bit, the experiment, is where you vary and manipulate your prediction of cause in an experiment. Am I varying and manipulating gravity? And I do that in an experiment.
No. So yeah, you can. I demonstrated. I said the hypothesis for the orbit of Mercury demonstrates that the traditional Newtonian gravity does not adequately explain the perihelion precession that occurs within the orbit of Mercury. So your task or your test is to come up with a modified understanding of gravity that can account for this unexplained behavior. That's your test. That's your task.
Test.
What do you
we
want?
haven't done a test. No one's done an experiment. Do you know what an
Yeah, we
experiment
did.
is?
We literally did. We
Did
can now
you
explain it.
vary and manipulate gravity to see causes of phenomena? Did you?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my
My brain.
God.
My brain. I'm losing brain
Oh my
cells.
God. Oh my God, we're only on to step 3 of the scientific method. Dude, do you understand what the scientific method is? I'm starting to know that you don't.
Guys
There's 3
want us to
steps.
play
I'll
around with
explain it
gravity as
to
if
you.
it's like
I'll
some like
explain
thing
it
you can
to
touch
you.
with your hand.
I'll explain
These guys
it
are
to you so
maniacs.
you understand. I'll explain
So
it to you so you
you want an
understand.
experiment where you can
Uh,
touch gravity and feel it and play with it like Play-Doh. You're
Yeah.
mentally ill. You're mentally
No, I'm
ill.
not mentally. You're the one who's claiming science when you haven't got any. You're claiming science and you don't have any. There's
I
3
just
steps
gave
in this
you the
method.
fucking
Listen,
hypothesis.
dude, listen. There's 3 steps in the scientific method. 4th, but we'll get to that one in a minute.
Dude, this guy's
Listen,
so dishonored.
not dishonest. I've asked you for a hypothesis I
I
can
just
test.
did.
Listen. Stop getting excited. Step 1, observe phenomena. Got that. Thank you. Step 2, presupposition, prediction of cause. Brilliant. We got that one. Step 3,
Dependent
variant
variable.
manipulation.
I said the dependent variable is the observed orbit of Mercury.
Yes,
The
I said.
dependent. The dependent.
I haven't got a cognitive function. I haven't got an issue with my cognitive function or my ability to hear you. I'm agreeing with you. You've given me step 1 and step 2 after 20 minutes. We're on to step 3. Do you know what step 3 is?
You said you want to test it. I just told you can test this.
Can I vary and manipulate the prediction of cause to see if it causes the phenomena? Can I?
Yes. That's why we have the set of
Awesome.
equations.
No, that's not a set of
Oh
equations.
my God.
Science. Do you know what natural science is? Do you even know what
Are
you're
you
talking
serious
about?
right now?
Yes,
Are you serious?
absolutely, 100%. 100% serious.
Okay, so we have
100%
this. Okay, so
serious
hold
in
on. We
demonstrating
have
that one. Oh, gonna get shouty. Go on then.
no. Hold on. We have the traditional Newtonian gravity.
No, we
That
don't.
we do, and that it doesn't adequately explain the perihelion precession occurring within the orbit of Mercury, and that's why Einstein has to come in and deliver a set of equations that perfectly express what is going on in that orbit, and that we use a set of equations on different controlled scientific experiments, and we've come to the conclusion that these set of equations are consistent, reliable, and transferable. So what more do you want?
An
What more
experiment
do
I
you
could
want,
test.
man?
An
Those set of
experiment I
equations, those set of
dude,
equations describe the
dude,
fundamental nature of gravity. What
brilliant.
more do you want? They work. They consistently work.
Quick question. Is maths natural science?
Okay, you know what? I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah. Bye.
I've lost
Bye.
enough brain
Bye.
cells. I'm out.
You never
Yeah,
even
that's
start
fine.
with.
Yeah. See you later.
It's so fucking dumb.
Well, you don't know what the scientific method is. You kept giving me equations. We're doing natural science here. Maths and science are different things. You failed to give me any science whatsoever that I can test.
You're too dumb to understand what I'm
You
saying. That's why.
managed after a lot
Get
of
it.
prompting and prodding to give a hypothesis.
I get
And
it.
as
You're too
soon as I
stupid. I'm
asked
out.
you,
I'm out. You're too stupid. I'm out.
stupid, mate. You just got an issue.
I'm too stupid. You're too stupid. I'm out.
You just don't want your space taken away. That's all.
You broke his brain.
That was fun. Where was the young lady who didn't want her space taken away? Where's she gone?
They bailed ages ago.
That's a shame. It's just upsetting that I'm going to start calling them children now because they always act like children and sound like children. How they're so entrenched in this. Yeah. Because they're so entrenched in this, they don't see how the wall's been pulled over their eyes. It's harder to tell them that they've been lied to, right? Kind of impossible.
Touché.
We all understand that maths isn't natural science. Is step 3, the experiment was equations. That's a huge problem because that's not natural science.
What are you doing, flat earthers?
Yeah, we're fine, man. How
I'm
about
excellent.
yourself?
Nice.
Got my personal proof today.
Oh, what did you do, man?
Got the video inside chat.
What was that?
Let's see it. The call today's footage, is that it?
Yep, that's the one.
Let's see.
That's just like one of 8 videos. Went to like 3 different beaches.
Good camera though.
Yeah, I'm so pleased with
What
it.
is it?
The P1000.
I don't fucking cameras.
Nikon Coolpix P1000.
It's a Nikon. So to what point do I see the proof? I'm like 1 minute in.
See what?
Or is it when you zoom at the end?
How far are you looking, dude?
Well, that's 26 kilometers to the island.
Wow, man. That's really cool.
There was an airport
really,
over on
really
that
cool.
island. You can see the tower.
Yeah, that's really good, man.
I'm going to find a nice clear day and sit up there and see if I can get some planes landing or taking off.
Just have to nip off there for 5 minutes. Where's the laughing guy gone? Is he gone now, the gravity guy?
Yeah, he's losing brain cells talking to us.
Bloody hell, that was... you sound like a possessed clown.
Yeah, definitely was.
Oh my god.
Touché. That was some solid proof right there.
Yeah, about that. I was standing on the wharf, so I wasn't sure how high it was.
I liked when you zoomed into the ship, the red ship. That was like valid proof.
There was 2 of them.
Stunning.
Oh, here we go again.
Why would you say that? No worries, man.
Seems we have to turn you
Jesus
up too.
was black. That's right. He was Kanks. No. Just my mic. We was Kanks, man. We was. We was Kanks, brother. Was we not kangs? You're telling me that we was not? That's racist. Hitler was black.
I'm the Batman.
You're the kid. So just curious, what
Mic check, mic check.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Notice a lot of these globers are going back up in the air quite a lot recently. Over the twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Seems to be happening quite a lot again.
Yeah, maybe. I just switched my microphone because the other one seemed stuck on open for some fucking reason. One was off. And this one's doing the same thing now. Isn't this fucking great?
Huh.
Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that works better. No, it's still taking a while to trail off. What the fuck, man? There's a lot of people in here and nobody's talking. That is fucking amazing for politics.
Real
Is this like a
musing.
Yeah, is this like a meditation room or something? We're just kind of supposed to chill and just you know, like
I think sometimes, I mean, well, Jedi will probably. I mean, I know Jedi's in a for an extreme hours, and I come on now and again, and I get into conversations for half an hour or an hour with other people, and then the Globers leave, and sometimes then you just want to sit, and it takes a while for it to sink in what has just happened and what you've just been through, trying to explain logical, common sense things that we can prove and observe in reality, and the replies that you get back. So yeah, sometimes you have to meditate, mate, and bring yourself back down to ground level.
Sounds good. I mean, I prefer to be at the ground level. It's feels a little safer here. I'm not up in the chemtrails. It's fuck, I'm not getting hit by a harp. That's a plus. You know, a lot of energy being smashed into our atmosphere.
I
I'm
think the
sure it's
more
all
you
positive though. There's no negative effects to that.
the more you do this though, the more you talk to these globe believers, it's you know, you're going over the same thing quite a lot and trying to explain reality to them. I forgot what I was trying to say then. Trying to make a point. But
I
can't
know.
think.
I mean, it's hard to prove to them, like using facts and logic that the world is an isosahedron. I mean, how can they get it wrong?
Got cut off and I had my phone ring.
No, my favorite is that when there's claims about what the center of the Earth is made out of, right? It's like, no, bro, you can't possibly know that. No fucking test for that. And yeah, I mean, it could be made out of fucking chocolatey nugget. You barely even scratch the surface of the claim to know what's in the middle.
My favourite bit is where you ask them to validate their claims. What they usually do is they just make the claim again, and then make the claim again, and then make the claim again without any verification of the claim. That's my favourite bit. And this is what happened with the last gentleman. He was just making an assertion with regards to gravity, making the claim over and over again. Interesting. And when we asked for verification of the claim, he kind of said, well, there's obviously verification of the claim. I can't give you verification of the claim. And then started laughing that we wanted verification of the claim. Tried to give us mathematical equations when we're doing natural science and didn't understand why the mathematical equations weren't natural science and then blamed us for it. Always happens.
Yeah.
They just end up blaming.
You know what? Math is an awesome thing. It's I have coined it the liar's language. What I do, just to clarify, okay, my field of work is math intensive. Okay, right, so dealing with math all the fucking time. Okay, and I can tell you this, I can show you a proof of math about whatever the fuck I want, and I can prove it to you mathematically that it's correct, but it ain't correct because reality doesn't agree with that. Okay, what happens? Reality doesn't necessarily mathematical, or at least according to our current science. So they're constantly twisting things around and claiming that it's further discovery, but really trying to prove something that they fucking, or that they had a theoretical concept about to mathematically that's what it is. They have no fucking clue. You know? I don't know, man. It's God's creation. That's what it is. Okay. Not going to understand it.
I've
and,
often thought that, mate. I've often thought about it because, maths can be so. It's an amazing thing, mathematics, but then, like you say, it can be so detrimental and have a flip side to it, which is what the heliocentric model has done.
Also, did you see that model and what?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Shit.
Fuck,
dude.
I was trying to get some. I did actually phone Manchester Central Library and a few other places to see if they had any papers from that time. Which for the school curriculum. But I did start having a look, but I got waylaid. But I was trying to find something where we could say this is the test paper, or this is the. Am I echoing? Sorry.
That's actually good. Several.
You can't.
Somebody,
I might.
swayed the conversation. Yeah, looking up to see if there's that would actually.
Sorry, guys. Am I echoing? All right.
No, if you're echoing, it might actually you might be getting picked up from this microphone.
All right. Yeah, so you can't really find anything online with the papers, but I thought a good place would be like a central, a big library, or universities, places like that. I did make a few calls, but I didn't get anywhere with it. But I suppose I've not pushed too far. I might get back into it and try and find some. Would be good, that. It's probably been all removed offline.
Well, one thing that's interesting that the last part that you said there, with regards to having the information online, I think that this is kind of a fucking dream because it allows them to rapidly rapidly modify massive amounts of information, propagandize the populace believing something is true when it's not, and then blaming the people that are telling the truth as liars and conspiracy theorists, basically coining negative terms or making a positive term into a negative term to ostracize those from the populace, right? And it's like, well, why would you have to ostracize them if they're wrong? If they're wrong, that's kind of self-evident, and let them speak. You've got nothing to be afraid of. But if they're right, you want to. Nobody ever wants to silence somebody who's wrong. They want to silence you if you're right.
Yeah,
and that's the scary ones.
We know they do it anyway. But you imagine with this AI technology and how advanced it is, probably that we don't even know about. They'll just run a program, say on flat Earth and what the discussions are going on and what the flat Earth, the guys where the arguments at the moment, and because I've actually done this, and I can't give you the topic. I know I searched for something once regarding the flat Earth within the flat Earth debate argument. I can't remember the topic. It could have been celestial navigation. It could have been something else. And I searched it a while back, and it was a good point that I found against the globe. And then I don't know, 6 months later, it came up again, and I thought I'll try and find that document I had, and I could not find this, or it was reworded. I'm 99. I don't like saying 99.999%, but I'm pretty sure it was reworded, and so they'd cottoned on to this. Was like this could be used against the heliocentric or in a flat Earth argument, and it was reworded, and I could never find this again. I can't exactly remember what it was, but I think that is happening all the time. That's what happens with this online and the internet.
Yep. Now I will say this: a long time ago, I was under the belief of what was starting to come out as propagandizing, like propaganda regarding content and the internet. That what goes online, it's online forever. Well, that's not true. Sort of. It's true to the extent that you have the archivists. They're actually copying and keeping copies of the shit like forever. Okay, profile you. Okay, so like when you open up your Gmail and you start typing a message, look at the JavaScript that's going on. Look at your internet connection. That information's being sent and stored on Google servers. So even if you that message and don't ever send it, that's part of your profile. They have that information. And when you go to download your quote unquote personal data, that's not really considered personal data. It's garbage, right? Much the same way that your when you throw garbage out in the, like, you throw something out, it's public property, right? So anybody can come and grab it. That's totally okay, right? So it's yeah, it's online forever for them, keep, but not for you. Okay, don't get to see stuff that's been on forever. You get to see whatever currently like the massive amounts of fucking edits to Wikipedia, for example.
Doesn't matter.
Bring you up here. Your volume is low. You're living up to your name, Whisper Jack. Yep. Go ahead. Whisper Jack, your microphone is highlighted, but I don't hear anything from you. Your volume is maxed. Okay then. All right. Let's continue our conversation. One deck. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, hi mate. Yeah, no, I just echoing a bit. Sorry, it's just a little bit. I'm getting feedback for some reason.
Turn my mic off now. Hold on.
I think it's good within this arena, and it's good to hear all the nitty gritty about gas pressure and everything. But I'm just tending to get back down to the old R value all the time. Really, if I can, bring them back down to Earth curve measurement, because they can't give you the Earth curve measurement how it was done, and everything else comes from that. You need that globe to start with. That's where everything else extends out from there within their paradigm.
Well, have you ever heard of the Haversine formula?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's another proof, right? It doesn't work because that's not the shape.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
The chemtrails are fucking crazy out here today. There's like fucking 12 of them. Morning.
They're protecting you, bro. They're keeping they're stopping them UV rays coming through, mate.
Well, it's cloudy and there's chemtrails, so that means it's gonna rain. It's usually how it works. It's not cold enough to snow, otherwise it would snow.
Definitely fucking about with this weather. I mean, I'm over in the UK. It's October. It's fucking. I'm just sat in my work van at the moment, having a break, and it's fucking 19 degrees, mate. 19 degrees in
Celsius,
fucking October.
or is that Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius, yeah. I think it's the warmest it's ever been on record for the time of year.
About 54 degrees.
Well, that's global warming, isn't it? Say again, bro.
Global warming, man.
Yeah,
it's global cooling. We're all gonna fucking die, and Al Gore didn't purchase lakefront property.
pay our taxes, it'll come down.
Oceanfront property on the side he thought was going to be covered underwater.
Be a few more globers in soon, I think. They come in ebbs and flows.
Well, I've got some globe proof. I'll put it in chat.
You
Oh,
guys,
nice one, mate.
Al Gore invented the internet.
What?
Al Gore invented the internet.
No. Why does that sound familiar, though? There was a claim that about that at some point or something?
Yeah. During his campaign, he made that claim.
I thought so. Yeah. No, the internet was a DoD project, and hackers got in and started fucking running lines from the university, breaking in and whatnot, and making it available for. Thus, that part of the internet was born. Then later on, there was a guy who created something called Trumpet Windsock IP protocol, firsthand, available over dial-up, and that allowed for people still like at the level that we are now, and we're still using his code to this day. And that
Whose
guy
code?
did not. That guy did not get. He didn't get paid. Well, now he did, but he didn't at the time because even fucking internet providers were pirating his fucking software.
Wait, who's the coder?
Was that Vint Cerf?
Something like that. Yeah, look up Trumpet Windsock. Right. You know what? That guy's like. You have him to thank, okay, for TCP. Okay, and he got the shaft, bro. Got it hard. This just shows you that just because you're smart and you can fucking make shit doesn't mean you're gonna fucking be rich. Okay, the only way you're gonna get rich in this world is if you're a corrupt, stinking fucking asshole. Okay,
Whoa.
that's how it fucking works.
What about Mr.
Or you
Beast?
inherit it. Asshole. It's just
Oh,
how it
okay.
is, man. You know what? I like his
What
videos.
about inherited
okay,
wealth?
but yeah, but you gotta look at where the money's coming. Okay, gotta follow the money.
Yeah. I follow the money. And that's why I get it, boy. You know what I mean?
So are you saying you're a corrupt, stinking asshole?
Nah, I just follow the money.
Upstream or downstream?
Downstream. I
Down
just
the
collect
toilet.
it. I got my little IKEA bag. I just collect it downstream.
Well, I only have one question for you then. Which ATM is the one you hit the most?
Dude, I'm gonna start a GoFundMe for Israel and then just send them $1 and keep the rest.
1 penny. It's more useful when they fight over it. We get copper wire.
Yeah, they'll pull it apart and turn it into copper wire.
A little bit slow, but I'm glad you got it. It is pretty funny. It's I don't care about that whole fucking side of things, man. Like seriously, Israel, fucking Palestine, fucking whatever. I don't give a shit. Okay, you know what I care
Yeah.
about? I care about the people of my fucking country. Okay, why aren't we fucking
Peace.
helping them? Why are we constantly fucking sending money over these fucking assholes who can't get along? Okay, let them fight it out.
Peace.
That's how it fucking goes, man. You fight it out. Somebody wins, somebody loses. They stop fighting or they get tired. One of the two.
Based.
Fuck.
I like this guy.
Hey, I think elections should be done like that as well, man. Put them in a fucking
Yeah,
ring. You
Coliseum.
want a strong? Yeah, you want a strong leader? Well, how the fuck else you think you're gonna get a strong leader? No.
Maybe it should be like
You don't do it-
weightlifting competitions too.
Oh fuck, Jesus Christ! You know who would win that one hands down right now?
Who?
Robert Kennedy.
Oh, yeah?
Guarantee you that guy could probably outlift all of them. Unless Arnie gets back in the fucking ring. Okay, then you know, okay, all right, we got a power lifter. No, he'll be president. I'll be a governor. God, that was funny when he got elected as governor of California, man. That was like so many.
I love the flip people have when people run for politics, right? Like everyone used to love Arnold, and then all of a sudden he runs for governor, and like, oh, yeah, then everybody fucking hates him. Same thing for Trump, dude.
I don't think they're the same.
I don't know. For me, it was the opposite with Trump. I never liked the fucking guy, man. I think he's a pompous prick. Actually, you know what? I still think he's a pompous prick, but be it that, I think he did a pretty fucking good job, all considering that he was constantly under attack, constantly distracted by bullshit. Everything, the left threw the fucking kitchen sink at the guy, man. Fuck. They're still going. They still going.
Right.
They can't give it up, man.
I saw a meme that was like Trump indicted for not returning a cart at Walmart in 1988 or something like that. That was so fucking stupid. Oh my god.
Man. You know it's what's really fucked though. I mean, okay, gotta look at the history of this guy, right? All right, so there's some weird stuff going on with his dad and access to Nikola Tesla's boxes. Apparently, a couple, probably still has a couple of them, sort of thing. Not a fucking clue how they're involved with that, but okay, whatever. Then you get to Trump, and you have things like New York. For years they were fucking bouncing back and forth, getting more and more and more money from people about making an ice rink that never fucking flourished, and they just the dollar sign every year that they wanted to build the ice rink kept going up, and they kept getting the new dollar amount but not doing anything about it. So fucking Trump comes in, he's like, you know what, fuck this, I'm gonna fucking build the ice rink, right? So he gets some guys from Canada who built the NHL rink up here, right? He fucking gets them down there in New York to fucking build the damn ice rink, and he built it for like fucking, what was it, like $1 or $2 million, and then and these guys are still fucking voting left. Like, do they not understand when you voting the same assholes in who are fucking your shit up, that you're going to continuously have your shit fucked up? Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? And then they want to move to other states, like red states. Fuck their shit up now. Fuck off, I think you guys should like have a hard border, man. Basically, let the fucking left on, I don't know, fucking let them have California. Fuck them. And then let the right side, moderates or whatever, and basically anybody with fucking half a brain on the other side. Okay, and then fuck it. That's it. Okay, and you have your own fucking leader. Guarantee you, there'll probably be like one day there'll be a nuke going from one side to the other, and it'll be from the armed continent to the unarmed continent, because the unarmed continent is, allowing billions of people over that are starting to threaten the border. Wonder which side that would.
Yeah, well, actually, there's starting to be a little flip. Democrats are like being like, "Oh no, we have to secure the border now." Because now DeSantis and what is this fucking other idiot at in Texas? I forget his name. It's like they're sending him over in planes over to northern states.
Well, yeah,
They're like,
yeah.
yeah, this is an issue.
They sent them to some of them to New York. There was only like 10,000 sent there, and they're like, "Oh my God, we can't handle it. There's too many. There's too many. You don't want to live here. It's expensive. Go away. Go away. Go somewhere else." You know, from a sanctuary state. Isn't that fucking
Right.
hilarious? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, bro, you wanted them, take them. What's your
Right.
problem?
It's amazing
know?
that sanctuary states don't fucking want them. What a fucking joke, dude. Oh my god.
It is. It is. It is pretty funny, man. It's like, and these cunts are still gonna vote those guys in. It's like,
Yeah.
like what sort of
People
mental?
vote
Like,
with their feelings, bro.
I can't even do the mental gymnastics to fathom the level of mental gymnastics required to do. Like, it's just like, bro, you are like, fuck.
You know, there was a zeitgeist shift that people started voting for another person besides themselves. That's what happens. You get an artificial, like, what's good kind of criteria when you start voting for someone else's well-being as opposed to yours. Because then you shift the average or what should be done over to people who don't really necessarily deserve it.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's yeah, the virtue signaling, absolutely. You know what? Here's the thing. Okay, got to be the devil's work. Okay, because like straight up. Okay, take something as innocuous as charity. Okay, to help those that are okay, and to expand it to the level that they have shit going, where you have to constantly virtue signal and tiptoe around everything. Is like that's just like it got to the point where there's like it's not even good for the people that you claim to be fucking helping. Okay, it's not good for anybody. And then they continue. Actually, on
Yeah.
that topic though, did you know that John Hopkins? Okay, first off, John Hopkins was one of the first facilities to offer quote for affirming care. Okay, but as of 2022, so fairly recent, they decided that they're no longer going to do that. Instead, they're going to start treating mental disorder because they've had much more success dealing with their mental disorder than surgery.
Yeah, man, the
And that's
underlying thing that's causing them to do that. Who would have thought?
That's right, exactly. And that's from their fucking words. It's on their site. So, yeah. So there is a bit of a turn, but I think this is a lot of bread and circles. I don't think that really genuine stuff going.
Yeah, there's that constant, a doctor wants everybody sick kind of deal going on in that situation.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
same, and people always say, "Oh, that's a conspiracy." Blah blah. It's like, dude, have you been around since like 2011 when they were prescribing Ritalin to people? To fucking like 6-year-olds.
Yeah.
My kid is bouncing off the wall. Yeah, he's 6 years old. He's a 6-year-old boy, bro.
Right,
That's what they fucking
right.
do, you dweeb.
Yeah, it's like my kid is hyperactive. Let's put him on speed.
Yeah. That's what happened to my buddy, dude. Like, he was just a regular fucking kid who wanted to play and run around and be a little crazy. Yeah, kids are crazy. And then, his mom fucking put him on Ritalin. He blimped up because it makes you gain a shit ton of weight. And it makes you lazy, not wanting to do anything.
In my era, they were also blaming it on sugar. And so I'm like, well, you know what? There's sugar in bread. He stopped me from having that. How about steak? Steak has sugar. blood glucose. That's sugar. What's what you gonna? There's sugar in fucking potatoes and beets, carrots. You gonna stop me from having those two? Broccoli, cauliflower.
Yeah.
What? I'm gonna eat nothing? Yeah, okay. You can't stop me from having sugar. And actually, that was in more ways than one, because they would start locking the fucking cupboards, like bolt on it, and I would fucking
Damn.
unscrew the screw underneath the latch and get at the bag of sugar and just sit there and eat the whole fucking bag. Fuck you guys, And
Yeah.
I'd screw it back on, and they wondered where all the sugar. I don't know, must have misplaced it.
So my dad always told me, whenever somebody tells you, something's bad, or it's like the worst thing for you, just pay attention. Are they offering a more expensive alternative that you have to buy? And if so, they're probably bullshitting you. Like, it's such an easy way. It's like exactly, yeah, like with the sugar, it's like, oh yes, get
That's
this
true.
more expensive fake sugar.
If I
It's
may add
healthy.
to your dad, if I may add to the words of your wise dad,
Thanks.
that also, if they're bribing you to do the thing that they want you to do,
Oh yeah,
probably
get
not
the
a good idea
vaccine,
too.
free cookies. You see? Okay, I'll hold off on that. Maybe in 20 years when I see what people turn
You
into.
mean you mean there's a burger element to this too?
Huh?
Remember that what was it, New York? Fucking guy had fries in front of him. He's like, "Yeah, get your vaccine now, and
Yeah.
you'll
Don't
get
you
these
want
fries."
this?
And
How good is this?
there's a burger element to this too, and there's so much wrong with that. First off, it's a bribe. Second, it's food that they're claiming. It's food that has the result of contributing. Okay, which is one of the things claiming as a comorbidity of COVID, and it's like, what? And it wasn't just that. You got the Krispy Kreme donuts. You got the. It's like then you go to
Oh fuck me, dude! I might get the vaccine for some donuts, dog.
So guys, Jedi visas.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just bringing it up because I was sort of got into this subject through the week, but I think it's like you got to be a bit careful with what we're saying.
Oh.
With the words of what we're talking about. I think it's picked up on.
Oh yeah, no,
Jedi
we're just reliving
Yeah, no,
some
no,
of
I'm
the
not. I'm not.
some of the events.
I'm not having a go.
Like
I'm not having a go
in
against anyone.
in California, do you remember that they were offering $100 for each shot that you took? So you actually had fucking people going in there getting multiple shots because they're getting $100 for each one. So they were posing as somebody else just so they could get the money.
Oh my god, they were getting quadruple vax and shit. Get
Oh my
$400.
God. Yeah, well, there was a few that died. Okay, and they were, but
Yeesh.
some of I think the most that one person got was like 20 shots. That was like $2,000. That's like nothing. First off, especially in California, $2,000 is what, coffee at your local Starbucks. I mean, fuck.
Well, we had
Like,
we had round here some like homeless, like crackheads, smackheads, and they was because there's a lot of people didn't want to get involved with the narrative, so but they needed some paperwork maybe to travel. So these homeless crackheads were just having multiples for a bit of money.
Yeah.
Going in with some ID and going to these. It wasn't that hard really because there was a lot of pop-up tents everywhere, and you didn't have to actually go into a established, pharmacy or a doctor's. Just a tent on the street, and you can just go and queue up and get one.
There's a burger element to this too. I like that one.
Yeah, up here in Canada, we had the. Let's just say that in the 80s, these were the vans that you would stay away from for multiple reasons. But here it was you'd get in those and you go in through one side and come out the other side, and it was just a little line up going through. Yeah, don't do drugs, kids. And don't get into vans with strangers. It's just
Yeesh.
it's fucking it's you know what? I felt like spray painting free candy on the side. Just
It makes me laugh. Not on that level, but I don't know if in the UK we have like things called ice cream vans, where in the summer there'll be a van with it'll play a little bit of music and it'll travel around the streets and it'll pull up, and the kids are all run out.
We got those. We got those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in one particular area where I lived, the ice cream man, he was Italian and he did the ice cream, but to the known people and the known teenagers, he had a lot of other things under that counter as well. Like he used to sell like like cigarettes, cheap cigarettes, weed, and red wine.
Ah, there you go.
So
There
as
you
you had a
go.
nice
There you
bottle
go.
of,
Yeah, he would sell like single cigarettes and stuff. Dude.
He was local dealer hooking them right up, eh?
Yeah. So easy to make money.
I remember seeing one vaccine van way out in the middle of absolutely fucking nowhere, dude. I was driving home from work and I'm like, what in the fuck? Like there's nothing around for miles and miles. Like nothing. Not even cows. Nothing. It's like, okay. All right. There's this parking lot for public transit. That's what it was. But it was like nobody gets off there. Nobody gets on there. Like it's just fucking like one of those stops in the middle of fucking nowhere that nothing happens. You know? Maybe you can get out, stretch your fucking legs or whatever. But there's the fucking vaccine van there. Yeah, that's not sketchy. That's not sketchy at all.
Right. Maybe they go out in the morning or something. Sometimes they only have bus stops for people in the morning.
I don't know. It's just usually you just like that's a stop that you're passing by. Like you need to drive quite a ways to get to that stop. Like if you're driving that way to get to that stop,
I see what you're
might as well
saying.
just drive to your work, like and it doesn't, and the bus doesn't stop there long enough for you to fucking do anything. So yeah. And there's literally nothing there. There's not even like a coffee shop, nothing. It's a couple of bus shelters by a fucking parking lot in the middle of the woods on a back road. I'm so glad I don't use public transit anymore, though, man. Getting on the fucking propaganda buses up here in Ontario. We have like we have a public transit system called Go Transit. Okay, that's
Go
paid
Transit.
for. Yeah, it's paid for by my tax dollars, but in addition to that, I have to pay a fare to get on the thing, use it. Okay. All right. So what they decided to do is do the wraps that you can get for vehicles. All right. Well, several of these buses. Okay. What they did is the entire bus. Okay, not like a sticker on the side. Okay, the entire bus, and I'm meaning windows included. Ride with Pride, big fucking rainbow shit all over the entire bus. Okay, all right. Like, do you know how awkward I felt getting onto that fucking mode of transit, go to work, and if I didn't get on, I wouldn't be able to get to work. It's like I didn't even have a choice. It's like, you sons of bitches. Like, keep it neutral, buddy. Like, the fuck.
No, dude, I'm gonna support your gay agenda, dude.
Right? It's like I'm glad though when I got on, like inside, at least you can see that. It just looked like normal windows when you're looking out. But people looking at the thing driving by, it's just so just
Hey,
hide
look,
your
they're on
head
the
in
gay
shame.
bus.
Right? On the Ride with Pride. Oh, if you think that's bad, you should have seen the uniforms that they made these poor employees wear.
Yeesh.
They look like clowns. Oh fuck. I don't know, man. It's like if it's all about what you do in private, do it in private. Why do you have to plaster it everywhere like this? Pain. Anyway, no.
Yeah, dude, it's just, and then you tell them that you don't want to see their gay shit, and they're like, "What are you, a bigot?" It's like, no, I'm just not fucking gay. Being straight doesn't mean I'm a bigot.
Like, are you a transphobe?
Yeah, that's the other one. Are you a transphobe? You won't date a trans person? No.
Nope. Nope. I bet you would. You wouldn't know. Well, that's
Fuck
part of the
no.
problem.
No, you
That's
wouldn't
part of the
know.
problem.
Yeah, it's the yeah, you wouldn't know. That's the issue. It's like, of course I would fucking know. I haven't met a single trans person that I can't identify as trans.
Yeah, well, okay. If you look at in oh fuck, not not Malaysia. There's the one country there, the Lady Boy. They actually call them Lady Boys. And they're some of them that like,
Philippines.
dude, seriously, they look like little Asian girls, man. Straight up, they're fucking scary. They're scary.
Yeah.
Tell you what,
But
I tell you what,
yeah,
like,
but
sorry, mate, years ago. Sorry, mate, go on.
no, go ahead. Sorry,
Sorry, it was
I'll turn
breaking
this
up.
off.
Sorry, I was. Sorry, no, you carry on. I was breaking up. You go, Bates. Okay.
Oh, so I have this story. So I was on a Discord call, having a similar conversation to this, how I can always tell trans person, blah, blah. And of course, there was some LGBT supporter or whatever. I don't know what you would call them, but they're like, you can't tell. And then they're like, okay, I'll turn on my camera. Am I a boy? Or a girl? And I was like, oh, just, I didn't want to say because like, oh yeah, you think I have a penis, don't you? You think I have a penis.
Dum dum dum. Fuck.
I remember years ago going on like a lad's. It was a lad's like stag do or something. It was all
No,
on a
hold on.
coach.
Look, hold on. One deck. Nap got mod muted, so yeah, probably not good to continue that discussion. It seems.
But no, that's what I was saying before, though, about what we were talking about the pandemic and that. That's what I was telling you.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. It's there's certain things that you can say and certain things you can't with regards to that.
The mod tagged you in the side chat. The mod was trying to tag you guys. The mod was trying to tag you guys in the side chat.
Oh, were
You
they?
guys, yeah, you guys didn't read it.
No, I did not. Hold on. I generally don't stare at site.
Well, they pinged you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you, Tios. All right, I see that now. Hold on. How long ago did you send that message? Hold on, let me see. Fuck is it? Back on topic. Topic.
So, do you guys in here then? Do you like talking about the? Do you like talking about the flat Earth and being in the arena?
Oh,
Do you like
absolutely.
the discussions?
Yep.
No, I'm not saying that. No.
Did you
Point I'm
know
trying to make
that there's a tribe in the U.S. They claim to have a piece of the sky that fell, and when they tested it, it was it's like a really light material, and it's completely blue, like all the way through, even under a microscope under massive magnification. Which they're like, there's no material that they know of
Microscope?
that could do that. Yeah. Well, with under the like really heavy magnification, right? And they're like, there's no material that they know of that can be that thorough in the coloring, like all the way through. Because usually there's like different color, right? When you look at things at the really small level, different shades,
like
different colors.
butterfly wings, their structure makes it blue. It's not like actually colored blue.
Yeah. But this here was like they claim it's a piece of sky. Apparently, I wish I had a link to that video. Apparently the guy was skeptical, right? And the tribe was like, and the tribe was like, yo, there's a, we have the story, about this is where the sky fell, right? And so the guy's like, okay, well, can you take me to where you think the sky fell? And they took him there, and there was like these rocks on the ground, right? And like, this is right. Like, can I have this? He took it and fucking tested it, and that's where that came from. So, but I thought that was very interesting. I don't know if it's bullshit, but yeah. Go ahead. I'm gonna turn my mic off.
There's a shitload of people here.
Not really. Usually way more.
Oh
like during the
shit!
day.
Someone speaks.
Yeah.
There you go, dude.
Seth speaks.
Wait, who is that?
It is
It was
I.
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Phoenix
You do
rose
sound
from
different
the
when you say
ashes
that.
to speak. All right, so what are we gonna argue about? Then,
Yo, is today Friday?
you know what?
No, it's Thursday, dude. I got a
Today's
fucking
not
meeting today
Friday.
with some clients.
Friday. Why are you talking about it's Friday? Nobody says Friday.
Bummer.
Wait, I think it is actually Thursday. I might be talking about it. I don't know, maybe.
I don't know why my internal clock is telling me it's fucking Friday for some reason.
Well, your internal clock is probably an asshole. It's definitely Thursday.
All right, my internal clock is completely fucked up.
Yeah, it's all jacked.
Thank you for helping me recalibrate.
Yeah, it's Thursday for sure. right, my
But yeah,
internal
that whole
clock.
falling sky thing from that tribe in the U.S. I mean, if that's true, man, that's pretty fucking cool, and I would say that's pretty hard evidence.
Well, there was one time where the sky did fall on my head, and it didn't really hurt very much. It was like puff. That's what it did. It was like puff.
Yeah, it was like a really light.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
What you got to say? I didn't understand what you said.
No, thanks for clarifying. It's not all or nothing. That's
Yeah. I mean, everything the university says isn't true, right?
okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, because you do have scientists like Michikako saying there is no actual scientific method. So that's the new hotness, is that there is no scientific method. That it depends. That the scientific method is subjective, which is crazy to me, but, that's what they're starting to say now. Yeah, dude. That there is no formal scientific method, that it depends on the field, it depends on, so the scientific method in psychology and sociology is different from the scientific method in astronomy, which is different than the scientific method in chemistry, which is different than the scientific method in genetics, right?
That's insane.
What?
Yeah.
It sounds to me like he means that the methods they are using are different, and that the guide of structuring it with the concrete steps in the scientific method, which is like a very
no. You know what?
way.
No, they're starting to realize that their that whatever they have to say, it's not making sense. When the scientific method is showing us what the Earth really is and what things really are and what science really is, they're trying to fucking obscure that now by making other fucking definitions of bullshit. That's just what it sounds like. Because
yes, well, I mean, let me explain it, because I've actually had to explain this a couple of times. So, it's not the problem of there being multiple scientific methods. That's fine. Have as many scientific methods as you want. It's after the fact, claiming you did science, and when people hearing that, they hear the word truth, but your so-called scientific method was flimsy, right? You don't actually have the certainty of what we traditionally associated with the scientific method behind you. You have some wishy-washy shit.
Science, like the activity science, is not restricted to exactly the scientific method.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Example. Okay.
Well, you can't claim the certainty of science while using a wishy-washy method. It's fine that it's not restricted. Are all the methods?
Wait a second.
Well, I want to ask you a question to clarify something.
Hey, can I finish one sentence, please? That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So, when you say science as an activity is not restricted to the scientific method exactly. And then you say like, okay, but you can't claim certainty with a wishy-washy method. You're suggesting that there is only the scientific method or wishy-washy methods. And that's not true
No.
either. That's a false dichotomy.
No, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that there's a range, right? There's a spectrum of methods, right? And depending on the particular method, you can claim certainty based upon the technique, the logic behind it, right? Whereas it isn't on or off, right? It isn't like there's two scientific methods, right? There's a bunch, right? There's a bunch of them. There's several. And each one should be evaluated on its own, like how much truth is behind it. But people don't hear that in reality. They just hear the word science and run with it.
Yeah, that's true. That's a problem in science communication, that you have like the bigger the masses are, the more granularity you're gonna lose, and there's gonna be only like buzzwords left over.
The more what? Sorry.
Yeah.
The more what? The more what? What did you say, Vander?
The more granularity, the more detail you're gonna lose in the communication of something, and at the end, something very ridiculous and just buzzword like is gonna remain. When we all should do our due diligence, and when we present it with a study or present it with a fact or some press release, then we're gonna have to ask like, okay, but how? And then we're gonna have to investigate the methods and how they made their conclusions, and then draw conclusion and then decide how valid it is.
What is the reason for the scientific method? In order for not to fucking go sideways or make shit up, right?
The problem you have, Rick,
you can
is you can't do it.
Use the scientific method easily too. Like you can easily.
Yeah, Pickle Rick, you can't do the scientific method because you don't even know the first step. So a scientist might jump in there and say, "Hey, here's the conclusion." You can't follow that because you don't know what to do first.
The whole reason for the scientific method is to
like this was not about me applying the scientific
not
method.
have falsehoods.
Right. So you need in order to make an ad hom fallacy. Great, good job.
No, I don't.
Well, you have to be able to evaluate their technique on whether it adheres to the scientific method, right?
Well, that would suggest
don't you have to know what it is yourself
if
first?
they are not adhering to the one scientific method, that then there therefore has to be something wrong with their method, right?
All right, so this is, I don't know if you know who this is, Indio. This is at Masto, Pickle Rick. He goes by many different names, but he doesn't even. He wants to. Okay, so for the dogma to be correct, he needs to introduce some other variable.
I've heard him before.
So he's trying to. He's trying to sabotage the fact that.
Don't get words in my mouth again.
Thank you for interrupting me at Masto. That's why you're fucking muted, dude. Sit down and be quiet for just a moment. Anyway, but what he's trying to do is introduce another method so that he can then navigate around the fact that every time we talk about natural science, he's never going to be held to a rigid standard. And for him, it's just fine. He likes to say that there's many different scientific methods. So for him, it's grand. He loves it. It's music to his ears. But he doesn't know what the scientific method is. So he's struggling right now to figure out how he can describe what it is, because he doesn't know what he's qualifying as scientific method. So for him, it could just gish gallop and say whatever he wants, because he doesn't want to stick to a rigid method of natural science, so that he's not held accountable for what the shit that he says. So that's all he wants to do. So he's happy to hear that there's many other scientific methods, although he doesn't have to produce any. He doesn't know how any of them work.
Yeah, so here's the problem with multiple scientific methods, because it's not without problem, right? Now you've just made science subjective by just like having a big tent view of science where anyone can come under the tent and do their act, right? Now science becomes meaningless where you can just call anything science, right? Me watching Pornhubs and like counting how many times they were doggy style, like that's science, bro. So it's the scientific method for Pornhub. I just come up with a new scientific method.
Yeah, he don't know what natural science is in the beginning. He doesn't. After all this time in the arena, he doesn't know what it is.
He doesn't even know
And
what observation is.
He should already know. By this time, he should already know how to say it verbatim. He doesn't even know that because he's not listening. He doesn't give a shit. He just wants
You're
a
just a
fantasy
scientific
world.
method Nazi.
His fantasy world. He wants it to be real because he thinks that the globe Earth is so true, but he doesn't know how to make it true. So he wastes his breath speaking on a Discord about things that he has no knowledge on, just to say nothing. And it's weird. That's all I'm saying. Is that if he's got something to bring, then bring it. You know, bring some cowbell to what you're saying. Don't just say empty words. And then when pressed on how you know the scientific method is real, you're like, well, I don't know.
Yeah, ask us a fucking question, bro.
Let's ask him a question. I'll get asked it. Does science prove the globe, AK?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Don't know?
Okay, well, there we go.
Good, in theory.
Okay. What?
I wish we had a globe skeptic role here because I'd give it to you.
Does science prove the globe?
He said he don't know if it
In
does.
theory,
Told you.
if the globe turns out to be true and real, then science can provide evidence for it and prove it. Yes. If it turns out that the globe is not a correct idea in reality, then science cannot prove it. It depends on what is true in reality, and I do not actually know what is true in reality because I have
He's a brain in a jar, by the way.
Now, hang on.
That explains it.
How big is the jar? I think it's getting a little tight.
Oh, okay. Great. Good job.
It's only a joke, man. Take it easy.
He's bricked.
Oh boy.
So yeah,
brick.
Recognizing that the scientific method as one single step-by-step guide is not like does not mean that anything that deviates in the order of those steps or in those steps.
What's
in
the
any
scientific
way
method? Tell us the steps. Tell us the steps of what it is. Natural science.
He doesn't believe in a scientific method. He believes in a scientific methods.
How do you do science at Masto?
In my bedroom.
How do we delineate science at all then? Now, just answer this question. How do you delineate when some activity is science versus not science? The claim of the person doing it? Their method? Like, how do we delineate? How do we know this activity is science, that activity is not science?
That's a good question.
When their statements are not ultimately when their statements are not coherent with sound reasoning. That's how you can delineate it. In the end. So the system that they're claiming, the conclusions, and the system that they're claiming that the system is dynamic.
You do realize that the systems they've made is because
claiming do not actually coincide with the conclusions that you can logically draw from what they were actually doing. So they could be lying about what they were doing. They could be lying about what the results were. They could be there could be a logical error in between their conclusion and
so I'm going to give you
about what they were doing and what their results were.
I'm going to give you a real world example. A real world example. So.
Oh God!
In 1921, they were trying to confirm Eddington's observation of displacements of stars during a solar eclipse. Okay. And there was a displacement observed of stars during the solar eclipse. Their interpretation was, some people's interpretation was, this is caused by the bending and warping of space-time coinciding with the theory of general relativity put forward by Albert Einstein. However, there was other people that interpreted that evidence that because it got dark, the air cooled, and because the air cooled, it caused the starlight to be refracted, to be displaced because of refraction, because of the temperature gradient. Both of these ideas, well, one has more support than the other. Obviously, we can experimentally verify temperature gradients causing bending of light if they're extreme enough. And this would be extreme, right? Going from something like 100 degrees to fucking 60 degrees in a period of fucking 5 minutes, right? So both of those are interpretations of an observation. Which one is the scientific method?
Neither is the complete scientific method because they're both hypotheses
Thank you.
at this point.
Yeah, neither. Neither is the scientific method. Neither one of them. Which is why, when it comes to natural science, we need independent fucking variables, because otherwise everything's subject to interpretation.
Right.
AJK, you
Then
actually
it's not science anymore, it's just subjective bullshit.
well done, bro.
Well, there's a big spectrum between independent variables, between things that we can independently control, independent variables, and subjective bullshit. Like there's a big spectrum of conceivable reasoning and
Well, I mean, in this particular observation, the sun and the moon, if we could actually natural science it right, we could control the sun, we could control the moon, we could control the location, the observation. I freaking definitely muted every time. That's a shtick here, man. I've noticed. The definite mute yourself.
Did he do that?
Yeah, I don't know if he had something come up or whatever. So what's up?
That.
What's up, Alpha? How you doing? How's it going in here?
Sorry,
Well, fair play to you, bro. You realize it.
Doing my dishes right now, but yeah, we're holding it down. There's clowns like this guy that come in here. There's some others. Last night we had a guy talking about what mass is. I was like, yeah, define it. What is mass? How much? And you know what? And I have the audio clip. You guys might be interested in listening to this. I asked him about, and I'm not kidding about the number, about 15 times. How much mass does an apple have? And for the intellects in the room, like at Masto, I want you to tell me how much mass does an apple have? Can anybody tell me how much mass does an apple have? What do you think the correct answer would be when I ask that? Huh?
I'm kidding.
What? How much do you need? That's not the only answer.
Yeah,
what you want?
Yeah, that's the thing, though. When I'm asking for, do you think that there's a relevant answer to the question that would be sufficient to answer it?
Can you play that?
I would say it's not lengthy, but it is kind of like 30 minutes to an hour. Me and Jedi were bouncing back and forth with talking with the guy. We gave him the definition, or we read the citations like 3 times. 3 times we read it to him. And it was the guy's name is Talon. And he still didn't get it. Even though he's like, I don't know what you're asking for.
I know who you're talking about. Jesus Christ, that guy's a train wreck.
Yeah, we kept asking him, how much mass does an apple have? Now, I want the mass of the apple. How much mass does it have? I don't want grams. I don't want calories. I don't want icicles. I don't want puppies. I want how much mass does an apple have? Can you tell me how much mass does an apple have?
Measured in grams.
So how much, at Masto, how much mass does one apple have?
A big apple or small?
It depends on the specific apple, but I would weight it and then I would give
a specific apple, like a red delicious apple. How much mass does a red delicious apple have?
On average?
Yeah, I don't give a shit on average, on constant, whatever. Just we're taking a
skinned or not skinned. Does it still have the stem?
Fuck, dude. Just tell me how much mass an apple has. That's all.
Less than 2 fucking apple.
How much mass does an apple have?
150 and 54 grams, the average average weight of a Red Delicious.
That's incorrect. I'm not asking for grams. I'm not asking for calories. I'm not asking for the color red. I'm not asking for the stem or the leaves. I'm asking for how much mass does an apple have?
0.15 kilograms.
No kilograms. I don't want to measure in kilograms. I don't want to measure in any other thing. I need you to tell me how much mass does the apple have?
Okay, great. Can I ask in which unit?
No,
is
I need the answer to the question. How much mass does the apple have?
Alpha. Can I
just answer the question? I don't need any. I don't need any more qualifying.
I'm trying to.
Don't qualify it with something else. Just answer the question. No. Answer the question. How much mass does the apple have?
Alpha, can you?
No.
Hey.
How much mass does an apple have? I'm gonna keep asking this until you give me the answer. How much mass does an apple have?
Hey.
No. You're gonna be muted if you keep going. Just answer my question.
Say I don't know and get out of it.
Yeah, you could say that and you can get out of it.
But I do know.
I don't know what you mean.
You know how much mass an apple has. Didn't you just say you need to know how big it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I go to the store and put it on the scale.
Now you know how big it is?
Scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, putting an apple on a scale.
Okay, so there's an ideal apple somewhere that has a mass assigned to it?
I mean,
yeah,
there are objects in the universe that have mass.
Therefore,
listen, all you've demonstrated is that these guys are just a bunch of contrarians, and they're just going to everything a flat earther says is wrong.
Exactly. Okay.
I never said anything.
Let's change it. Let me say something that you might know. Okay, because everybody in here thinks it's a globe. All you guys, are you globers? All right. So, how much mass does the Earth have?
I don't know.
I know.
Anybody? Any glober in here can tell me how much mass does the Earth have?
Tell you what's the claim, but it's going to be measured in kilograms.
How much mass does the Earth have?
But
okay, there's
do you mean like atomic weight or like?
No, I'm talking about mass. You know when something has mass? That's what I mean. How much mass does the Earth have?
But that's like asking how much mass do I have. Like I don't know. Like I have to measure myself, right?
No shit. But measuring is not. You can't listen. Measuring is not the answer. I don't give a shit what you're using to measure. How do you know how much mass something has? How do you know?
By measuring. By measuring.
How? How do you measure mass?
Well, if it's an accessible object, by putting it on some sort of scales, right?
Okay. So in other words, you're just weighing something.
Scales measure mass.
Why can't you just weigh something and tell me how much it weighs? That's not my question. I'm not asking how much it weighs. I'm asking how much mass does the object have?
Okay, English is not my first language. What is the meaning of the word mass then?
So, I'm telling you, because you're asking me, it depends how much mass something has. You don't even know what fucking mass is, because I'm asking you, if you're taking an apple or the Earth or any other object that you'd like to say, you say, well, let me weigh the shit. Okay, if I wanted weight, that's the thing that I would ask for. How much does the apple weigh? I'm not asking for its weight. I'm asking for how much mass does it have? Now,
I understand where the problem is. In my mind, mass and weight are the same thing. I understand.
They're not
the same thing.
Okay, so if they're not the same thing, what's the definition?
So I can clarify. That's why you don't learn shit, because you talk through the fucking answer. Okay, so mass and weight are not interchangeable. I need to. Weigh something. You're gonna tell me how much the fucking thing weighs. I don't need that information. I want to know how much mass does it have. It's different from weight.
When you weigh something, you're measuring the mass of something.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not measuring. No, you're incorrect. Stop. Okay, you're not measuring the mass. No, I want to know how much mass.
We put a scale on the.
I'm sorry. I correct myself. Okay. When you weigh something, you're measuring the weight of something and calculating the mass from some
No,
from
no, no,
that.
no,
Yes,
no, no. You listen. No, you're not.
Can you please
Listen.
let me
No,
finish
no. You're
one
incorrect.
fucking
You're
sentence?
fucking incorrect. No, stop.
Yeah,
Stop.
but
Stop
I
your
can
fucking
still think it's
blabbering.
still bad manners to interrupt someone at every
You're fucking
sentence.
blabbering, dude. I don't need to hear
Still
your rest
rude.
of your bullshit. You're
It's
wrong.
still rude. When I
Stop
do that, I constantly
talking.
get muted.
You're gonna get muted if you don't fucking shut the fuck up. You're saying things that are incorrect. Stop
And who mutes
talking.
you?
Now I need to know.
When you
I need to know.
interrupt,
Shut the fuck up. I need to know how much mass something has. How can I know how much mass something has? Go ahead.
So I read in the
right,
dictionary,
you can
the Oxford
calculate it
one.
from the weight, from measuring its weight,
No.
and then giving a
No.
result from
Fuck,
do a
dude.
calculation.
No and
For
no and
example,
no. No. Weight is weight.
why not?
You want to know how much
Why
something
not?
weighs? You put it on a fucking scale and
Okay.
you're going to get its weight. It is not the
All right.
mass of an object.
Yeah.
So it says
Yes, the weight is not
No,
mass, but
it's
you
not
can
mass.
calculate. You can
No.
calculate the mass from the
You
weight.
don't know how much mass something has. As a matter
I
of fact, I would
Let me
dare
check.
even say you don't even know what mass is. What is
so
mass?
There it is.
What is
so
mass?
the definition I read it in the Oxford Dictionary. It says large body of matter with no definitive defined shape.
No defined shape. So as in what? As in
Just
what?
as
Give
a
me an
clamp of
example.
matter, I guess
Give me an
that's mass.
example of that definition. Give me an example of that definition.
A mass of
The measure
clouds.
of body's inertia
There you
is
go.
mass.
How much fucking how are you gonna weigh a fucking cloud? How are you gonna weigh it?
I mean,
What weight?
how am I gonna weigh a
When you weigh
cloud?
something,
That's
you're not
Yeah, how are
measuring
you
the
gonna weigh
strength.
a
You're measuring the
cloud?
weight,
so
and then you're
what is a
calculating
cloud
it.
then? What does cloud
Well
consist
then
of?
listen, if your standard is let's put shit on a scale and weigh it, how the fuck are you gonna weigh a cloud?
Yeah, but
Weigh the
I'm
fucking
trying to
cloud.
engage with you on that one. What
Well
what
then I think you're understanding something's important,
Knowing the
right?
mass
That
of a
we're
cloud is
talking
very
about
difficult. Yes.
when we say the word mass,
Mm-hmm.
right?
What
How
are we
much
talking
mass
about?
does a cloud have?
Well, what does a cloud consist of? Like
Fuck, dude.
water?
It doesn't matter. How much
Is it
mass
the
does it
water?
fucking have?
Is the water in
Is the
the
question?
vapor anti-air? Is
How
it just
much
the
mass
water
does
in
a
it?
cloud have? How much
Well,
mass does
a massive clouds. You mean the weight of a cloud? How much weight does a
No,
cloud?
I'm not asking for the fucking weight. That if I was asking for weight, you'd need to be able to weigh it out. Now I'm not asking for the fucking weight. I'm asking for how much mass it has. How much mass does it
Well,
have?
the definition says a large body of matter with no definitive shape.
Okay.
And the example is a massive cloud. So
Okay,
using
so
the mass there, like
how much does a mass of clouds, or how much mass is there in a bunch of clouds? Bunch of clouds. How much mass is there?
I mean, there's a massive small clouds within a big cloud.
Well, it doesn't matter. Use any example you want and stick to it, and then tell me how much mass there is.
Okay, let's say we have 4 clouds. That's a massive cloud, right?
Yeah. How much mass is there?
Okay, then we need to find the weight
How
of
much
those 4
mass
clouds.
is there? How much mass is there in those clouds?
It's just matter. We don't know how much.
Okay, thank you. That's the answer.
Yeah, but we can measure like masses of
Listen,
things in terms of their weight, right?
and what I'm asking for is important because when you guys get off into the weeds, you're never going to understand the question. You never are. Yeah, if you stick to the understanding of what mass is, then you will understand that it has no place in physical form. You can't tell me that something has mass when you don't know what the fuck mass is. You understand?
Sure. In my head,
what is
was
mass?
always like mass and weight are kind of the same
I
thing.
know, and that's where you're wrong.
Yeah,
And a lot of
that's
people,
fine. I can admit
and a
I'm
lot
wrong.
of people like yourself become incorrect when you think that you're trying to attribute something that doesn't have any relevance to the thing you're attributing it to. And I have to stop
Sure,
you.
that's fair. But the fact of the matter is that we can measure hypothetically, obviously, a massive clouds in terms of their weight.
Measuring or weighing something are two different things, or I would say are different things than saying how much something has or how much mass something has. That's very different. That the question is different.
Can I ask you a question, Alpha?
You can ask any questions. I got to finish my dishes.
Okay. So, do you know what mass is? Yes or no?
Well, a clump of matter, a grouping of matter. That's what mass is,
I
apparently,
didn't
to the
ask you. I
Oxford
asked Alpha.
Language Dictionary, English Language Dictionary.
I asked Alpha.
Pile, heap, stack, clump, cloud, bunch, bundle, lump. That's the synonyms.
I asked Alpha.
But why? We already said what it is. Like, why do we do this performative stuff?
He didn't. No, he didn't.
Interesting.
He claimed that you can't know, that we don't know, but he didn't. I don't know if he claims to know what mass is.
Why are you guys saying that there's only one definition of mass?
No, there are more than one, obviously.
No.
There's no
I'm just wondering if Alpha knows the question to the answers to the questions he's asking, because he came in here very hard, acting out kinda, and acting like it should be like an obvious thing, and he did not allow any sensible conversation on that whatsoever. So I was wondering if there is something to what he's saying.
He's trying to
aside from you can't know what mass is, therefore you can't even. And when you attribute something to when you attribute something wrongly to reality, then your entire reasoning is wrong, which is actually self-evident and not.
AK, can I ask you a question?
Missing the forest to a tree.
Are you new on the server?
On the server, relatively, yes. I think I'm here for a couple of weeks.
Okay, you have not caught up to the dynamic then. Okay.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks. It's not very the dynamic in this community in the server is not very foreign to me, because I'm not new to this kind of discussion.
But you try to overpower people by just talking, which is kind of something that will not be tolerated here. You should know this.
Right. But Alpha was doing the same thing, though.
I mean, sure, but he's also a mod of this room, and this is his guest room technically, so he can do that. You can't.
So it depends which side you perceive to be on.
Unironically, it depends. Yes.
No, it depends on what your role is, dude.
Yes,
depends on the role. He said he was a mod, not a flat earther.
Yeah, depends on how high in the food chain you are. When I say food chain, I mean the ecosystem of the server.
How did you get higher in? Do you get higher in the food chain here?
Yeah,
the role.
You can, obviously.
Yeah, fair enough. Huh? All right, to sort out this whole mass debacle, mass in physics would be the resistance of a body to inertia. So basically, what effect does a known acceleration have on it, basically? And then weighing something.
Yo, somebody said the correct answer. That's the correct answer. Thank you. Now you understand. Okay, so what's inertia?
Inertia is the resistance of a body to change its motion.
Right. So how the fuck is something mass and inertia? That's weird,
circular.
Right? Ah.
Okay.
You bet your ass it's fucking circular. Oh fuck!
It's a snake eating its own tail, buddy.
Yeah, Ouroboros, dude.
Yeah. Okay, it's an identity. Mass is the resistance, like
inertia, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, amount of inertia.
How the fuck can it be inertia and mass at the same fucking time?
What? No, inertia is just. It's not mass. It's an identity. Yes, you can say inertia is the amount of inertia a body has is the mass a body has, and
there you go. You see now the fucking 1 + 1 is 2, right? You're getting it. Huh? So if that is true, then what the fuck is mass when I ask for what is the mass of an apple?
It's the amount of inertia the apple has against a change in motion.
Right. And it's not fucking weight. It's inertia.
Right.
And now if that is true,
yes, it's not weight
no,
itself.
if that is true, listen, if that is true, then how are we going to measure how much mass something has?
All right. That's a cool thing. By understanding what we, by applying the understanding of what inertia means, you can then recognize that, well, okay, I just need a known amount of change and measure the effect it has of motion and measure the effect it has, and then I can calculate from that the mass it has, the resistance that has happened to that change in motion. I can calculate from that. It's like
Okay, what you just said though, yeah, what you just said is that
you measure
what you
the
just
distance something
what you
travels,
just said
and
though.
you measure the time it takes.
Hang on. Before you keep going, because you like to keep going. Before you keep going, because I know you like to keep going. Is inertia physical?
No, inertia is a concept.
Okay, thank you. There, ladies and gentlemen, mass is a concept.
Welcome to Flat Earth. I took you long.
I'll be here all week.
You're a flat earther now.
It's a conceptual number, yes. It seems to be inherent to things with matter, for all we can tell, for all I can tell, for one. But yes, it's a concept. It's an understanding of reality, a description of it that we use.
Yeah, you said that plenty of times.
It's
We
not
heard
reality.
you. You know, sing it from the rooftops now, because a lot of people don't know what fucking mass is. And you can go and tell them now, oh, guys, we can't say the apple has mass, because guess what? Mass is inertia. And guess what? Inertia is a concept. And so therefore, mass in and of itself is a concept. That's interesting. Right?
Well, in that concept, the apple has an inertia, and therefore you can describe that mass to an apple. Like, and under that understanding, it does that. It does have that. In reality, it just consists of matter, and it just exists just as we do as well. And that's as far as it goes. But as soon as we want to describe it, and as soon as we want to do anything with it, we kind of. Right. So, what is reality in that case? Can you say what reality is in itself?
Well, I know reality, you can. Your brain inside of a jar, so there's no way you can do that. We can.
Reality is what you can prove.
You can. Huh? Things you can.
Reality is what you can prove.
Yeah.
Okay, but you can prove conceptual things. So conceptual things are reality.
You can prove conceptual things.
Yeah. When something is conceptual, you can
where do these concepts,
universals, particulars, like things like this.
Where do
I
these
think that's what he means. Well, I think the better question is: are they mind dependent or mind independent things?
Yeah, they exist in your mind. Concepts.
I mean,
right?
Like, do you think morality is something that I don't know? Like,
no, you guys are going way too far off into the weeds here. Let's not do that. Like, mass was at least relative to the topic of flat Earth and globe Earth, because we're hearing that word being tossed around in this arena like it's something to say, and the guys who say it don't even know what it is. But upon further investigation, we start to realize it's not all what it's cracked up to be, and so therefore, after receiving that knowledge, you need to keep that locked up away in the old noodle so you don't forget. We don't like to hear shit coming back. Like, I don't want to hear your respawn tomorrow talking about mass, acting like you know what it is, and then saying it incorrectly again. Don't do that. Once you learn something, keep it, retain it, think about it, and don't say it again and misappropriate the word to another fucking idea. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that.
I think that this would have been a much shorter discussion if you just said mass in the sense of like clustering of molecules or something like this. Because you can measure.
It's not for me to
not
tell
you. I'm talking to AK. I'm talking to.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, AK.
It would have been a much clearer discussion, I think.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, that's such a warm welcome once again. I kind of get welcomed very often.
Are you German or Austrian or Swiss?
Why?
I'm just curious.
Norwegian.
Norwegian. Oh wow, Jesus.
So, AK, let me ask you a question. Why not just call it units of inertia instead of units of mass? Why make another word?
I don't know. More used to mass, I guess. Calling it that way
Mass
would confuse fewer people. I mean, people still get
Well, I
weight
mean,
and
it's
mass
the same
confused.
thing. Why is like the confusion is now, right? Because we're using two terms for that's supposed to be the same thing.
In everyday life, it's better when we conflate weight and mass than when we we're exact and use the word inertia for mass.
Well,
It's
if you
just
said weight
easier
and
for
inertia, people would instantly know what the difference is.
Yes, yes, they do, because they are not very. Most people are not very clear and don't very have a an intuitive understanding of what it means to have inertia in a physical sense. So they're gonna get more confused, and interactions are gonna get a little bit more less fluent when you use that. What is language?
Here's my
What are you using?
explanation. A bunch of fucking sophistry. That's what it is.
Yes.
That's all
Thank
it is.
you. Thank you.
Yo, can I ask a question? Because I always forget. Oh wait.
Can I ask a question? Oh wait.
Yeah, he had or whatever. Hey, Alpha. I want to ask you a question.
Is your surname Amiga?
Yeah, so I want to do like a weekly post-mortem for over here, like an after action type deal over on the other
When
Discord.
do you want to have it? When do you want to have it? Oh, what time? I should say what time?
I was thinking. Well, I mean, I was thinking. Well, I was initially thinking Sunday, but I don't want to kill speculation Sunday.
Well,
so I mean,
no, I mean,
any day is fine. I'd like to do it like in the evening, so there's the most amount of people. You know what I mean?
I think Sundays is cool because really speculation Sunday, I'm not into it. The whole, I mean, we can speculate on shit, but it's more of a time for us to actually gather what's happened throughout the week. I think Sundays is fine.
Yeah, I like Sunday. It was pretty. Last night over there was pretty good. We had like 3 Globers that weren't like zealots, like the many people over here. We actually had like a normal conversation. Well, I did with like 3 at the same time, so it's pretty cool.
So I can maybe kick off my channel with that because I have my channel.
Dude, the politics 24/7 flat Earth, politics VC, fucking post mortem, after action, whatever, whatever snazzy name we want to come up with.
Yeah, and I think TOS UK has some clips that we can probably get from him, like on Saturday or something or whatever, and then we can.
Oh shit! Yeah, we'll make a whole production out of it. I was gonna just have to do like, this is what happened to me type deal. Like this guy, he was saying this ridiculous shit, and
yeah, like let's roll the clip and we'll listen to the fucking idiot like saying things. Yeah, for sure. I think it's useful because an audience that can listen, and while we talk through like why the talking points that we have are the way they are, it's important because a lot of them come in here like fucking deer in headlights, and they're looking at the truck just get smacked by the truck. Like they don't know. They're just coming in here and going like, honey, hold my beer. I'm going to go and talk to these flat earthers. Like, that's not going to help. And on top of that, some of them come in fucking inebriated. And some of them, like, it's like you're hobbling yourself even more. Why the fuck would you do that? You need all your wits when you come into this room. Like, fuck, dude. Like, you can't be missing a part of any knowledge. You need to remember, like, I mean, I'd say, like, even the intellects, it's hard for them to be in there, right? The so-called PhDs and such. They don't even fucking know how to answer questions, which is weird because you actually think that they'd have more answers than the layman, but they don't. So I'm like,
that's what I try to explain to. I was trying to explain to these dudes last night over there. Is that like like you think there's somebody out there with the answer, dude, but when we ask them, they point to somebody else, man, and it's an endless chain of people pointing to somebody else.
Yeah, I heard it said once before by a guy. He's like, well, we appeal to the astrophysicist, and I'm like, okay, I know an astrophysicist who doesn't explain, or when I told him that he took him to the 3 points and he couldn't answer the questions. He's like, well, he's incompetent. Then we don't rely on him. I'm like, no shit. Who do you think can answer these questions? Well, a competent astrophysicist. I'm like, so you're going to throw everybody under the bus so long as you can say they're all incompetent unless somebody can answer the questions. Because you can't, because you're a layman. But an astrophysicist who's competent, because he qualified it with competence. So he's like, they have to have competence in order for them to answer the question. Otherwise, they're incompetent. They're not able to. So we're just going to dismiss them out of hand. That's fucking convenient.
That sounds promising, man. Sounds like a promising way to go with your life.
Exactly.
Wait around for the competent astrophysicist that can answer 3 simple questions.
Yep. So I don't know who this mystery man is, but he better show his face because over 9 years, these guys have been fucking losing ground. They need a hero. They need a hero.
Yeah. I mean, the Wakey interview, and I don't know if you listened to it. The Wakey interview with not just the astrophysicist, the head of the astrophysics department.
Is that the Australian guy? Idio?
Yeah. And he interviewed the Swiss. I think she was Swiss. Yeah, I think she was. She was a Swiss head of an astrophysics department. She's been published at CERN and a bunch of other places, right? Just asking her simple questions, and she was bumbling.
Yeah, I like it, dude. I love that. For me, I get excited because they stumble and they fumble because they don't know how to navigate. They're not in an arena such as this. They've gotten to the place they have by nobody disagreeing with their position, as in somebody trying to investigate or qualify their knowledge of what they know, of how they know what they know. So for them, it's easy because they've done all their life is just learn material, regurgitate it, and get straight A's for memorization or whatever. And so that's the only thing they had to do is be good at what they do at a profession. So they don't know how to think like in a way that could be like, oh, how do I answer that? I don't know. I've never had a question that gets me to engage. So they just, if there's an answer to the question, yeah, we have the answer. This is the answer. Or, well, science doesn't work that way, so we wouldn't know. Like there's no in between. There's just like a big fucking gray area. Like no one's ever gonna know.
Well, I mean, think about just the human motivation of going into an astronomy program at a university, right? They're already very gate-kept as it is. From my information, it's hard to get into an astronomy program at any university because you're already bought in, right? You're not questioning anything. You're already bought in on, Earth's a ball, stars are in space, they're trillions of miles away. You're already sold in. You're not asking yourself, well, is this foundation solid? You never question the foundation. You're already, all your chips are already in on that.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
That's true.
What's up?
What would be good is
Curvature
having
enjoyer. There's something wrong with your name, man.
one thing would just be get one of these anti-flat earthers to at least take astronomy 101 so they can know what it is. Instead of coming in here and saying like, I studied astronomy and now I know the Earth's a ball. They would be able, day one, they would tell you astronomy, the study of everything beyond Earth's atmosphere. Right away, day one would unfuck their thinking.
Other than looking at the lights in the sky, what do astronomers really do?
That's it.
No, but like, how do they actually? What are they really like doing when they say when they get all these calculations and all that? What are they really doing?
They're doing maths.
Yeah, but maths on what?
Well, yeah, the maths on assumptions.
Okay.
That's what they're doing. Well, I mean, that's the purest form of, that's the purest answer I could give you to the question that's honest and distilled. They are doing maths on assumptions.
Because I never actually asked that question before.
You can build stories around.
So the assumption
but that is it. That is it. We assume that's X miles away. We assume that's made of helium and hydrogen and some other gas that we made up that doesn't really exist, and we assume that it's raining diamonds over there. Also, all this other bullshit, and then they go, "Oh, well, here's some numbers, and therefore it's true." Right? It's all bullshit.
So,
oh yeah, the latest hotness is I just read this morning. Came up in my feed. Is that dark matter has its own periodic table?
Brilliant.
That's epic.
Brilliant.
So it's like really the only assumption, the only hypothesis in astronomy that deals with the Earth is called the rare Earth hypothesis, which they basically say Earth is so unremarkable, the Sun is unremarkable, the solar system is unremarkable. There should literally be millions of Earths out there, but they say, but there's not. Okay, so there's a contradiction there in the model and prediction. So what they do is they just take Earth out of their cosmology. There is no Earth in their worldview. In astronomy, you don't exist. But yet, the anti-flat globalists would be like, explain Earth in astronomy. Dude, I don't need to. They took Earth out. They call it Terra. It's just a one body. There's no moon either. Like Earth and the moon are one thing.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist in the math either because everything is, according to them, it's so far away, you can assume that Earth is just a point in space. So they're not using a globe. They're saying Earth is at coordinate X0, Y0, Z0, and that's it. And that's all it is. It's a point.
Yeah, it just happens to be the center of everything.
The only way they could... Sorry, Crypto.
No, go on.
Okay, I'll say the only way the globalists could say, I've used astronomy to make an observation of Earth, you'd ask them, what fucking planet are you from, dude? You're like some sort of Galagafrinchian or some shit? I mean, where are you right now?
Well, you guys aren't you're not hip to the new hotness, man. Have you heard of in 1970s Hawking, and I think his name is Belkin or Berkeley, came up with a new theory of the emergent gravity or entropic gravity. So that's the one that will replace the Einsteinian version, which merges the macroscopic and microscopic version of like what gravity is on the smallest level. So this is going to marry the all of these theories together, where they all become like one and the same. So the entropic gravity, you can look it up, and based on what they're proposing, is that this gravity is based in its smallest form, like unknown. It's fucking stupid. And I was looking through it, and it has to deal with dark energy and things that are at that level not linear as you might think. So you couldn't say that from an interstellar point from distances from planets, gravity actually starts to become so weak that it doesn't even happen. There's no gravity anymore. I don't know if you knew that or not, but yeah, that's what they're proposing. Look it up. And it's going to supersede Einstein because Einstein is more of and Newton were more on the macro scale, but this is a micro scale. So, and to understand it in its lowest level.
So at interstellar distances, gravity's fake. That you're saying?
Yeah, there's no gravity. It becomes to a point where there isn't any gravity at a certain distance.
Bunch of gravity deniers.
Yeah.
So, Indio, I wanted to run something past you because you might have an idea for what this concept is called, right? So, you know how when they talk about eclipses and how there's like converging rays that explains the path of totality being 70 miles wide, and then they'll do you a picture and it'll have a massive sun and it'll be a tiny moon, and it'll be like justifying the fact that the sun's way bigger and therefore of course there would be converging rays, but ignoring the scale, which means that there's a moon and a sun that have the same angular size from our perspective, which therefore means that the converging rays aren't possible, right? Do you know what it's called when someone takes they take a concept and then they deliberately show you a picture that misleads you in that concept.
Yeah, I call it lying.
Yeah, I mean, it's called lying, but have you got like a... Because I know that there's a very specific term for this, I just can't remember what it's called.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, there's graph manipulation, which is also a good word for lying. But I don't know when it comes to diagrams. I think there is a word. I think you're right. I can't remember what the name is. It's like some ism or something.
Yeah, I mean,
like a Bushism and call it an exaggeration.
No, when you show a diagram of something and that the diagram is misleading from whatever it is that you're talking about.
It's not a reification, but it's in the same ballpark. Like, it's in the same thought space as a reification fallacy. It's not that.
A lie is a lie is a lie.
Basically, every made flatearth.ws meme that covers it.
Yeah, exactly. They are all... Well, I mean, Flat Earth WS memes are all basically straw men, aren't they? Every single one I've ever read is a straw man. So...
Yeah, pretty much, man. Or just like inaccurate or intentionally inaccurate, right? So one that always comes to mind is like where the one where it shows like, oh, this person, this is what it would look like on a flat Earth, and this is what it would look like on a globe. And then on the flat Earth one, their line of sight is represented by a line, but in the globe Earth one, it's a cone of vision, right? So it's like they don't even show the same principle in the same meme. It's dumb, dude. I can't stand that shit.
Yeah. Well, anyone who reads flatearth.ws with any seriousness is a retard anyway.
Matthew learned.
Please tell me no, he hasn't sunk that low.
Oh, he has.
Oh my god.
Oh, how the weedy have fallen. I keep asking Jesse, actually, how much he benches, and he just refuses to answer now.
Didn't they just say like 80 kilograms?
Jesse, Path of Light / Gordon.
What's his bench press?
Yeah.
For some reason, I think that dude has spaghetti arms, dude. Like
I don't know what's giving you that impression, Indio. I mean, is it the low testosterone or the incessant need to get one over on the jock that he clearly has in his personality? Have you noticed how we're like the jocks in this scenario? Like we're the guys who don't play by the rules and don't give a shit about what the teacher says.
I know we're a bunch of chads. They're a bunch of...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why so many of them are like low testosterone nerds, is because we're the chads.
They're kind of like the dumb ones too. Like the low testosterone nerd maybe got this job with a defense contractor and makes like $1 million a year. So he's got this hot girlfriend, amazing car, amazing house. But they're like the low testosterone nerd who couldn't add 2 + 2. And then they say, well, here's a special ed bus.
Yo, come on. I'm 6'1", I'm 200 pounds. I'm not a nerd. Come on.
I'll take it.
How much of that 200 pounds is muscle though?
I have like 10% body fat, I guess.
10%, yeah.
10% body fat.
Okay,
10%
so hold on.
body fat.
You're claiming to be 10% body fat, 110 kilos, 6'1". If you're
100 kilos, I'm 100 kilos. I'm 186 centimeters.
That's the same height as me, bro.
Okay.
If you're not competing for some sort of bodybuilding contest, then I don't believe it. Well, then I don't believe you.
Sure.
I don't believe it. 100 kilos at my height,
I don't believe it.
10% body fat, you would be shredded as fuck.
I'm shredded.
Well, I need to see evidence then. I don't believe you.
I'm not posting myself naked.
How much did you say you weigh? 100 kilos? That's 220 pounds. Is 6'1".
I'm 200 pounds and 6'1", which is like 186 centimeters. I think.
At 10% body fat.
Bro, I'm
10%
literally
body
the
fat.
same. I'm literally the
That
same height.
means you're 170 something pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. You and I are.
I run 14 kilometers every week.
My guy.
You're losing your
Okay.
argument. Even worse now, because when you
Sure.
run, you break down muscle tissue. So.
Well,
Yeah,
no, I'm
cool.
just saying I go to the gym 3 times a week.
Bro, okay. So you and I are the same height. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know that if you're 10% body fat, right, then you are shredded to the point where most guys can't get there naturally, right? It's very difficult for me to believe that.
My dad was an elite athlete in Bulgaria. Yeah.
Brilliant. So, have you got any evidence?
Do I need to post my naked body? Like, is that it?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely what I asked for.
I mean, what evidence can I provide you?
Did anyone hear me asking for him to post his naked body?
But how can I provide evidence I'm shredded if I don't post at least like a topless picture, right?
I mean, I can probably tell from your arm, to be honest.
Okay. Wait, I think I have a picture at the beach.
You have at least 17-inch arms.
I'll post it.
Yeah,
How much do you bench?
Bro, you better have some pythons. And what do you bench as well? Like, if you got any evidence that you bench?
Yeah, we're gonna get fake pictures. Let's just get real evidence here.
He's looking like he's gonna post Giga Chat and be like, "Yo, that's me."
Yeah. It's very difficult to believe. I'm just saying, like it.
Okay.
Look, okay. No, hold on. It all could be true. Listen, everything he said can be true. We're asking the wrong question. Are you on gear?
No.
Oh yeah, true. Look, man, for most people to even get to 10% body fat is virtually impossible, right? Most people can't achieve it, and that's not physically impossible. It's because they don't have the willpower to get there, right? So to then do it at that low body fat level, and then also to have that size, is a very, very hard thing to believe. Surely you must understand.
It's a hard thing to do. Even with willpower, it's a hard thing to do because when you cut calories, you lose muscle. So you have to maintain the muscle while losing body weight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's very difficult to do.
I eat a lot and I exercise a lot. That's all I can tell you.
I eat a lot.
Yeah, unironically, I eat a lot.
Listen, we have a fucking genetic outlier. 1 to 1 million genetic outlier. He just eats fucking.
Well, I will
whatever.
tell you this: Bulgarian men are built different. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right.
What's way more likely to me is that you're just lying. That's way more likely.
Okay. Well, I guess assumption of like
body fat. Bro,
assumption of malice is probably easier for you.
Stop talking over me. Stop talking over me. For fuck's sake.
I said 2 words.
So yeah, but dude, I was halfway through a sentence and it's the 5th time. You need to control yourself. It's not that hard. This is another thing that makes me question whether you're actually telling the truth or not, because you don't have self-control, and yet to get to those numbers, you would have to have elite levels of self-control.
Yeah.
So dude, or Zoidberg, you realize that the human body does not want to retain muscle. It doesn't want to. Right? So if you run, your body's going to go, "Oh, fuck, dude, this dude's running around. I'm going to try to be catabolic and get rid of all my muscle tissue to make running easier." Okay, so you have that problem. So how do you maintain the muscle while doing fucking running 40 kilometers per week?
I told you. I exercise a lot. I spend 2
working out 3 times. Just working out isn't enough, dude. I work out. I know it's not enough, dude. It's just not enough.
Sure.
You're making it sound like it's trivial. Like this is one of those fucking like that Reddit post, right? Where they show fucking where the girl posts Chris Hemsworth and is like, "Why can't guys just like work out a couple times a week and look like this?"
Yeah.
As if that's what he's doing, right? He's not working out a couple times a week. He's eating creme bologna sandwiches.
Well, the point was, I'm not a nerd. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I don't believe you. I now think you're a liar. To be honest.
I think it's better to be a liar than a nerd, to be honest.
Probably. Probably, yeah.
If that was the point, you missed it, bro.
Man.
Like, I mean, what's really funny is because you're the exact same height as me, I know how much of a liar you are. If we were different heights, I would have some kind of...
Sure.
I would have some, maybe...
Look,
yeah, maybe
for you to think that I'm a liar, not a nerd, is a win.
Hey, just stop it. Stop talking over me. Right. So if there was like some difference in our height, or there was some other variable, I can tell you, if you're Bulgarian, we've got similar enough genetics, we're both Europeans, right? Then I would be like, okay, fair enough, I can see there's some small difference, right? But there's absolutely no way, if you're not competing in some way, that you have those stats. It's just not the case.
What?
Was I unclear in anything I said?
Yes.
Which part?
Well,
All I said is, in your mind, if I'm a liar, not a nerd, it's a win for me, okay? I hate to be a nerd.
Okay. Then, well, I think you're a liar then. And actually, I
That's
think you're a
fine.
liar and a nerd. So
wait, can we get back on fucking topic here?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you. So Earth is a ginormous fucking spinning ball. How'd that work out? Spinning. Anybody? No? Okay. Back out.
Okay, so I'm going to post a picture in the chat. This dude is 6'1", 220 pounds, and this is about 6% body fat.
Yeah. That looks about right to me.
I actually don't care.
And that guy's clearly on gear. Like, clearly on gear. And,
oh, yeah, dude. But
also... Yeah, he's on gear, but he's got a perfect diet. He's got a perfect training regime. Right, everything about that guy's diet regime. He sleeps 9 hours a night. Everything's crafted.
Skip fucking leg days anyway.
And he runs 14 kilometers or whatever.
In 2 minutes.
I don't know about running.
If he ran 40 kilometers a week, he wouldn't look like that.
Yeah, that's the point I was making. I think Zoidberg is...
Yeah.
Well, you can't run an awful lot and maintain that level of muscle mass. It's actually easier not to. It's easier just to not consume the calories in the first place.
To be fair, I think this guy is like way less than 10% body fat. I'm gonna post my torso, okay?
Yeah, he's about 6%.
No, please don't push it.
The difference between 10 and 6% is visually astounding.
That's me in the chat.
Yeah, but what's really interesting, the difference between 6 and 10% as well, is that it's actually not an awful lot in terms of the actual body fat.
Yes, that's not good at all.
That's about 10 to 12%. That's not 10%.
Well, maybe it's 12. I don't know. Like I'm around that
That's not good
number.
at all. Like,
no, that's not, bro. That's more like 15. What are you talking about?
Well, how do I?
That's
yeah,
so much.
I guess I have to measure.
All right, bro. Look, fine. It's fine, but 15% is a huge difference to 10%.
Yeah.
And 15% is still impressive, man. It's like I'm not trying to shit on you. I'm just saying, like, 10% at 100 kilos is very hard to believe. 15% at 100 kilos, way easier to believe.
Well,
I'm gonna delete my picture just in case.
Yeah, please do.
No. Yeah. You weirdo.
How did you measure your body inertia
Crypto's
index?
right. That's about 15.
Body inertia.
So this is how we.
Like I said to you before, that's still impressive. It's not like, oh, you're 15%. Oh, you're a fat bastard. Like, do you know what I mean? It's still impressive, but just don't fucking lie about it, because you've got guys in here who really understand this stuff. And including me, like, I understand this stuff very well, so don't fucking lie to me about it.
I used, like, I think last time we measured it with my coach in the gym. with the
Yeah,
hydrostatic
you're
weights
thinking,
and
man.
body circumference measures, right? And he said about 10%, and I trust him. So maybe he's lying to me.
Then he's wrong. Like, I'm sorry, but
Did he use calipers?
if you were to take that,
Yeah, you can use skinfold calipers.
if you were to take that picture and go to any fitness board where the people actually know what they're talking about, they will all tell you 15% more or less. Some will say maybe 14, some will say 17, whatever. But no one's going to say 10. I'm telling you that right now.
Okay. I'll measure it again. I'll promise. I'm going to the gym later today. I'm gonna do that again. I'll tell you tomorrow.
I don't think people realize how insanely shredded 10% is.
And to be honest, you don't look 220 to me.
Anyway,
I mean, I'd have to see your legs. Maybe you got giant fucking juiced legs. I don't know.
Yeah, let's move back to flat Earth. I like to call bullshit out when I hear it. That's all. But we can move back to flat Earth.
Let's get back to flat arms.
Well, the other reason that I know
Turn left, turn left.
Sorry.
What? Not sorry. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mind. I was going to start talking about fitness again, but we're moving off topics.
Oh, for fuck's sake, please do.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So, what about this fucking spelling water body? Anybody?
Yeah, what about it?
What about it?
It's a cool story, man.
It's a cool story, bro.
That's all it is. It's just a cool story.
Yeah, you want to put them in a tailspin? Just ask them how much mass does a body have.
Let's not fucking do that again. Let's just put them in a fucking.
Yeah, because they don't know what mass is. So it's definitely a point to, like, they're always saying, well, it's mass attracted mass. Oh yeah? What the fuck is mass?
Okay, so let's tie the knot on this.
I'm turning around.
Let's tie the knot on this. The post-mortem shit, dude.
Yep. Yes.
I want to get like a definitely Sunday. About what time?
What time you working with though? Are you not gonna be busy at certain time? Because usually I'm looking
dude,
at.
I want to make it go on for a while, dude. I want to make it like, you know, I want to get as many people that have been in here, right, that throughout the week to go in there and, you know.
You want to shoot for like lunchtime onward? Lunchtime onward? I don't know.
Well, lunchtime, like, I don't know what time you eat lunch. How much mass is in an apple?
Right. Let's say.
This word is a mess.
I don't know. Well, we can, because if we start mornings, you know, people.
Get out.
I don't give a fuck. We can start whatever time.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm gonna make the announcement, and we'll try to like get people. Right. So, like, spread the word. Right. That we're gonna do the show on Sunday, and I'll just make the announcement. Like, you know, anyone that has anything, anything interesting to contribute.
Yeah, we got a lot of TOS UK clips, so he can probably contribute to some of those.
Yeah, well, clip or not, I'm not gonna let it hold us back though. Like, if he doesn't do it, doesn't want to do it or whatever, we're still gonna plow forward.
Yeah, for sure. I'm down.
So, Crypto, I don't know if you heard, we're gonna do a post-mortem on per week what happens over here. You know, the highlights, right? The highlights of the train wreck, right at the moment of fucking impact.
Fair enough. Sounds like fun.
Yeah, so I'm sure you'll have some experiences if you want to participate or whatever. So.
Oh fuck, dude! I got so many. I got too many.
It actually is going to be probably more like a therapy session.
Yeah. I've had quite a few, but to be honest, I tend to forget a lot of the conversations I have because I just think these guys are so dumb. Like, my brain doesn't even remember the conversation. You know what I mean?
That's like a defense mechanism. Like, no, there's not people like this in the world. No.
Yeah. It's actually, it's my cog this. I'm like, no, it can't be true.
It definitely is.
What was there was this thing I asked the guy the other day, and it was the most retarded thing to say yes to, and he said yes to it. I can't think what it was. Anyway, don't mind.
If it was stupid, why bother remembering it in the first place? There's no point. It's stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, hey, I'm hopping over in the other server because CV's in there fucking monologuing. So
Can I get an invite?
No.
Oh, it's 24 or discord.gg/flat earth.
Don't I need an invite to join? Or?
That is the, but just type that in your browser and it'll come up. That is the invite.
It has a vanity invite.
Yeah, just we're vain.
Good.
All right, peace.
Later. But you have to have at least 20% body fat to join. So if you don't have that, then you're disqualified.
Damn, when did you get fat?
Damn.
Don't worry, we eat a bunch of bread and a bunch of pasta. And
I just knock you the fuck out, bro. How's about that? Wait for it.
Well, he's down on top of lard.
What? Sorry, say that again?
I said to the other guy, just down on top of lard. We got Reflex in the chat. He might know what a globe is. Perhaps. Right, Reflex? The Reflex.
It's a lonely child is dancing in the dark. Is it time to find it? You should ask him with a question mark. The Reflex, black.
Oh, we got Epsilon as well. He thinks he knows what a globe is. We got a few guys in there. What does Epsilon bench though?
How'd you know that? Pretty cool.
I don't know.
What? Get your face.
Can you stop muttering in Northern Irish and tell us what you're
I will in a way, to be sure now.
That's Southern Irish. What the fuck was that? He's muttering in Leprechaun. I can't understand it.
Yeah, here we go now.
Please tell me you have a green hat and a ginger beard.
I do actually.
Sweet.
Good.
Her name is Rio, and she dances on the flat and stationary sand.
What? What? Shut your face.
there's terrain exists, right? There's waves to the sand, rocks. No.
Do it when there's hardly any surf that day. There's still water. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. I live on the Great Lakes. We have perfectly flat water some days. We're just
The
little
Great
tiny
Lakes.
bits.
I don't know what that means. Are you in Minnesota?
And the object goes and finds its new resting point. That's buoyancy.
Buoyancy is basically described as the tendency of a body to float or to rise when submerged in a fluid. But
Right.
I don't see any fluids you're submerging the item into.
Oh, so you don't think that gas and water or fluid dynamics are synonymous with one another?
I study fluid dynamics. I know where the air is a fluid, but
so air doesn't work then in if it's condensed versus uncondensed? I'm confused.
No, man, basically trying to understand how you're viewing the forces, because there's an obvious force, they cannot deny that.
You just said buoyancy is not a thing, right? But you talked about the thing being hold on a minute. You talked about the thing being immersed within a fluid, right? Now we can say that air is a type of a fluid, it's just uncondensed, right? Or we can say water is a condensed fluid, right? And we can choose to be hypocritical about the observation of the object, whether it's immersed in water, which is a fluid, or it's immersed in gas, which apparently is also a fluid. So which is it? You're going to choose to use buoyancy as the observation point, or are you going to choose to insert a fictitious force called gravity in order to prove your bullshit? Sorry to cuss, go ahead.
No, I mean, I told you, I'm not the one trying to justify this weird ass thing. I told you,
Yes,
I
you
believe
are.
that gravity. No. I
You're
believe
the
that
one that's trying
gravity
to wait.
drags.
Hold on. No.
You're the one who's trying to bullshit your way into saying that
Nah, buddy.
buoyancy is the thing that
No,
pulls the
see,
item down.
you're the one that's trying to bullshit your way through the fictitious force of gravity right now. And I've got your feet to the fire so hard, I'm asking you, is it buoyancy or is it gravity? What are we observing?
We're observing gravity acting on the object, pulling it towards the ground.
Okay, so why is it that I take a
provided
basketball?
a picture in the VC chat.
I don't have to look at your picture in order to
Yes,
again
you refuse
circumstantial.
to even see my evidence.
These are things.
There's no point in debating then.
No, we're having a discussion. Are you going to run away? No, we're having a discussion because again, my point
Why
is
would
right.
why would I waste my time on you? You refuse to see my side of this.
No, I see it. I see your point of the story. Now, the thing about it is I take a basketball, right, into a swimming pool. I take it 20 feet deep. I release it. It goes back to the surface. I take that same basketball out to the side of a building, let's say, 2 stories up, 20 feet. I drop it. It goes down. So my question to you is, where is gravity acting upon the basketball in both of those cases?
Look at the picture and you find.
What I said earlier was too simple. He told us, or told you, to take a thing and drop it. My thing being helium balloon, it doesn't fall to the ground.
Oh, you're so smart,
I dropped my helium balloon. Now, what you said is incorrect. Completely incorrect. But by saying that there is no buoyancy, it works only on water because
I doubt you even have a helium balloon. I know you're lying. You're you're lying.
No shit. Now
You're lying.
dropped that helium balloon. I'm not lying. I dropped a helium balloon billions of times in my life, so I know what helium balloon will do, even if it has a certain mass.
Helium is lighter than air. That's why.
Even if you weight that rubber that is making the helium balloon empty, you will weight, for example, 50 grams. That's a measurement of weight.
I just answered you. Helium is lighter than air. That's why it floats to the top.
So it means that something which is less dense and then the environment, which or the medium, which is
Yeah, the
air,
helium is
can
less dense
flow.
than air.
Nice. So now it will be the opposite for something more dense than the air or than the medium around it. It will fall. So there is nothing as gravity.
This is physically
There's a simple misunderstanding, but he.
this is physically wrong. Just because in the example you provided, buoyancy force is greater than the gravity force. Therefore, the helium balloon floats to the top. That does not mean that gravity does not exist, because in physics you have something called the net force, F net. The forces cancel out because they're opposite directions.
That helium balloon will do the same thing in the equator as in the northern hemisphere if you go toward the center of the pole. So now if you get closer, it must change, but it doesn't change. Guess what? Because the centrifugal force that will cancel the gravitational force in the equator will be so much less, more and more closer to the center, where it will be zero. Forgot that? So the helium balloon will do the same thing. There is no cancellation in the air.
Bro, I'm honestly speechless. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, simple math, like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You should study some physics courses in college.
In order to have something like helium rise through a fluid medium, you need gravity to create your density tower gradient first, so it can rise through the densest layers.
Okay, so you can create a density layer without a container? With just gravity? Can you do an experiment to show me that?
Without gravity?
Can
Hello?
you
Can
show
you make
me
a
your
density?
claim?
No, listen. Oh my God. Listen. Can you make a density tower gradient without gravity?
Yes, I can do a density tower gradient inside a container, which you can't do it with just gravity without a container.
Can you
Because
do that
you know
in outer
what?
space?
Gases, the antecedent for gas pressure is a container, not space, vacuum of space, where we will have just gases attracted to a ball, fakely attracted to the ball, because we know that gas is never attracted to the ground, because you never measure zero pressure on a vacuum chamber, even if there are just few gas molecules.
Gases closest to the surface
No.
measure an air pressure of 14.7 psi. And guess what? That's consistent. It never flies away. What's causing that density gradient to stay where it is?
Like I told you, for gas pressure gradient, which is A, and before delta A, which is gas pressure gradient, for the gas pressure, the antecedent is a container. So to obtain, first thing to obtain that gas pressure gradient I can show you, we're taking just a container, cooling the bottom of the container, heating the top of the container, and I can show you a gas pressure gradient with just temperature.
You're going to cool the bottom and heat the top to make a density gradient? Do you think that's what's happening on Earth? That's what creates the density gradient on Earth?
Don't you think that the gas, hot gases rises up? You don't know that. No, you don't know that.
Yes, because
you're proclaiming something
they're less
interesting.
dense
You're saying
because
in
of PV equals in RT,
flat
which
Earth
is not the gas
model that the top is.
So
Yeah,
there
you
is
think
no
the top is hotter than the bottom or something? Like, I don't know what you're saying.
The gas
The reason
molecule,
why this is interesting. I
the
need to
gas
understand
molecule
this
in the
model.
top have more kinetic energy. That's why they have more push against each other. They push each other, so they have more distance, so they have less pressure. You measure less pressure.
They
That's what
determined
happened.
that.
That's what
They
happened
determined that by
when
going
the
in higher
gas
altitudes.
molecules get more kinetic energy. But what you measure there is just the emptiness between the gas molecules, because you have less and less gas to molecules to measure the temperature on. So the temperature that you will have is just the emptiness on that temperature measuring device that you use.
All the information you're saying is based on NASA probing space.
And you know that the kinetic on the gas molecules is related to the temperature of those gas molecules. So they get more kinetic energy when they are hot.
Yeah, the proposed temperature and the proposed pressure of the higher layers of the atmosphere is based on NASA probing thousands of miles away.
But
so all the information you're saying, like, do you trust the data from those probes?
No, I trust the experiment. Like I told you, I can show you gas pressure gradient inside
things thousands of miles into the sky.
I can show you
then you
gas
trust
pressure.
the fact that
Listen,
satellites.
Listen, I can show you gas pressure gradient inside the container is in temperature, but you can't show me gas pressure gradient using gravity without a container. Just attracting the gas molecules and creating 14 psi in 1 millimeter of the container, the rest of the container will be just 2 centimeters from the base of the container. That is just that gradient of gas, and the rest, the 99% of the container will be just near perfect vacuum, negative to the 13. So can you show me that? Here on the surface, I'll give you the opportunity to do it here on the surface where you have the most gravitational pull. I don't ask you to do it in the space or high altitude. Here on the surface, you have the most gravitational pull. Can you show me what you are believing in?
No, the burden of proof is on you.
I can show you an experiment.
You need to bring it yourself. Hello, I'm speaking. Can you hear me, please? Thank you.
So
you need to
I can, yes, I have the burden of proof about.
Listen. Oh, I'm in the middle of it. Stop. Please hold on. You need to bring a sealed container to where there is no gravity and show me that heat is going to cause the gas molecules to rise and create your density tower gradient. Where
You're breaking up, bro. Jesse, you're breaking up.
The proof is on you.
There is, you have to know something. There is already no gravity, and the burden of proof of gravity is not on me, because the burden of proof is on the one believing that the unicorn exists, aka gravity. So if you think that that shit exists, till the moment that you will prove the existence of gravity and doing the isolation of everything, showing us the manipulation of that independent variable which that you are saying, I don't know what you believe, the mass attracting mass or the bending of space and time, till the moment that you will prove that it's not
gravity
real.
is going to happen to you in outer space. So go to outer space and show me your density tower gradient.
Go to outer space. Oh yeah, you're telling me to go to Narnia? That fictional.
Jesse, wait, pause, people, pause for 1 second, okay? There's, I just realized there's been a misunderstanding. Jesse, Necros is a flat earther. Necros, Jesse is also a flat earther. You guys were having initially a conversation with Stux because he's a global
don't need your help. Sorry. Nope, don't speak for me. Thanks.
All right.
Jesse, are you a
I'm not a flat earther. No, you're mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh, then why are you telling him to? Okay, what?
It didn't go through all this.
You're great. No worries.
Yes, he was defending the gravity. That gravity is real. I told him, till the moment that you will prove the gravity is real, this container containing that gas pressure gradient have no gravity effect on it apart. That temperature
on the surface of Earth, we observe the average. Yeah. Okay.
Listen,
on the surface of Earth,
I'm not done already. That apart that temperature differential, because if I leave the container there, they will. It won't create that gas pressure gradient just by waiting for the gravity to do the job. If I don't change the temperature of those gas molecules.
Okay, are you gonna let me respond? Wow.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You're rambling. Go ahead.
I'm waiting.
The burden of proof is on you. Okay, everywhere on Earth, we observe the average 9.81 meters per second. You're saying that that is not the cause for heat rising. That the cause for heat rising is something heating it up at the top or something heating up at the bottom. You said something strange. I can't even picture the model. I'm picturing like a gigantic grill in the sky, and you think like the molecules are just getting cooked in the air somewhere. Okay, no, it's observable that the higher you go in altitude, there's a decrease in temperature. Okay. You're saying that the cause for the temperature gradient and the cause for the density gradient is because of a container. So go to where there's no 9.81 meters per second average and show me. If the cause is not gravity, 9.81 meters per second downward vector,
it's the
then go ahead and find a place where that's not happening and show me.
It's the specific gravity, like I explained earlier, when something is less dense than the environment or the medium around it, it will fall. When it's something is less dense than the environment or the medium, it will rise. That's the density and buoyancy equilibrium. Gravity, till this moment, it's just what the word that you are saying. It was never proved, and
due to
it didn't
gravity.
show me anything to prove that gravity that you're talking about, which is mass or attracting mass or the bending of space-time. I don't know what you believe. So for the moment, you didn't prove any one of them. Not the bending of space and time, neither the mass attracting
We're not
mass.
proving the
So
cause.
you
We
want
know the
me
effect.
to believe
Okay?
that
The effect is downward acceleration.
The impacts along Florida's Big Bend, but it's those feeder bands are with your potential for rotation, any of those containing.
So no, it's not exact number. Not everything falls at that speed. Like I told you, when you release gas, gas won't fall at that speed. It means that gas is not affected by anything.
What causes buoyancy?
What you are believing.
What causes the density tower gradient for your light material to float up through?
The difference.
Like you're saying that buoyancy is not gravity. Okay, so gravity is an effect. We're not trying to identify the cause. We've identified that there is, in fact, a downward vector of 9.8 meters per second. Okay, that's gravity. That's an effect. I'm not trying to identify the cause.
It's not the case. Not everything falls at that number. It's not a constant. Just try to verify it. I think that you just heard the word.
Actually, in a vacuum, yes.
But it's not a constant.
It is true. In a vacuum, these things do fall at the
They
same rate.
created a tool called gravitometer, and that shit give you the difference of the speed of everything falling. And dependent to the location, dependent to so many variables, and they create.
So gravimeters work. So what do you think they're detecting? They're detecting gravity.
No, it's just the density and buoyancy. Those gas molecules and those gas molecules inside that gravitometer didn't fall to the floor of gravitometer and give you just the rest in the top gauge, because they put the top gauge, the gauge of the measurement of the gas pressure in the top. In the top gauge, it will give you 0, but it doesn't.
Okay.
It will never give you 0.
The most powerful gravity sensors in the world.
Do you know
the
why?
most powerful
Because
gravity
gas
sensors in the world.
No, wait.
They put a cesium atom in a cold chamber, and they drop it with like a little puddle of water underneath the chamber. Not
Crops, can you relax, man? Come on, you're like you are on your Ritalin or something. Just relax, make a statement, and listen, and then make a rebuttal. Stop talking over everyone, man. It's the audio chaos.
I'm waiting for him to at least admit the fact that not everything fall at that fake constant that they told us. It's not constant either. We are talking just about the speed.
Dude.
Now we're still talking about this.
Let me respond to your shit.
Go ahead.
What the fuck? You suck. There's already a density tower gradient, right? If things were to accelerate at 9.81 meters per second towards the Earth, with some fluid medium in the way, it's going to create resistance. It's not going to fall towards the Earth, right? That's what happens to helium balloons and air bubbles underwater. There's resistance from the density tower gradient because the density of the water, has already accelerated towards the Earth.
It didn't.
Okay, you already have a density tower gradient that's creating a buoyant force. That density tower gradient was created by gravity, which is an effect. I don't care about the cause. Don't need a cause.
Can I ask you, Jesse, one question?
It never did. That
Hold on,
those
Necro
gas
wants to ramble.
molecules, just wait. Those gas molecules were never attracted to the ground. Gravity never ever attracts, even if we assume that gravity exists. That shit doesn't follow with gas molecules because gas molecules don't follow any specific vector. That's the information that you will have to put in your mind first. It doesn't follow any specific vector. They go everywhere inside the volume that is containing them. Second thing, it does need a container. So it's not just free space, nothingness all the way.
Inside a container. Right?
So-
It'll find its place in the density tower gradient within the container.
No, it won't, because if you create a near perfect vacuum in a vacuum chamber, you will never measure.
The top is going to be less dense than the bottom, dude.
You will never, if you leave just few molecules when you just evacuate the rest of the gas in a vacuum chamber, you will leave it near perfect vacuum, you won't be able to create a perfect vacuum, and those gas molecules will always give you measurements in the top gas. It means that those things are not falling to the ground.
Someone else
That
was trying to
measurement
jump in, bro. You gotta give space. You gotta let other people speak.
Go ahead. Now
Someone
talk
was
with
trying
me.
to jump. I guess not. They don't care.
I didn't hear if you said anything because you both spoke at the same time for an instant. Did you ask me if I had a question for you? Because I did have one for you.
Yeah.
How can a weaker force, aka gravity, control everything on Earth if there is a stronger force, aka electromagnetism, that governs everything up to thousands of miles? Everything is governed by electromagnetism.
Yeah, these forces, they don't cancel each other out, right? They're just both acting at the same time.
Well, but like, here's the thing, right? If let's say me and you were, let's mention this whole like boxing thing that's supposed to happen or whatever, Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. If me and you were at the side, right, watching that fight at the same time, real life, and me and you see Mike Tyson like just giving one of his beast punches to the Paul and knocking him out, right? Would you say that Mike Tyson's punch was the force that knocked him out because that is the primary force, or would you say that it's the force of the air hitting Paul's face that knocked him out because that's the weaker force? No, you would say that it's the stronger force, correct?
Yeah.
So why then invoke gravity, which is the weaker force?
Why invoke it? Because it's happening.
Well, I don't know, man. If you take a Van de Graaff generator and connect it to an aluminum sheet of paper and make an aluminum triangle, put a negative charge through the wire into the sheet, the triangle is going to levitate and defy gravity. Is it defying gravity, or is it defying the electrostatic charge or electromagnetic charge of the Earth? Same thing with a balloon. If I rub it off, sorry.
You want to identify if you're manipulating gravity rather than electromagnetism, right? So you can do this in a Faraday cage. Go ahead and try to see if there's still a gravitational constant inside of a vacuum in a Faraday cage. Guess what? They did it for you, and they observed gravity already.
Faraday cage are
Let me ask you this 1 second.
electromagnetic signal canceller, not electrostatic signal canceller. Faraday cage, it's EM canceller, not
Yeah.
ES.
And secondly, sorry.
Act in your experiment and identify what's causing gravity. Yeah, they did a Cavendish experiment inside of a Faraday cage, truly trying to eliminate all electromagnetic forces.
But they didn't they didn't eliminate electrostatic forces, and everything on Earth, every single element has electrostatic potential, which is a potential to be charged. And you also have 100-volt increase every meter off 1 meter off upwards you go off the ground. So there is a pressure gradient. Roughly, it's 100 volts per meter if you go upwards.
And they use LED.
But eventually,
they use LED, and also they say that they are grounded, but they didn't know that those LEDs are different sizes, so it will take longer to ground the bigger one than the smaller one, because the potential of energy that is around them is in the air around them, which is hitting the surface of the LED rather than the middle of the LED.
You can just put some copper wire on a drone and connect it up to the receiver, and you can measure it, man. Like, it's that easy. This is and even if it's not, let's just say it's not 100 volts. Let's say it's an average of 100. The pressure gradient still exists, and for a pressure gradient to exist, you need two Gaussian surfaces, which a heliocentric model can never create.
Yeah, the same as the container of gas. Yeah.
Gaussian surfaces have nothing to do with creating a pressure gradient. It's creating
Excuse me?
That same Gaussian
electrostatics, bro.
Create magnetic.
It's that Gaussian surface would be the same as the container holding the gases inside. It's a physical thing. Yeah, you have a problem with two things. You are violating the second law of thermodynamics.
Go show me the Gaussian surface in the sky.
This is the problem.
That's your burden.
This is the problem. You are violating the second law of thermodynamics, which is in our side, because we never said that there is something containing the gas. We never said that there is something containing the gas other than a container. But you guys say that. You never showed any experiment that can show us a gradient of gas with.
On to the electromagnetic thing. Now you're talking about gas pressure. The fuck, dude?
Yeah, it's related. That Gaussian surface, which is
First off, you can measure the volts per meter going up. Yeah. It's not an absolute 100 volts per meter. People that run around saying that, you need to check them, and you need to go get.
And neither is 9.8, but you say 9.8 as an average, bro. Come on, don't be a hypocrite, bro.
In a vacuum, it is 9.8 meters per second. Like, they drop ping pong and bowling balls in vacuums.
No,
in a vacuum, you also have electrostatics and electromagnetism. So you can't say that it's gravity because you have two other forces applying to it.
Dude, if electromagnetism was causing you to move 9.8 meters per second, you would be fried like a piece of bacon.
Just listen.
You have no idea what I'm talking about. No idea of anything, honestly. But hey,
don't repeat that.
Okay, do you understand that electromagnetism is going to be the force causing you to move downwards?
Let's do it. You want to play this game? If you were to go through, if you were to travel through outer space, through the Van Allen belt in an aluminum alloy spaceship or module, the entire spacecraft would be melted and burned to nothingness. And yet people did it because logic, right? You guys have a molten magma core spinning around some copper and right, that is creating this electromagnetic field, and yet every single magnet loses all magnetic properties at 60 degrees Celsius and above. It's called the Curie point. Another fact of physics that is just being broken because why the fuck not?
But wait, I won't even go with him to those sides, because I will just stay with him with that 9.8. It doesn't affect everything. So gas molecules don't fall at 9.8.
Okay, let's get back to the Curie point. Do you understand what that is?
That? No.
Let's just take one small thing. The Curie point you're bringing up is just complete misrepresentation of what that is. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, that the gas
Oh, the Curry
molecules are
point. No,
falling to the
1
ground.
second. The Curry point is at which point any magnet will lose its I can't even say the word right now. Pardon me, but
Magnetic
that word
properties is what you want to say.
Yes, thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's just wrong. That's not what it is.
Mm.
Try again.
One more time.
Yeah, that's you saying.
No, you're wrong. That's not what it is. Some magnetic materials lose their magnetic properties when heated. That so does magnetic materials which can have their electron configuration reoriented. For example, iron, right, can be magnetized if you expose it to a large magnet. What happens in that situation is the electrons get oriented along with the magnetic poles temporarily. Heating iron to the Curie point will demagnetize it. But natural magnets whose electrons are oriented in a crystalline structure, right, naturally, they will not be subject to Curie point and will maintain no matter what the temperature is. For example, nickel.
Are you sure? I'll actually check on it. I'll do an experiment.
Yeah, he's sure. He will show us an experiment that is already done because I believe that he is talking from knowledge, not just a belief, or talking from ignorance, because he will show us the experiment that pulled lava of a certain material. Show us, please. I hate stories. Guys, you don't understand this simple sentence.
I posted a link to the Curie point in the chat, so you can read it.
They pulled lava.
I'm going to read it. Thank you very much. And I also have to go. Thank you for the beautiful conversation. Much love.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Piggy.
But he gave no pushback on the buoyant force thing. I think he understands that that's a debunked argument.
Right, so we have an agreed upon downward bias that is on average around 9.8. It's not exact, but they did agree upon that as an average speed things fall in a vacuum, right? So you're saying the cause is gravity, right? Or you're saying the observation is being caused by gravity.
I still don't agree with everything.
Gravity is the downward acceleration that's an effect.
No. We're observing things falling at roughly the same speed in a vacuum. Gas particles, which don't seem to adhere to that.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Those gas particles, those gas molecules won't fall to the floor of that vacuum chamber at 9.8 any moment. Even if you leave that vacuum chamber days just resting there, you won't ever measure perfect vacuum in the top of the container, but at the floor of the container, just the gases fall there because of gravity. You won't be able to have that. Because of what? Gas molecules don't follow that specific vector. The gas molecules will go everywhere, bouncing everywhere, like that DVD logo that you have in the screensaver of DVD, bouncing in the screen. They will do the exact thing against all the walls of that container, which is the vacuum chamber. That is the second law of in the second law of thermodynamics. That is the behavior of gases. That is gas pressure. Gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas molecules upon the walls of its container. Because why? They don't follow the vector. Why? It's difficult for people to understand that. So meaning
because there's resistance. The atmosphere surrounding the gas molecules
in vacuum chamber, in a vacuum chamber, in a vacuum chamber.
Dude, I just listened to you, bro. Now I'm trying to respond.
I'm telling you, respond about those gases not being in the middle, not being in the middle of a gradient of gases, just inside a vacuum chamber. Few gas molecules that won't ever fall to the bottom or the floor of that vacuum chamber. There is no surrounding. You pulled everything. You left few molecules, why they don't fall.
Okay, if you're saying that in a sealed container, why aren't all the gas molecules bouncing around like you're describing?
What?
If Earth is in a hermetically sealed chamber, then why aren't all the gas molecules flying around and not equalizing?
Because the difference of temperature. When you come here to the ground, the gas molecules are already produced majorly from here. So when they are heated, they will rise up. And the other gases that are less dense, like for example, hydrogen, helium, nitrogen, those gases are less dense than the shit that is around you, which is particles of water that you won't find above the cloud, the highest cloud layer. You won't find particles of water,
gases.
no matter
There
what.
are gases near Earth's surface that are dense. And then the gases that you see rise are less dense than the gases in the bottom of the tower, right? The bottom of the density tower gradient in the atmosphere. Okay.
Yes, correct.
So that's why they
the
rise.
density layer.
Because there are gas molecules that are already being pulled down that are more dense.
No. Oh my God. No.
I got nothing,
That's
dude. This
the
is how it's
density
understood
layer,
by.
and that's the density layer of gases, different gases with different densities or different temperature, the different temperature differential inside the damn container. So the antecedent, you forget, the antecedent is the container. So everything that you are seeing here is only explainable within a container. You can't contain gas with something else other than yeah, I can prove it. I can show you gas pressure inside the container.
On you. Hello.
Yes.
The burden.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, and I can prove it. I can show you gas pressure inside the container, and I can show you gas pressure gradient inside the container. You can't show me gas pressure gradient created by gravity alone without a container. Go ahead.
Stop repeating yourself. God damn, dude. The burden of proof is on you to show me that the cause for the density tower gradient in the atmosphere is due to a container. Can you do that?
Yes, I can show you. I can show you that. Listen, I can show you that the only way possible to have gas pressure, then to have gas pressure gradient, is only by having a container. I can show you that. It's not impossible. It's not so difficult. I can show you gas pressure inside the container. You can't now. Because I can't prove it, I can prove to you that gas pressure can't happen only inside the container.
About it. Go ahead and prove it. Prove the container.
Okay. So let's show you first gas pressure inside the container.
Are you carrying your gas in a bucket? Like you have a gas for your grill, right? Does it have a container?
Wait, I will shut him down.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy.
We're not talking about propane, dude.
Why?
We're talking about outside.
Outside? What do you mean outside?
The atmosphere.
Atmosphere.
You don't know.
Meaning gas or vapor and a shape, sphere, atmosphere. Does gas have a shape, sir?
Gas will fill and become the shape of whatever container it's in.
Exactly. Okay. So now we have proved the fact that gas pressure fills the container. Very simple.
Yeah, it's literally in the formula.
It has to be contained.
All right, so what about when I release gas into the atmosphere and it just swirls around and entropy ensues? What do you think is containing that gas?
What do I think? That's the hard thing to prove.
At the shape of the container,
Listen,
gas
brother.
wisps around the atmosphere. What's containing that?
That's the question we're trying to answer.
There is no container.
Certainly a container.
In your head right now, can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's your positive claim, right? Now you have to prove to me that you can contain gas in a vacuum without filling up the vacuum. Do you see how hard that is to prove?
What is a vacuum to you?
What is a vacuum to me? According to the mainstream science, vacuum is the cosmic vacuum that are surrounding us, aka space or outer space.
Okay, that doesn't constitute what a vacuum is.
What is a vacuum according to you?
A lower pressure system causing gas molecules to move towards it.
A smaller pressure system towards what? The vacuum?
Yeah, it's the pressure differential causing gas molecules to move towards the lower pressure system.
I don't understand. Like, how can
we observe that everywhere on Earth?
We observe what everywhere on Earth?
Pressure differentials.
The vacuum.
Yeah, when I asked you what a vacuum is, you said outer space, and I'm like, okay, that's not exactly what a vacuum is.
Okay, what is a vacuum to you? Can you just describe what you're talking about so we get our, bearings right? Are you talking about like when you
a difference in pressure?
Like
a difference in pressure causes the gas molecules to move from one system to another.
That's not what a vacuum is.
What do you think it is?
We're talking about a Go ahead, Gilly.
Not us. We can't define it for you. You have to be able to define a vacuum if you keep invoking it.
Sure, you asked me what I thought it was. Now you tell me what you think it is.
Okay. Whoever jumped in, I don't see who was talking. So please.
That was me. Look, Jesse, we're talking about similar to a vacuum chamber, right? So deep space is claimed to be a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, which is much more powerful than a simple vacuum chamber that we can make here on Earth. You're not able to show a gas pressure gradient within a vacuum chamber that we have here on Earth, right? In a smaller demonstration, practical demonstration. Obviously, if you have a gas pressure system...
No, you're going into the weeds.
Hold on a second.
Slow down.
Oh, I'm not going into the weeds at all, actually.
I don't need to hear this shit. Garbage gobbledygook. Because when a flat earther talks about vacuum, about vacuum,
Jesse, don't make me mute
they're
you. Bro.
talking
I don't want to mute you.
About gas escaping.
All right, well, you're forcing me to mute you, dude. Look, I was mid-sentence and you just jumped in.
You don't gotta be a retard about it.
No, I'm not being a retard about it. I was explaining gas pressure, which I can cite, and I can. You're talking over me again, dude. Look, I can see that you got banned from the room yesterday by Kembo or someone else. Don't make it happen again. I'm being very polite with you. I just wanted to finish my sentence.
And censor people. Go ahead.
No, it's not censoring. You're just talking straight over the top of me. You just called me a retard.
You do not need to explain what a vacuum is right now. You're wasting time.
Hey,
I will
Jesse.
tell you right now, flat earthers
Hey,
believe.
Jesse. He's getting ready to censor you. Hey, Jesse. He's getting ready to censor you, and you deserve it, frankly. When you call people a name like that, the R word, you deserve censorship. In fact, I'm kind of shocked that he hasn't already for using the R word.
I don't care. Retarded. I don't care. Anyway, the difference in pressure, that's what flat earthers think a vacuum is.
Yeah, and he left after you muted him. Look at him, like a weasel.
He was looking for an escape, I think.
Yeah. What a shame, man.
Yeah, it's so sad, man. We were talking about a very interesting thing, and we were like, he was in a corner, and then he goes into the retard and whatever, you know. It's fundamental in their model that there's a cosmic vacuum. Something is falling through this cosmic vacuum at these speeds, you know. And as soon as you try to ask them what is a vacuum, they don't have any fucking clue what a vacuum is. That's something my mother uses when she's cleaning my room.
And he'll probably come back again with the exact same argument next time, and then once he gets cornered again, he'll do the same thing and get muted again, and like NPC reset that guy every day.
So why not just mute him as soon as he comes around then?
I was giving him a chance.
Well, you're too nice of a guy, I think.
Well, I was hoping that he would let me explain myself, you know, but he knew where it was going. He's been there before, and he knows it doesn't end well for their side when it comes to trying to demonstrate this on a smaller scale. It's not possible for them to do.
No way. There's no way they can demonstrate it.
What's up, Vom? How you doing, man? You listening in? Vom's the only Globertha in here, I think. Still a Globertha?
Probably is.
Vom's good to talk to. Very respectful, polite, listens. Booger Smoker's not too bad either. Booger Smoker was hot mic. You there, Booger Smoker?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just doing some work. I was just listening in.
No worries, man.
We got a hurricane coming here.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it'll be here a couple hours. It'll start.
Coriolis.
How strong is this hurricane?
I'm not sure. It varies so much, and you know the path changes so much. They can never really predict exactly what they're gonna do. But I think by the time it's gonna hit my area, it should be like a Cat 3 or 4, something like that.
Okay, wow. Okay. Are you prepared?
Yeah. I've been in Florida for my whole life, so this is as normal as it can be. It's not going to hit my area directly. It seems like it's going to kind of we're going to get the outskirts of it this time. It's going to head straight up to like Louisiana and Georgia.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I mean, it's good for us, but not good for the Georgians, but well, I'll take it.
Oh, always this time of year, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. After, I think it's August until November is hurricane season, usually. That's usually when it comes.
Exactly. Yeah, this question is always a very interesting one because, like, if you have a vacuum and you have a candle, does the candle keep burning in a vacuum? Doesn't it snuff out because there's no oxygen in it?
Yep, most certainly.
And then we have the sun, according to their NASA, CGI, whatever, Hollywood production. This infinite little gas star shooting fire. In a what's the number for the negative Tor vacuum we're talking about here?
10 to the negative 17 Tor is deep space.
Exactly. like if
I
you're
don't
a
think they
physicist,
can.
like, what the
Yeah, I
fuck
don't think
are
they
you
can
talking?
replicate. I don't think they can replicate that here on Earth.
No, they have these vacuum chambers and Brian Cox is throwing down feathers and bowling balls, making their little Royal Society BBC documentaries about their Kabbalistic cosmology. You know, it's just funny.
Well, when you believe in balls, when you love balls, what else do you do?
Of my ball.
You know, and they've alleged that even atoms are balls. So the idea of the ball goes right back to their basic central tenet of scientism.
The thing with me, that this was one of the things that really, I like when I heard first about flat Earth, I was like, no, everything becomes balls in nature. I actually said that out loud, and then I was thinking about like when you create like a soap bubble, it becomes a ball, and then I realized like there's a limit to what science can see, or a scientist can see using tools. It's either a telescope or a microscope, right? And there's a limit. You can't see an atom.
My own understanding and assumption about the creation is that it is following a wonderful pattern, which you will never find that specific geometry like a sphere or that perfect cube in the whole creation, in the entire creature. For example, humans, animals, fishes, birds, plants, trees, the earth itself, and the sky. They can't have that spherical shape, but the components, the parts that are composing that entire creature, independent of itself, the components can be spherical. Like, for example, you will be able to find eyes. If we can take it to the cell, like cells, testicle, that hexagonal shape in the rooms of the entire kingdom of the bees, because the entire kingdom have not a specific shape, but those specific rooms can have that hexagonal thing. The mountain can't have that spherical or typical shape, but you can find some irons or crystals in those mountains that can have that shape, like the squares in that ignite crystal that have a cubic shape, or quartz that have the hexagonal typical shape of crystalline. So yeah, that's my idea of the creation. The entire creature can't have a specific form, but the components can. So the Earth itself, it can't have that specific shape, but those things in the sky that are wandering stars, like they called them before, and it's not a problem. They're just part of the whole thing. They are like light bulbs in the room. The floor is flat. Well, can have that spherical shape. It's not a problem. It's a part of the thing.
Excellent point, Nick.
And the creator, he is really wise. I give it to him. I submit to that intelligence, high quality of intelligence that he has. Wiseness. Gas molecules are the single thing in the entire creation that need to be contained because they are really wild. They go everywhere and you can't stop them. They can go 8 mile apart like they claim in that outer space, in that near perfect vacuum. They claim that each gas molecule is like 8 mile apart of the other one. So they really go wild. So you need to contain them. It's like that oil or that shock absorber in cars or motorcycles. You can't squish it from one side. You can't. You have to have physical force pushing against that shit from both sides to make it squish, to make that thing absorb that shock. That's what why it was made for. So it's like those gas molecules. You need, if you want them to, if we want to pressurize them, so it means that you want to make less space between each molecule. If we consider that model of gas molecule like they depicted, let's take it like that. If you want to make those gas molecules closer to each other, so aka pressurize them, you need to contain them in a complete closed system. Doesn't work in a cup like water, like the type of fluids. Water in its liquid state, like the other gases, would behave if you cool them enough and turn them to the liquid phase. They will just do the same thing. You can put it in a cup inside a vacuum. That's not a problem. It will start to boil, but it will sit in the bottom. But the gas molecules don't behave like that. So the creator is wise enough to make that container thing to enclose them and to squish them. And it's not a problem to have that gradient. Different gas densities, that's one, and different temperature. The gases that are hot, they will go up. That's normal, and that can't happen anywhere else other than inside the container. The same container. I don't want to talk again about that electricity thing, but yeah, I'm with that idea. I'm adopting that idea, but some people hate it. Even flat earthers, they hate that idea when we talk about the electricity. That's why when I talk with the globers, I just use that specific gravity. It's enough, really enough. It's following a normal pattern of creation, a three-dimensional existence. What does it need? A three-dimensional axis of existence: high, up, down, left, right, forward, backward. That's the three axes that I know about. So the globers, they don't have that. They have those three axes in different direction, in different places. My three axes, my up and down, is not the same as the one in 1,000 mile, 100 mile away from me. He will have a different 3D axis, a different up and down. That's even not talked about those who are below us, below my feet. They have complete opposite one. But in reality, we know that this world is created on three-dimensional axis. That's what we use in three-dimensional softwares that just imitating this reality. Up, down, left, right. Yeah, anti-globalist. You can make a diagram about how the unicorn farts rainbow. Explain that there is that prism like, in the horn that absorb the light and take it through an optical fiber that is going on the neck of that unicorn and its spine to its anus, and when the light exit that optical fiber line, just rainbow. It will make rainbow. That's why unicorns fart rainbow. You can put it in a diagram to him. It's better than a photo, and he will accept it as a reality.
Hello.
Hello, my guys. I'm gay.
And I am too. Holy smokes.
Bro, you're mumbling. I can't even hear you. What are you saying?
What is up? I'm saying, how is your day going?
And what is down? Good.
How's your day going, nigga?
Он на пингвина похож. Помнишь?
What are you saying? What do you say the
Hey.
N-word for?
Yeah, dude. By the way, have anyone told you that you look like a fucking penguin?
Where do you see that?
Your profile picture.
My profile picture looks like a penguin.
Yeah, it does.
How?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you even know how a penguin looks like?
Yeah, I do. Like your profile picture.
Wow. Very intelligent guy. I see.
Yeah, dude.
So who's your
I'm
friend in the
very
background moaning?
My friend is he's a homosexual.
My friend died.
Well, I feel
He
bad
is
for you, man.
really fond of saying something every night.
I'm gay. I'm bi. I'm transgender. I have a car.
How old are you guys?
Hear his
15?
fucking voice.
Actually.
Are you guys 15?
No, we are 16. If you please.
My name is Chocopie.
My friend goes by many names. Chocopie, Churka, Obiuda, Kuyoba.
Nice.
Right.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Inch rolling up the waves. Half an inch. That's nothing compared to the Great Lakes. Just rolling. We have flat water lots of times.
Yeah, but
a lot of times we have 10-foot waves out there too, so that's a little scary.
Okay, so are you saying, okay, so a lake not having waves versus the ocean having waves, is there a difference here? Like both should be just flatly calm.
I know that because there's some waves, I can't. That sea level's not sea level.
I'm just confused. Like you said, the Great Lakes, and it's calm on the Great Lakes, right? Is it calm waters, like flat waters?
Water.
I'm reading my work shit right now. Hold on.
Water. It's flat water. Water. Go ahead, say what you want to say, man.
So you can't have flat and level water on a ball, especially a spinning one.
No, you can't. Water. 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 Oh, is this thing on? So fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Like, it's water. It's fucking water. Water seeks its own level. Water does what it does. You cannot have a fucking spinning ball water. You cannot reproduce it. You cannot experiment it. You cannot fucking recreate it. It does what it does.
Mr. Jester, is the water in your body flat?
What?
You have water in your body, you know that?
What are you talking about, my body? You like my body.
Flat? Is it leveled up? Where's the level where your water is in your body?
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
In your semicircular canals in your ears.
So you
Hey, I got this.
So now you're going to act like an idiot? Is that what happened?
Water.
I'm just curious. I'm just eating chips. Sorry.
Yeah, in the semicircular canals in your ear, that's where the water's level. As soon as it tilts one way or the other, or it gets jumbled up, you know instantly that you're off balance, that your body's positioned a different way in space. So that's where the water's level in your ears.
Always.
Wait, but that's in your ears. What about like the water?
Yeah, in your ears. In your ears.
That's the only place that water exists.
Yeah, PMAC, give me a second here, okay?
Go ahead.
You asked where it was. Where is it level? Where at? Are you able to understand anything presented to you at all?
Yep, that's exactly.
Hold on, let me.
Okay, try again. In your ears, okay? That's where water's level. In your ears, okay? Where is it level?
You're saying in your ears.
Okay, and you understand this or you don't understand it?
I understand it.
Okay, so now you got to run this back through your logic as to why you didn't know this to begin with. This is like 7th grade health class.
I'm saying.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Yeah, dude, you're eating on mic. You're disgusting, dude.
Yeah,
he
gave up when water's flat and level and you can't argue against it, and then he just spiraled after that. Then we went to water, how flat is the water in your body, and he's just gave up and eaten on the mic. That's what happens to these Globers.
Yeah, like the water in my body. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, it's water. I mean, how obvious do we have to make it? It's a large spinning ball.
You know,
Spinning ball, eh?
if we could go out and see the water was actually curved, people would be using that like for things. Like you would have to put spotters out there whenever you got people borrowing your rental equipment because all you have to do is go past that one little line and you're gone. They can't see you anymore.
It's water, bro. It's the biggest fucking. It's the biggest thing that brings people to flat Earth more than anything. Is water. Prove water bound. Prove it. Oh, you can't. Okay. Good night. Any more trolls?
Isn't it crazy how we literally use water in our body to navigate the earth that is mostly made out of water and to understand if the ground is level and flat? Like, without the water in the ear, we could not know that we're spinning or that we're standing still.
Yeah, but you don't have water in your ear.
Hmm?
Do you have water in your ear?
It's a liquid. I don't know if it's directly water.
They call it.
Isn't it a liquid?
No, I don't think you have liquid in your ear. I could be wrong. Oh, it is a fluid. Sorry. Airline sensors.
Yeah, it's like a channel, 3 channels, and they're all filled with fluid. It's actually kind of insane how it works. It's really insane, especially when you think about the scale of the matter. It's like this very, very, very little thing in your ear is almost as important as your legs, or I mean, actually, important the same as your legs. Crazy.
Like a. Anyway. Doctor. Why is Epsilon burned? Why is Epsilon red, Mike? Let that fellow talk. Come on now.
Yo, is it you, Beer Man?
It's me. Yes, Beer Man. I am Beer Man.
How you doing, man?
I think Epsilon was eating on Mike.
Oh, yeah. We don't like that. Yeah, I hate that.
Maybe he's finished with eating his mic. Who knows?
Epsilon, you finished? So, what is the one proof of Rover? What? It's a gateway to far more harder drugs. Drugs.
I think his goose was cooked as soon as he started telling everyone they're Marxists.
Well, not only was he saying that he's a Marxist, but he was saying that we're all Marxists as well.
Oh, yeah. I used to post something on Facebook after get rid of it. I think people just have to accept the facts. Like, the fact is that there's no spinning ball. That's basically a fact. It's very easy to prove.
Well, it's bound to a lot of emotions, man. So it's not easy to let the ball go, you know.
Ball go. Yeah, if you know, yeah, and emotions. I think the world is far easier to navigate without even stoicism. Stoicism. It's pretty good. But we're way past the point of fucking spinning balls. Like, that's for retards.
Space is fake.
Awesome. Possibly. What do you think, OG? The space fake?
Absolutely.
100%?
Yeah, the outer space kind of spinny ball planets and all that stuff. It's cartoon world.
Yeah.
Like you guys aren't really like saying there's actual photos of a globe Earth from satellites or planets. And they're all spherical and things like that, right? That's not a part of the body of evidence, right?
FB?
No, don't do that to yourself.
Oh, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. We're just way past the point, man. There's no return from this shit. See now, how do you say this? How crazy is the Mandela effect? Oh, I can't do it. Like, it's sort of goals and other kinds of goals and all kinds of goals. It's just not, the world is not what you think it is. I think it's far worse. Anyway.
Well, wouldn't that be a flat earther's perspective, right? The world isn't what we're being told it is. Is that because they're telling us it's a ball and they flew to space and landed on the moon and they have a rover driving around Mars. It's been up there for almost 10 years or something, sending us back pictures. So wouldn't that be kind of like our motto?
It would. It would. It would. It would be. But how do they do it? Well, you get a bunch of people that earn a bunch of money and say, "Fuck all, shut up." Pretty easy. It's called a compart. I never say this word. It's called being a fucking liar. Come peek. Some guy playing a fucking guitar on the ISS. Some guy wearing monkey shit.
Yeah, that's amazing. I wonder how much tax dollars they spend on sending up those football jerseys right before the Super Bowl, when they can get on the news and support their favorite teams back home in space. I think we need a refund.
Oh, God. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Like, the world is just spinning, a massive spinning, right? It's really fucking big, right? Big, massive fucking spinning ball, right? Water. It's fucking enormous, right? And there's ships and boats and everything. Water.
The world is a water ball. Set to curve.
Hey, bro. Insane in the membrane.
A spinning water ball.
It's like we're so past it. It's like they're still living in 1980 and we're in fucking 2024, bro.
So what have you got?
If you ain't got a lot.
Despite all my rage, I'm still just a global nerd.
It's so stupid, man. I mean, it's so fucking ridiculous. It really is. It's like, if you actually stand back and look at it, you think, what? That's unbelievable. This shit. Holy shit. This is what's it called? She's fucking these ball bags, right? They're fucking insane. But if they actually sat and listen for a single fucking second to what we're saying, they understand that we are fucking far more the groups of what's going on today than what they have. Anyway. See me some more.
I'm just a global reading a webpage.
I can hear
you.
I'm just a flat earther. Yeah, earther.
Obviously, the title for that song is Zero, right? But we can just call it Zero Curve. Oh no, it's Butterfly Wings, isn't it? Oh, fuck's sake.
No curvature.
MC2. Oh, the way.
What you say?
I'm just trying to think of words, lyrics. I might have to cover this song. It'd be fun.
That's pretty good. I'm just a flat earther. Oh my god. Right, okay. Has anybody got anything fucking concrete to say about fucking flat earth? Or the globe earth? Please God say something. I mean, you could sit for fucking hundreds of years listening to people talk about fucking trajectories, angles, things with concrete. But you still can't fucking describe why water is flat. And then you try to put that on a ball, right? And there's been like 100,000 experiments where it just does not work. So I'm guessing I'm gonna have to stick over here. We wait guessing. It's not easy. It's just a guess. Oh, let me guess. Water is returned. It's returned. Yeah. Does somebody want to ask a question about how it can be, how it is? Anybody? Anything?
One more time. Say it again.
Anything? One more time. Anything? Any question about the fire? Any question about how it's possible? How it can be? How it can be? Go ahead. Say back. Any trolley at all, any troll at all. Let's go. Is everybody on board with that? Everybody on board with that? You on board with that? On board with that? Are you on board with that? Hold on.
I wonder if the Earth was a spinning water ball, how would they have actually? What would the design of like the equivalent version of an aeroplane? What do you think that would look like?
Ocean, my slide to the right, to right, to your door. There's a place where I blood. Now that I found you, now that I found you, I can let go. So now too, now that I found you, I'm down with my ghost. Ooh, found you, don't go. The birds that break your fall. If you hear me make the call, I'll be there. Yes, yeah. Try to buy. Just hopes and mine. Heaven knows how it goes. Now that I found you. Now that I found you, don't go. Now that I found you. Now I found you, I let go, lift the mountain. I can lay down with my ghost. Ooh, ooh.
Hello, anyone there? Or is it all quiet this morning? Anyone out there looking for a chat?
ask here in the channel when there will be more of us. I'm sure someone knows to tell you.
Sorry, Amish posted something.
And Chad, do you know Jose Baba Yaga?
No.
No. Well, there was a guy in here, Clown from Gem Panda server, claiming up and down, just like you, about Antarctica, you know. And the discussion was about this free travel to Antarctica, or like tourist or exploration. And exploration really is forbidden. Civil exploration is forbidden to Antarctica. If you try to freely explore Antarctica, that's gonna put you in prison.
Sir, I'm just reading an article here.
And Baba Yaga actually made a call to one of these agency which organizes a group of tourists that go to Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
And he asked that lady, she told him like the price of the expedition, yeah, and in those money were include a lot of things like special clothing. You're not gonna go with the clothing which you think you can. They give you special clothing, a suit, yeah, and they will ask you for your measurements, yeah, to pick the right suit for you. And that lady on the phone, he actually opened this channel, yeah, on Discord, and we all heard him talking with that lady and asking her questions. So why don't you try to call one of these group organizers, yeah, and ask them these questions about what you can do and what you cannot do. Tell them, look, I'm going with you with your group in Antarctica, but once we get there, I'd like to fuck you off and I wanna go wherever I want. I'm gonna set my foot and I'm gonna start walking to the South Pole, yeah. They will not allow you to do that.
Have you ever been on a tour before, anywhere? Like, have you been on a tour to, say, a
You
Yellowstone
think
or
this is
something like that? If you go on a tour to these different places,
see
they'll often
what?
not let you. When you go on a tour to different places, they'll often ask you to stay to the tour route and not deviate from that.
Oh, way to miss
Yeah,
the point.
And the Antarctic specifically has its own rules regarding exploration of it. So if you're supposed to give them notice as to what your plans are. So if you're just there and saying, "Hey, I'm just going to go for a little jaunt this
Yeah,
way,"
well, in
that goes against that.
Antarctica, listen, Chad. In Antarctica, if you go on the tour, in that group there is a group organizer, yeah, and this person is not always a civilian, yeah, but whatever he is, he will clearly explain to all of you that these are the rules of this tour, yeah. They tell you, listen, if you try to go off on your own way, uh, it's considered just like you will be trespassing the borders of a country.
Okay.
They're not. They are entitled to just shoot you like a deserter or whatever, a criminal. But they will not do that. They don't need to do that. They know you can't get anywhere far. And they will catch you wherever you will go because you are in a area region where you have no resources, yeah, no nothing. And you won't last 24 hours on your own.
Hey, get just slightly off topic. Was the like on the globe model you've got Antarctica and the North Pole. Do they sort of spend the same sort of position and time, pointed towards the sun and away from the sun on the axis tilt? And why is it then, if that's so, I might be incorrect, do they have different sort of temperatures and vegetation and stuff like that? Would you not expect it to be the same if we lived on a globe and them two areas were similar, in similar proximity to the sun for 6 months of the year? Because I think one's at -40 and one's at maybe -10. There's different vegetation. I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, there's a huge difference between the two. I mean, the Arctic and Antarctic. Like, there's huge difference between Japan and Australia, or USA and Australia, USA and Europe. There is huge difference. So this difference of fauna and animals doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, you'd expect really the North Pole and the South Pole to be of similar, have similarities, surely.
No. They're very different one from another. North Pole is a tiny patch, yeah, and the Antarctic.
It spends the same time at the same location, apparently from the sun, as does Antarctica. So why is the temperature difference? I mean, this seems a little bit absurd to me.
Well, in Antarctica in winter temperatures, there has been recorded -80 degrees Celsius temperatures. So those kind of temperatures have not been recorded anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, and you'd think maybe the North Pole, the other side of the pole, which spends the same amount of time and distance away from the sun, would have similar similar temperature ranges going on?
Well, North Pole maximum negative temperatures is like between 50 and 60 degrees Celsius. And those temperatures are when there is a winter storm, and even those Eskimo people, they know how to deal with these kind of extreme temperatures. Breathing at minus 60 degrees Celsius can be fatal. Exposure to
I mean,
that cold
it
is
almost.
very painful and
Sorry, mate.
dangerous, but it's not instantly deadly. When in turn, actually in Antarctica, exposure to minus 80 degrees Celsius can lead to instant death.
Yeah, but people can visit the North Pole and go and see Father Christmas and go skiing and things like that.
Yeah.
And that's on the other side, and it spends exactly the same amount of time away from the sun. So it should be similar temperatures, really, in the globe model.
Yeah, in the globe model, yes, it should. These regions, they should be very similar.
Well, I wonder why they're not then.
But winter season and summer season is extremely different. I mean, these regions, they have only one season, winter, both of them. But
So
it's
it's
very,
almost as like this: the sun not there going in a sort of cycle. So it's always in the winter cycle where the sun is at a distance where it can't bring forth the spring and summer and autumn, because it's all to do with the sun's sort of position, isn't it, over the earth, these seasons. Yeah. So Antarctica only really has one season, which means that the sun must be responsible for that.
yes, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. When there is summer in the south, um, it is a warmer winter in Antarctica. So, but still, if there is a storm, even if it's summer, temperatures can drop to minus 80 degrees Celsius. And that kind of cold is extremely dangerous for living mammals.
It's all very strange when you think of this globe model and the areas at the North Pole and South Pole and the differences they have and the lack of seasons, where they should be identical, really. I would have thought.
And yeah, they do explain that for us to breathe at that temperature, we need a breathing machine. So breathing is the problem at those temperatures. That's what kills us. The cold air, breathing the cold air. At minus 80, it instantly makes ice crystals in the lungs and the cell of the lungs. Their membrane gets cut by the formation of the ice crystals.
So, I mean, in the globe model, then, how do they explain this non-comparison of the North Pole and South Pole? What's the reason for that? Considering they spend the same amount of tilt and distance to and away from the heat source of the sun. What's the reason behind it?
Well, in
the globe model.
in the educational system, I tell you honestly, they didn't tell me about these extreme differences between the poles. They actually told us, yeah, it's similar region, you know. But they did say, oh, at the North Pole, we have polar bears, you know. All these polar foxes or whatever, you know, animals. But at the South Pole, we have only penguins. you know.
Yeah, I mean, they should be identical places with identical weather patterns and identical temperatures. If we did live on a globe, really.
They didn't even told me that we have, for example, these temperature differences. You know, like in Antarctica, we record -80 degrees Celsius, and at the North Pole, these temperatures are never achieved.
How bizarre!
Yeah, and
it makes you
yeah,
wonder, doesn't it?
I
Makes you
have my
wonder.
own speculations about this, but yeah, this is not a speculation server channel, you know. So
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's just it's very bizarre when you start thinking about these things and looking into these things that you know. This is why you would need to question everything, really.
yeah, well, I found all this about these regions of the world on my own searching, you know.
Yeah.
But this kind of knowledge is very important to the mind of a child in formation of an adult, because it's the knowledge of the world that you live in. And if you don't hold that knowledge from youth, then you have a misconception of this world. And yeah, I never thought, you know, in my childhood to actually, wow, um, Antarctica is this mysterious place where there is so much we don't know about it, like it is less explored than the oceans. Even, I mean, they bullshit us with this space exploration, which is definitely a medium that we cannot travel to.
But we don't have these restrictions at the North Pole, do we?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, there are restrictions on the north also, and
Yeah, well, the North Pole is, I mean, it's actually people's territory, so it's not international. So there are some restrictions
no,
on it.
it's not.
Well, it's
People
actually
don't.
my. I invaded last week and I stole it, so it's mine now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Did you plant a flag and everything?
Did I?
The
What? Sorry.
biggest.
Did you plant a flag?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the crypto flag.
Nice.
Yeah, right at the North Pole. But I wasn't sure if I should plant it at magnetic or geographic, so I did both.
Both. Oh, nice.
But the both of them. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you could have put it in between the two and split the difference, I suppose. But hey, I'm watching
See
a
that?
really good show right now called The Terror. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. It's on Prime. It's about the North, how they were trying to find the Northwest Passage back in the 1800s.
I thought it was about Canadians.
Sorry?
I thought it was about Canadians.
Nah, it was the Brits.
Same thing.
Hey, bite your tongue. I guess back in the day it was, but in the 1800s it kind of was, yeah. But
yeah, exactly.
But no, it's a great show actually. If you're interested, very dramatic. I would not want to travel through the north, that's for sure, with all of the ice and or even in the south. It's like, oh my god, all that ice and everything just coming out of nowhere and sinking your ships.
Hearing a Canadian complain about ice is very ironic.
It really is, yeah. It's more the ocean, I think, than the ice in and of itself. But I'm pretty landlocked, so I've got an irrational fear of tsunamis, to tell you the truth.
Don't think it's irrational.
Well, it is when you live on this side of the Rocky Mountains.
Do you guys know that we have a prophecy that the North Pole will be actually owned by a king of this world?
Yeah, me.
So it's to be. It's come to pass.
No, not yet. Actually, you see, the Alaska Treaty, where the General George Pomuț, the Romanian general, actually fooled the Tsar Alexander to sell Alaska to the Americans, has expired, if I'm not mistaken, last year in March, 31st March. And in the near future, the Russians might actually claim their ownership of Alaska, and that will make them the owners of the whole North Pole area.
I'm just reading about the Alaska purchase. October 18th. Was it just signed over, or like, wasn't it signed over indefinitely, or where's this?
No,
that it's only for a certain amount of time.
It was in 1800.
So it's called
1867.
67, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was signed for about 160 years or.
Well, that would really tip off some problems, won't it?
Yeah, yeah.
If they try to make a claim to it.
I actually knew that last year in March. I was actually waiting for the day to see something happening because, with all this war with the Ukraine and Americans helping them out, and the Russians actually sent in that time, last year spring, they sent the biggest nuclear submarine next to the US coast, and it showed up, and the US Coast Guard they saw them like 100 kilometers away, 100 miles away from the coast of the US, and it caused a lot of
a kerfuffle.
Political, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anywhere in here, not that it's not true, but where it says it had a time limit on it. Huh.
Yeah, but
Not saying
I
that it's
was
not true, I just don't
also,
see it.
yeah, I was searching also, but I saw this on a TV show where a historian and a military general, they were talking about this Ukraine war,
Yeah.
and They said it about the expiration date of this treaty. And I remember I also tried to search on internet.
Yeah. Did you find anything? Or?
I mean, in 2021, I found some articles and websites that were talking about this, but they got taken down from the internet in 2022. So,
Well, I mean, if a person could just see the original treaty, it should be on that, right?
yeah,
Or not,
it should
or a
be
copy
there,
of
yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, a copy
but
of it, not obviously the original one, but
even the original treaty is very hard to get to it, like a copy, to see it and read it.
apparently there's treaty with at the what is it? Library of Congress has a copy of it. Yeah, well, it's interesting, but God, I hope it doesn't trigger a world war. Because I don't think the states will let it go just willingly.
Well, I was discussing this at that time with a pretty famous Romanian journalist. She was actually present on TikTok.
Okay.
And yeah, when I mentioned this, she actually shined a spotlight on me, and she wanted to discuss this matter, like she was interested to find uh, like uh, more knowledge about the war, um, Russian and US capabilities, military capabilities and stuff, and reasons. And I was actually foreseeing a conflict between Russia and USA.
I'm just taking a look at the map of where the North Pole is in respect to the other land masses. It looks like Denmark via Greenland is the closest.
Mm. Yeah, but if they take Alaska, then Russia will have a land border with the US.
Oh,
That's
well, not
going to be
really.
very funny.
Well, they wouldn't really because Canada's in the way.
Well,
They'd be close, but like they'd be on the same continents for sure.
yeah.
But they wouldn't. Yeah, they wouldn't be bordering them specifically.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, we would be in the way, and I don't think we could do much about that.
Yeah. But I mean, if that would be the case, then they just build bases in Alaska, nuclear, military, whatever, and they don't need to actually go from European continent over the ocean to USA to reach USA.
Who? Russia?
It will, yeah,
Oh yeah, no, they would go over the north to try to
yeah,
get there.
exactly.
They wouldn't go through Europe.
Yeah. So
Absolutely, they would. It would make the most sense for them to try to go through Alaska. Well, there's a reason why we have NATO and all of that sort of stuff. So
well, there's a reason why they also have the Sarmat 500 missiles in ICBMs.
oh yeah, it's not something I want to see happening. That's for sure.
Yeah, me neither. No, those bombs are like unimaginable. They are 200 megatons. Uh, they can deploy as 15 or 20 nuclear warheads, or they can detonate as a single bomb of a power of 200 megaton, and they fly hypersonic speed, the fastest hypersonic speed, Mach 20, 20 times the speed of sound.
Yeah.
Because of that speed, the friction with the air is so high that it surrounds the whole missile in plasma, and this makes it actually 100% invisible to any radar system, to any radio waves. They cannot see
Can't track them?
through plasma. Sorry?
They can't track them then?
No, no.
Well, that's scary.
Yeah. And they have an autonomous system of detecting radars and avoid, like flying through these. Every radar system is like a dome on the land, you know. And if you enter the area of that dome, that radar can actually see you, detect you. But if the missile is flying between those, they stand no chance detecting it. If it will fly through it, then the radar system would have a chance of detecting the missile. But those radio waves, they have to pass through the plasma, you know, and actually bounce from the metal body of the missile and bounce back, which also doesn't happen.
So what does the
But
plasma do to the radar signal? Like, is it just
sorry,
deflecting? Does it just the plasma? Does it just deflect the radar
it
signal?
absorbs. It
Oh, it absorbs
absorbs
it.
it.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
yeah,
So they're gonna have to come up with an alternative way of detecting these things. Oy.
yeah. There are this Sarmat 500. The Russians, they developed a new kind of radar system, which is based on measuring the electrostatic voltage potential in the air. So any physical object element of nature, they can tell any airplane or whatever it is in the air, they can tell exactly what it is.
Interesting. So it's not just a ping off of a piece of metal, hey?
Yeah.
So, question for you, off topic of what we were previously talking about, but in respect to like air pressure and things like that, do you think that the Earth is covered in some sort of enclosure of some nature?
Well, okay, I'll tell you my personal speculation.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I don't know if everyone else is,
Yeah,
but no one's talking,
but
so let's do it.
yeah, but please do not say in the server or anywhere else that hey, this guy Jet is saying the world is like this. No, I'm not saying how the world is. I'm saying what I think that could be, because yeah, we have some basic knowledge in sciences. So I think the sky will be a dome-shaped fountain of flowing um, super liquid helium, superfluid liquid helium, and this element,
Yeah.
this liquid, is actually present. Its medium is the lowest energy states in nature. The temperature is so low, yeah, that presence of water molecule cannot actually happen. It cannot be present because the for the water molecule to have this molecular bond, yeah, between the hydrogen and oxygen atoms, you need to have a temperature state, a state of energy. When you drop temperatures below that state, that requirement, actually the hydrogen and the oxygen will separate from each other because the oxygen needs to take its liquid form. And at much lower temperature, almost like 10 degrees Kelvin, hydrogen will take its liquid form naturally. It will condensate and precipitate into a liquid. But at those temperatures where hydrogen is liquid, oxygen is frozen ice, and it's I don't know, the fourth or the fifth state of oxygen ice, and oxygen ice has 8 stages of ice based on these temperature drop.
So, what keeps it up there?
The frictionless flow.
So it's just kind of floating over top of the atmosphere or whatever the air is?
No, look at dome fountain.
And it is only speculation, guessing.
Of course,
Dome
yeah.
fountains, they have a laminar flow, yeah, in the shape of a dome.
Oh, okay. Is there something specifically over dome fountain that I should look at, or just the concept of that shape?
One moment, I have a GIF with
Sure.
the liquid helium.
Because, like, I'm looking at dome fountains, and it's got a central point that pushes the water.
Yes.
In this, so you're saying, speculating, of course, that there's a central column of helium that goes up and forms a dome, and then just falls back down.
Yeah,
Around
at
the
the
edges?
north. At the North Pole, there should be a vortex where a lot of this helium is rising in the sky. I'm not sure if it's in a liquid state or gaseous state, but whatever. Even in gaseous state, through the air, it will rise in a gaseous state. Once it reaches very high altitude and extreme low temperatures, it that will
liquefies?
be that will be a region area liquid would actually start accelerating, and it turns into highly charged particles. So this will be like a region of what we call Van Allen belts above the world. And
Aren't those pretty far out, though, the Van Halen belts?
yeah, they are
Okay.
very far. Yeah.
Interesting. So this column of helium, then, wouldn't that be able to be detected?
Well, it has all liquid helium It has a very low refraction index. It's almost like the air that we breathe.
So refraction of
So,
1.
yeah, if you had a lake or ocean of this liquid, if you are next to it, if you don't look very carefully, you will not see that it's actually a lake or ocean there. So you will see like a valley.
Oh, I see what
And
you're saying.
if you were to walk inside it, and let's say that you are immune to this
Let's say you could
temperature,
breathe it.
yeah?
Oh, the
You are,
temperature. Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
let's say you are isolated,
Sure.
uh,
You're wearing a
gentlemen.
scuba suit or something.
Yeah. And now, when you walk inside, when you dive, you will find that the pressure inside it is constant. No matter how deep you dive, the pressure is constant and almost exactly of 1 atmosphere for almost 14 psi. But it's constant at
So
any
you wouldn't
depth.
necessarily detect it.
Yeah, uh,
But you would by
you will
temperature,
you
though.
will detect it. You will detect it because it's a frictionless medium. So um, moving your body through this medium um, would not consume energy.
Like at all.
Yeah, if you steer this liquid,
Mm.
to make a vortex, once you stop, you will see that vortex is gonna spin forever. It never gonna stop. And these are things that we literally observe in laboratory in the study of liquid helium.
Okay. So
Yeah.
the idea is that there's a column. What temperature would the helium have to be at to be in this gaseous state as a column?
Well, in its gaseous state, it's anything above 5 degrees Kelvin.
So quite cold.
Yeah.
So there would be an incredible temperature dip at the North Pole then.
Yeah, the closer you get, you see, it um, that GIF that I posted.
Yeah.
Um, that's a perpetual superfluid liquid helium fountain. Yeah,
Okay.
and it has a dome. It has more like a bell shape because it's very small inside a small beaker.
Right.
But and yeah, this is what that guy actually tools he afford. But if you afford to make a bigger beaker, yeah,
Hmm.
to have a wider liquid helium surface, then you can achieve a dome shape fountain, which is gonna flow forever,
But couldn't
perpetually.
this be easily falsified by measuring if there's a temperature dip at the North Pole?
Well, if to have liquid helium like a jet of liquid helium shooting into the sky at the North Pole, yeah, there should be extremely cold temperatures there at the north. But if that's not the case, then
Yeah.
we have helium, vast amounts of helium gas rising
Hmm.
from the ground in the air, and helium gas will absorb energy from its surrounding environment medium to actually rise in the
Okay.
sky. Um,
But how would it create a dome shape? Because it seems like the
Well,
idea for the dome shape is it's got a central point and it's spraying
yeah,
outwards, right?
you see, this large quantity of gas rising escapes the air that we breathe in stratosphere. I mean, these layers of the air that we exist in,
Hmm.
they are layers, and they have pressure gradient. But
Yep.
at very high altitude, um, these gases will not be present any longer, and only helium. But even helium will not have a gaseous state. And they enter into an area where there will be highly charged particles. They reach speeds of almost the speed of light. So helium atoms becomes protons. Yeah.
Okay.
And they are shooting up into the sky. Now, the presence of these particles creates these extreme low temperatures, and these protons, they are wild. They are very wild when you study them and their
Do they move
behavior.
randomly? Are they like
Um,
gases in their random movements? Like whatever vector they're moving, they're going to keep going that way until they hit something and or change direction? Or are
they
there other
shoot
forces that?
upwards. They shoot upwards,
Okay.
and uh, at even higher altitudes, that's where there has to be a place where they reach temperatures of 5 degrees Kelvin.
Were
And
they liquefied?
in that moment, yeah, they will turn into droplets, liquid droplets,
Okay.
and they will rain on that dome ocean fountain.
But okay, so the idea though is like if that dome fountain, if it's not detected, like there's been people who've gone to the North Pole, and I don't think there's any
Yeah.
reports of it dropping to a ridiculously low temperature, specifically at a point at the North Pole, is there?
Yeah, but we have in the south ridiculous low temperatures like minus 80 degrees Celsius, and that's like that ice shelf.
Yeah. But how does
But
how does that create
none
a
of us
fountain?
look when we go to Antarctica,
Yeah.
and you see that ice wall, like 30 or 100 meters tall. Now we climb on it. Um, these people have been, I don't know, Admiral. He went expedition with airplanes, exploration, but we never seen anything. No video recording, no nothing. Now, if we were to go and walk straight line, yeah, as far away from that place where we actually climbed the ice wall, yeah,
Hmm.
100 mile, 500 mile, maybe after 1,000 miles walk, yeah, uh, maybe we will get to places where actually the ice beneath your feet will be some sort of ice 12, which
Okay,
is
so just geographically speaking, so I can get an idea how this would work, where do you think the Antarctic is with respect to the North Pole? I mean, it's directly south. We get that. But
it's it's what contains the oceans and the land.
in a circular pattern or form? Like, is it a circle that surrounds the North Pole?
A plane, a plane of existence, and um, this liquid helium would have some sort of perpetual fountain flow in a dome shape, or like for toroid vortex.
But for this dome shape, wouldn't it have to come from its central point?
Yeah.
So if it's at the
But
Antarctic, how does that
we
create a dome?
actually listen.
Yeah,
What's the shape of the magnetic field of the world?
it kind of creates a donut shape or a torus.
Yeah. And you see, in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, a couple of years ago, we had a fresh quantum mechanic physicist. Yeah, he just had his PhD, and he came to visit the server. He heard about us, and he was curious to know. He was a very intellectually honest person. Um, he agreed with many of our arguments and stuff, but at one point I interjected and I wanted to ask him a thing about this liquid. And knowing he's an expert in the field, I asked him, look, what happens if I were to pump superfluid liquid helium through a pipe, just like we do with water pumps and water through pipe, you know. And I asked him, will this generate a magnetic field around that pipe, just like we would have a magnetic field around a copper wire in a electrical circuit?
Sure.
And he said yes. He confirmed.
Okay.
Now, I wanted to ask him more details on how and why, but I didn't have time. At, and he also had to leave. But at least, yeah, he just told me, yeah, he confirmed that the flow of this liquid actually generates a magnetic field. So,
Okay.
superfluid liquid helium and magnetism, yeah, this force that we call magnetism, are closely related. Uh, my my guess is that uh, without helium, this force, magnetic force, would not exist. It's actually caused by the presence of helium, gas or liquid.
Interesting.
And
Well,
this means that even
yeah.
electricity is directly um, related to it. So there is something that happens with helium atoms, yeah, and that copper wire when we are running a electric current through it.
Well, time for some research. I suppose so. I'm trying to get back to the shape of it though. If the idea is that it's a dome-shaped fountain, but it
Yeah.
hasn't been detected at the North Pole, which would be the point where it would need to be to create a dome. If it's at the Antarctic, as you say, it doesn't seem like it's as much of a dome as opposed to, are you saying it's more of a torrid shape?
Yeah, it could be toroidal shape also. And that fits very well with the shape of the magnetic field. And it would explain why do we have such giant magnetic field and uniform, equal in strength, no matter how far you are from the north.
So, is it possible to pass this superfluid? Like for something to go past it?
Mm, not a living human, not a
Okay,
living entity.
but sensors. Could sensors get past it?
Uh,
See,
well,
the reason why I'm
well,
asking is if it's a toroidal shape, right? And the
yeah.
center point of the donut, if you will, is at the North Pole. If you sent up a sensor at the North Pole, you should find there's like what's on the other side of this superfluid,
Yeah,
because that's
well,
the point where it reaches the
something,
ground, right?
something to pass. Listen, something to pass through it. It has to be a electronic device which can operate at um, super low temperatures. So uh, you can exclude plastics, rubber, resins, because these materials they fail to be what they are at
If
extreme
so,
low temperature, below 100 degrees Celsius. You know, like rubber
sure.
fails
So
between 60 to 80 degrees Celsius, and we
okay.
have some silicone rubbers, yeah, which can resist up to minus 105 degrees or minus 110. But these are like engineering achievements. Now,
So
if
okay.
your device requires a sealant to resist at much lower temperatures than that, then obviously you cannot use these kind of rubbers.
So if the fluid or this dome toroidal shape exists and it meets at the North Pole and at the outer edges, um, it sounds like it would be impossible to fly an airplane over the North Pole because it would be too
Well,
cold.
let me tell you something. You see, when you open up a circuit, a PC board, motherboard from a computer, yeah,
Yep.
you see the microchips in there being isolated, yeah,
Okay.
from the outside medium in under a ceramic coating, yeah, shield,
Okay.
yeah. Now, superfluid liquid helium actually can flow through that ceramic as if nothing is there, just like water will be flowing through a sponge. And
But it would be really cold.
yeah, in that chip, you have metals and silica, you know, which these elements at those temperatures, they become superconductors. They show very different physical properties. And
Right. But you said no living
yeah,
thing should be able to pass it. So if it's a
yeah.
toroidal shape, planes should not be able to fly over the North Pole because all the people inside would freeze to death.
Well, um, not in
Because
the
they would be
case
passing
where
this
I,
helium
yeah,
barrier,
but
right?
I told you, yeah, you see, now you take it just like I said that there is a jet stream or shooting jet of this liquid. But
Okay.
I also told you it's not necessarily to be that. It could be
No,
rising in a helium gas form. So it's a
what's
gas.
but what's the temperature? No, no, I'm talking in the toroidal shape, not the dome shape
Yeah,
of the
well,
toroid, right?
at minus 60 degrees Celsius,
Yeah.
helium is in its gaseous state.
Okay.
At minus 200 degrees Celsius, that is a very hot state, a very
Minus
high
200.
energy state for helium. So it it will have a gaseous state. His gaseous state is all the way down to 5 Kelvin, minus 260 degrees Celsius, 65, 68, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And at this temperature, you are below the hydrogen liquefaction, condensation.
What's okay? I'm not sure what that's got to do with flying a plane through it, though. So if
Yeah,
like there's this
planes
barrier, right,
can
of
fly
the
through gas, yeah.
yeah,
So,
okay, so if there's this barrier of liquid helium, right?
mm,
Which I understand this is I'm talking as if this is just it's all speculation, of course, but
yeah.
I'm just addressing it specifically. If there's two possible shapes it could be a dome with the center point of the fountain being the North Pole, or if I understand correctly, it could be at the Antarctic, but it would be because the Antarctic circles, it's one giant circle, it would be more of a toroidal shape with the center of the donut being at the North Pole, right? Do I
Yeah,
understand correctly? Okay. So
yeah.
if it's a toroidal shape, the walls of that liquid helium would be coming down and meeting at the center or at the North Pole.
Well, you see now on top in the sky,
Okay.
when you have this toroidal shape, yeah,
Yep.
place at the top in the sky,
You still there?
if you, yeah,
Okay.
mic check,
Sorry. Yep.
yeah.
I can hear you.
So if you were to be like on the surface of the sky with the feet on the sky and head towards the ground, yeah, and you will be looking towards that center,
Oh, I lost you.
rising as a cone-shaped mountain, which is directed towards the North Pole.
Cone-shaped mountain. Which way would the tip of the cone be? At the bottom or at the top?
Well, um, you see, when superfluid liquid helium forms a vortex or a vortex in the water, in liquids, yeah?
Yep.
Those vortices, they have a toroidal shape.
You mean like a whirlpool?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The
I can see it being a
liquid,
conical shape, but how is it a toroidal shape?
yeah, you see only that part, but inside the liquid, the
Yeah.
motion of the liquid molecules, they
Oh,
are
are forming a
moving
toroid.
in a
Okay.
toroidal shape.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. Sure.
Yeah, yeah. So that's how they will be.
Yeah, I'm still having a hard time picturing this. Like, it seems like the simplest way to falsify it would just be fly through it. If an airplane can fly through it, that should
Yeah, but
falsify it, should it not?
I don't know what altitude uh, there is to the sky, like where is this sky ocean, but I can clearly see that the stars, we see them just like you would have lights on the bottom of a pool, yeah?
Hmm.
And when you have waves on the surface of the water, you see them twinkling, yeah?
Sure. Yeah.
And this is pretty much how we see the stars
Yeah.
doing.
But we don't see the planets that way, though, right?
Yeah, well, you see, the planets, I would say that they are not even there physically up above our head. The planets will be like those wandering stars. They are
Hmm.
trapped beneath the world on the other side. Um, where is pitch black darkness. There is no light there. It's very different from what we experience here. And yeah, this matches like with the creation, with what God said, you know, this realm that He created of existence. Oh, mic check.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I hear you. Sorry, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to picture what you're indicating
But
with the
their
planet.
image, you see, when these stars are in a complete dark, so they don't know in which direction they are moving. But as they were ordered, because they are fallen stars, um, they know that they have to keep spinning, rotating, and they cannot achieve a perfect circular path. Yeah, so they have elliptical orb. We see they have elliptical orbits in the sky. Now, acceleration and deceleration in a frictionless medium, you cannot perceive it. Any change in velocity and stuff, you cannot perceive it. So they have no clue that they are actually rotating in an elliptical orbit, and that makes them distinguishable from all other stars which are really up there in the sky. So these stars, they don't know that. Now,
Where are they located though? Like, are they on the inside or the outside?
also, you see, when you look at the night sky, you see that darkness between the stars. Yeah, like.
Oh, you broke up again.
Oh,
The darkness
so
between the stars.
when you look at the night sky, you see
Yeah.
the sky being filled with more darkness than light.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, that darkness that we see is actually a reflection of a superimposing image of what it is below our feet. So when we look at the sky, we see both realms of what is above us and also what is below us.
Well, I can see why that's speculation.
That's speculation, but I know. But this is actually explain how light propagates through the medium of superfluid liquid helium. It loses no energy, nothing.
But how does it travel through the Earth? Like the planets, how does the light?
It's not traveling through the Earth. It's actually the image of what is on the bottom of the world is projected on this liquid helium, yeah, superfluid liquid helium, and this image is brought up, superimposed in the sky
Through
through
the.
through the outer edges, you know.
Has there ever been a
Something like
demonstration of this
when
work?
you, yeah, when you take like um, half of a sphere glass, yeah,
Yeah.
you put it on a table and you shine a light in it, yeah, you can see that the light can, at a certain angle and distance, you will see that light being projected only on the half area beneath that glass, and on the other side you will see it's like in the dark.
Yeah, but that light is shining from the top of it, not from the
Yeah,
bottom.
I know.
Okay. So that's not an example of it
But
working from below, though.
no, well, it's about the image of those stars, wandering stars
It's
that
on
we
the
see in the
outside of the
sky.
glass.
Sorry?
It's on the outside of the glass. The light is shining from the outside of the glass dome, right?
Yes.
In your example.
Yes, but I'm not talking about where the light source is or what the light source does. I'm telling you that the shape of that glass, yeah, uh, when light hits that medium, it changes the way it propagates. Normally, idealistically, those photons, they should all hit the bottom of that glass. So beneath all that glass, there should be light, you know. Um, I'll try to
Beneath all.
post
You mean like
this.
the bottom edge of the glass would be lit up?
Yeah,
I think
I'll
I understand.
show you a GIF as an
Sure.
example to see. Okay, this one. Oh no, not this one. Sorry.
That's not the right one. Okay.
And
Here's a question for you while you're doing that. I just had a thought with regards to the helium. If it's got a refraction index of 1 and it's has no friction, wouldn't the light just pass straight through it without any wavering?
yeah, light does have a different behavior, but I don't know much. I mean, I haven't seen many experiments with superfluid liquid helium.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be easy to get or to handle.
Yeah,
It's not like you could do it at
and
home.
and you see, if you try look that GIF that I posted now, you see, you shine
I
a
only see
light,
the
and
footprints. Okay. Yep.
yeah, on the bottom you can see half of it is illuminated, half is in darkness.
Yep.
Yeah, but now that light also has a circular path on the surface of that glass, you know, and if you actually make a hole in the glass on the side, on that side which is in the dark,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
and you stick something in there, put a pin or whatever, you see that light is being driven on the curvature of that round glass, and you will see it will illuminate that pin you put in the hole there.
Sure. Yeah, the glass is like
Yeah,
kind of bouncing along within the glass. Is
yeah,
how fiber optics works, right?
yeah, exactly. Like fiber optics, you have a curved cable, you know, and at one end you shine light, and the other end you see the light shining in that direction. So
Sure.
this is something which superfluid liquid helium always also can do with light.
It can.
Yeah, but this phenomena is complicated. I mean, even for me, when I was reading the superfluid liquid helium properties and stuff, when they got to its interaction with light and photons, stuff becomes like a shitload complicated.
Sure.
Yeah. I recommend you study and research this if you have the time, but I don't have that much time to do this. I'm an ordinary society worker, you know.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, cool. Well, we'll leave it at that then. I don't know if there's
Mhm.
anyone else here who wants to talk about anything. So, thanks for
Yeah.
the conversation.
Yeah, I have to get ready. I go to work. It was nice. What's your name? Are you Chad?
Yeah, it's me, Chad.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. You're
Sorry? You broke up again there,
yeah.
Dave.
Hey, you see, this this kind of view perspective on the world, um, I find it like there is so much that we don't know about the working mechanism of nature.
Hmm. Well, I should let you get ready to head out to the salt mines.
Yeah, yeah, 5 minutes now. Okay, I'm gonna have one more cigarette and then, yeah, I can take off.
All right. Take
Yeah,
care.
I'm gonna smoke one more cigarette and we can talk. So, 5 minutes. Yeah.
Sure. So, do you think, with your idea of this superfluid, that it would act then as a container for gases for the atmosphere?
Yes, yes, yes. I can, yeah, I have a documentary
Hmm.
on superfluid liquid helium made by John Carr, if I'm not mistaken, if I didn't butcher his name.
Sure.
And it's a very good documentary. It's short, like 45 minutes, but yeah, there's only 2 documentaries on YouTube about this, and they really show it you the physical thing in the lab, you know.
It's superfluid, so okay.
Yeah, and they show this bell fountain, you know, and he explains like how actually this bell laminar flow of the liquid, when it's getting close to the surface of the liquid in the beaker,
Hmm.
it goes like a little bit sideways and it forms a film of I don't know, 50 microns. It's very, very thin, you know.
Hmm.
But he's saying like that's actually not by coincidence. It's actually superfluid liquid helium is actually containing that gas, yeah, inside, and its pressure, certain pressure, you know, of that gas to maintain that bell shape.
So, is it the pressure then that is pushing out on the fluid to create the
Well, the
shape?
liquid itself thins. The laminar flow of the liquid is getting thinner,
Hmm.
but no more than can actually withhold a constant pressure inside the bell.
Okay.
So it's like self-adjusting, you know, to have that kind of shape and flow, continuous flow. Yeah, it's
Interesting. So, hmm, okay, yeah.
Mm. And another weird thing, uh, it can, I mean, you see, I asked that physicist how it will be if we were to pump this liquid through a pipe. But I told him, when I asked him this, I told him that, hey, look, I know um, superfluid liquid helium is frictionless medium. It has zero viscosity. That means you cannot push yourself from it. So if you spin a propeller inside it, it will give you no thrust, like that propeller spins frictionless inside this medium. So this liquid can flow in two opposite directions in the same time, just like we actually see in the we actually take the qubits in quantum computers. It's about the spin of the electron, clockwise or counterclockwise, and there is a superstate where the electron is actually spinning in both directions in the same time. So
That's interesting.
yeah. So this is a property which this liquid actually shows it, reveals it physically possible and going on at the lowest energy states in nature. So
Pretty cool. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get stuck in a bubble of it. You'd never be able to get out, hey? Couldn't swim through it?
Why I like this is because it offers me, like, hey, there is so much stuff to discover, yeah, and to know. Then having this heliocentric infinite vacuum and imaginary forces which actually obstruct you from developing any kind of technology or instruments or whatever to make any discoveries, new discoveries. And you cannot make because you require such big telescopes and such complicated rockets, you know.
I don't know. Theoretical physicists are always looking to shake things up past the known
Yeah.
paradigms, right? So they're
Yeah.
always looking for fun ways to figure things out. So
Yeah.
that's the whole quantum realm and everything like that. So if we were just stuck on the macro, we would
Yeah,
never
but
figure it out
even in
yet.
this,
So
I mean, to buy a quantum computer to actually have a first-hand, like empirical technology, which is based on these principles, yeah, it costs like minimum $20 million. They are not cheap.
I wouldn't imagine, no.
Yeah, so for me as a civilian, if I had that money, definitely not gonna buy a computer.
Yeah, no, you could get a few pretty standard computers for that much.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to use it, like
Well, how would you program in it?
exactly. And I mean, this is also a field where we lack engineers. So the trend now is to actually study and become a quantum computing programmer.
Yeah. It'll take
These
time, but
kind of
it's probably going to
programmers
happen.
are very searched today. Yeah.
It'll take time.
But you cannot become a quantum computer programmer without studying quantum mechanics. Go hardcore in it.
Yeah, for sure. It hasn't been simplified where like a standard computer programmer doesn't need to know all of the ins and outs of electricity to be able to program.
Yeah. And even quantum mechanics is really hard to learn it. And it's based.
Well, it's not
There is
intuitive.
this. There is this. And we adopted it, implemented, but it's not confirmed that, hey, this is actually the real reality. It's a very close approximation of what things could be, you know. but the atom is not nailed what it is, you know. Neither the
no.
electron, neither the nuclei of the atom. Um, on paper, calculus and all this stuff, yeah, it gives good results. It shows that we are pretty close to reality.
Well, we've figured out how to use it, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah,
utility in
exactly.
it, right? So
Mhm.
even if we don't
Yeah,
have a full understanding, we can still at least make use of
yeah.
it. So.
But with quantum mechanics, I mean, at such deep levels of the small, um, to actually explain what these phenomena are, what happens, particles, behavior, trajectories, vectors, um, weight, mass.
Well, we are definitely limited in our ability to understand certain things just based on the nature of our existence. So,
Mm.
well, anyways, I gotta let my dogs out. They're bugging me at the moment. So,
Yeah,
you
me
take
too. I
care.
have to get. Yeah, you too, Chad. Have a
Okay, take care.
nice evening, day. Take care.
It's
Bye bye.
it's still morning for me. Take care. Bye.
Okay. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
When you see a boat go over a horizon, right? What do you claim that you see? You see the bottom go down first, right?
Yes.
So a boat you wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the boat. You wouldn't be able to see the legs of these platforms. You'd be able to see maybe the top at best, right?
Well, not if it's like highly elevated.
Not if it's highly elevated.
Let me just.
I think. Look, it's like just think about it, right? There's a curve. There's a horizon. The horizon is meant to be, in your worldview, in line with the geometric curve, right? So where we expect to see the curve obstruct, given the Earth's geometry, is about 3 miles if you're 6 foot, right?
Let me just ask you a simple question: if the Earth was flat, how many kilometers in diameter would the Earth be?
I don't know. I don't see how it's relevant to this, though.
It is relevant when you consider the long distance objects. That's just the whole argument I started with. If the Earth was truly flat, you'll be able to observe objects from hundreds of miles away. But it getting further, and you're not being able to see the far distance objects. That just proves the slight curvature of the Earth.
It proves the slight curvature of the Earth. Is that what you just said? Talking about like a mild curvature, we're talking about the fact that you can see further than where the horizon's supposed to be, right? Not just like we're talking the horizon here, okay?
Okay.
Yeah,
what
and you
are
can
you
see
trying to say?
behind it.
Yes, but that distance is not relevant when the objects are hundreds of feet in the air. That just furthers your distance.
Think about a boat, right? What disappears first on a boat? It is
bottom.
the bottom. Can you see the surface of the ocean?
Yes, I can see.
You can see the surface of the ocean, right?
Clearly, the bottom part.
So you can see the bottom where the habitats and the hill house are meeting the ocean, right? You can see the ground.
Yes.
Yes. So think about
if you were to scale the platform habitat upwards.
Work with me here, right?
Yeah. Well, you can see the object further away, even if you scale it upwards, has less bottom, or basically the bottom
Let's
is
go
starting to
back.
disappear.
Let's go back to the beginning, right? What's a horizon?
The object or the line
where the sky meets the earth.
The
right?
earth, yes.
Right? And look, where's the horizon in that image?
It's further than 9 miles.
Yeah. So the curve that you're talking about should be behind these two O-rings. But that implies that you live on a much bigger Earth than what their geometry allows for.
Well, wait. How far away is the horizon? Wait, let me just look it up.
I've been telling you that it's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Right? I've been telling you how far it's supposed to be.
Well, we're talking about the Earth, not a perfect sphere. That's the issue.
You could test this anywhere.
The object or Earth is basically not a perfect sphere. That's the whole point. Some parts are flat, some parts are more elongated. It's not a perfect sphere.
I could show you many such instances. Is it just a coincidence all of these instances are just a part of the sphere that apparently we shouldn't be able to see further, we should be able to see further behind? No, it isn't.
The Earth is flat, just like God's is about to be, but
Yeah, agreed.
God.
And left.
So if the horizon's set behind here by a lot, right? We're talking 3 miles, but you're seeing over 10 miles. I could show you images of, being able to see Cyprus from Turkey, which is a good 20 kilometers, right? what happens to your ball then?
Sorry, I'm just looking at something. Honestly, I would have to look at the source of the image to see if it wasn't taken from a high-end perspective. Because using the equation to be able to determine how far the horizon goes or where you're able to see it, it must have been taken from a higher altitude.
It's clearly at sea level, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. Does the image signal to you that he's standing on a mountain?
Not really.
No. Does it look like he's standing on a hill? Does he look like he's level with water right now? Yes, he does. He looks like he's level with water. And what is water? Flat and horizontal. You'll think about it, you know. So what do you think, C2?
I'm just looking at the debate being discussed here, where there was similar images being produced. But it has to do with the refraction of light.
Google Earther. You're finding all your answers on Google right now.
Well, because honestly, I'm not really into camera work, and
can you explain refraction for me?
Not really.
So why do you believe in the globe then?
Oh, it's when light gets bent.
It's when light gets bent. Now,
Yes.
what do you need for refraction to exist?
A body of water, in this case.
You need two mediums, and you need some sort of effect that's going to create your refraction for you, right? So, for instance, you might try very high temperatures. We're talking hundreds of degrees higher than what the surface of the Earth is going to allow for. So, how could you have such extreme conditions over this image, where temperature wouldn't be like 300 degrees, will it, centigrade?
Well, a body of water has the ability to reflect light.
Reflect? I thought we were talking about
refract.
Well, how does a body of water have the ability to refract light?
When it bends from one material to another.
And how would that mean that you could see further over the water?
Because what I'm assuming is...
Like, we all know you can put a pencil in a glass of water and watch it refract, but we're not talking about those two mediums. We're talking about seeing further over the water, not through the water. Do you understand?
I'm trying to.
If they're telling us these are the measurements of the globe Earth, and we're being able to see further than what we're being told that we should be able to see, that means that either your Earth is a lot bigger than what you're telling us, or the Earth is flat, right? As we all experience it, flat and stationary.
Then I'd say the Earth is bigger than told.
So you're
That
just
would be-
bringing your own ball. So how did they come up with those measurements then for the Earth?
No, I'm just saying that it is a more logical argument than the flat Earth one.
You think it's more logical? Has anyone ever measured the Earth?
Yes.
Now, who did that? When, where, and how?
The circumference of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers.
The circumference of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers. Who measured
Yes.
that? Do you know who measured it?
Poseidon, yes. Poseidon, yeah, I know how to pronounce the name.
Who? Poseidon?
Earth is not flat, and I'll tell you why. It's so round. Let me tell you. It's so round. It's absolutely round. It's rounder than this. Look at this. It's so round.
Do a Trump Biden impression.
Excuse me? What are you talking about?
Basically, Trump trying to imitate Joe Biden.
Basically, Sleepy Joe. He's going like, oh, holy shit. I don't know where I am.
Starts walking to a wall. You make a great Trump voice over.
I would.
Jesus Christ.
I'm terrific. Let me tell you. We're going to make politics 24/7 great again. We got to do it.
How are you going to do it?
We are going to put a PowerPoint presentation and we're going to guide everybody through the entire system. We're going to make them pay. We're going to make them pay their fair share.
You think Biden will be able to follow?
No, he will fucking fall up the stairs again.
Eagle has missed his mark. Your friend is laughing so hard. Now you truly sound like Trump.
I'm going to go talk to the Jews.
I'm going to follow him. I'm actually a mod for the Jewish Hub.
Have fun.
It's very funny.
He's a very good impression.
Awesome.
So, Mrs. Penelope, are you a globe earther or a flat earther?
Flat.
Flat. Ah.
I'm a flat earther. So there's no controversy here.
You thought that, but I'm actually a globe earther. Ha ha!
Oh, then there is controversy. All right. But I'm also a vegan, so I'm passive.
I'm also well, I'm vegetarian. I'm not vegan, but I'm not vegetarian for any particular health reason. I'm just that because I was raised that way.
You were. You had some enlightened parents, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Mine were less enlightened.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where people think meat tastes and looks better than it actually is, because I just find that I have no motivation to eat it. Like, there's just no appeal to me. It looks gross. It smells gross. It feels gross. So I don't really have much of an incentive to want to eat it.
You know, they say it's blood type, but I'm not sure if it is, you know? There are
Yeah.
some blood types that are very much, they're carnivores by chemically. You know,
Yeah,
I've never liked. No, go ahead.
What were you saying? Sorry.
No, I was just saying that since I was very young, I've had a. I've never liked it too. I never liked the taste of it, and then once I found out how they actually got it on my plate, I just gave it up entirely.
Yeah. I think so I don't really talk about being a vegetarian because I feel like some people don't like vegetarians talking about the fact that they don't eat meat.
It triggers people.
So I just keep it to myself most of the time. It's just a
Me
thing I
too.
do.
Me too. I don't care to convert anybody. Whatever you want to eat is fine with me. My parents were both carnivores, and I love them terribly. So, no difference to me.
Yeah. I think sometimes if it ever comes across in conversation that I'm a vegetarian, that people will do exactly what they don't like vegans doing, and they'll start telling me about how great meat tastes. And I'm like, okay. I'm alright, thanks. I don't like chocolate cake either. I don't like chocolate. I don't like meat. I don't like.
My parents were both carnivores, and I love them terribly. So, no difference to me.
Yeah. I think sometimes if it ever comes across in conversation that I'm a vegetarian, that people will do exactly what they don't like vegans doing, and they'll start telling me about how great meat tastes. And I'm like, okay. I'm alright, thanks. I don't like chocolate cake either. I don't like chocolate. I don't like meat. I don't like sweets or candy, as you call it. But I'm not normal.
Jeffrey Dahmer didn't like sweets or meat or anything like that either.
Well, me and Jeffrey Dahmer have another thing in common, and that's they're both gay as well. Maybe I'll kill you one day, Doctor.
Maybe. I don't think so.
I'm making a video for Alpha Veritas.
More globe debunking.
Well, just meant to be a bit of a joke to make him smile because I feel like Alpha's not been very happy recently. Speaking of globe debunking, Little G, are you a glober? Julius J, C4RR, presume means car. OG Meatball.
Hell no.
Let's see.
Flat earther, bro.
They're all flat earthers.
Of course.
Right. I'm the only glober then. I guess I've got to take one for the team.
No, you're a flat earther also.
Yeah, I've definitely heard it before. You're a flat earther. Just don't
I'm a
admit
flat
it.
earther. But I don't admit it. That's a weird concept. The idea I'll be a flat earther, but I don't admit it. So I don't think that sounds like me.
Just in the first stage of denial. It's okay though.
I mean, I could be in denial. Who knows? But I think I'm pretty confident on the globe, as far as I can tell. For now, anyway.
I can't tell we're on a globe.
Well, neither can I. So that's one thing we have in common. Ah, Get Beget's in here. You ready to get mogged? I'll mug you all day, Get Beget. You'll never win a debate against me. No. You
trying to
cannot
mod me?
win debates.
Debates are not about winning. Right?
It's about truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That which you don't hold.
Well,
because you are not consistent with facts.
I don't know what you're talking about. All my arguments.
Yeah,
are
I know.
consistent.
You wouldn't be able to make a definition of truth on your own.
Is that so?
Yeah, a correct definition of truth, you are not capable to define it. Yeah.
It's an interesting take.
Yeah. But I can give you a correct definition of truth.
Right, define truth then for me. Go on, big shot.
Which you do
Define
not
truth then, big
find
shot.
in any textbook
Define
out
truth then,
there.
big shot. Define truth.
Truth is that which is consistent with fact.
Okay. And how would that be? Well, first of all, how would that be incontrovertible with anything I believe in?
I just told you it's a definition.
Yeah, but how would it be incontrovertible with anything I believe in?
It's a definition of what truth is, and you don't find this definition in any textbook or dictionary that you search. And
You're
because
talking broken
it
biscuits,
is
mate.
made because I'm the author, yeah, and you are not an author, but I am officially an author.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever you say,
Yeah.
big shot.
Yeah. You still have a long way to go in life. I mean,
maybe, but you don't have that long left in life, so. Oh god, I'm so good at this.
The globe is a broken biscuit.
Yep, that's very true. One deck. I'm a big one deck fan. If you didn't know already.
Yeah.
Hello there.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Flat. Nice and northern.
Flat as a pancake.
Are you from the northeast?
From Manchester, mate.
Oh, okay. Well, we didn't live that far away from each other. How exciting!
Oh, we could probably meet up for a latte.
Yeah, but I'm at half your age. It would look. It would be. We wouldn't have much to talk about. You'd be talking about the '60s, and I'll be talking about. You know what?
No, I'd be talking about, mate. I'd be talking about the hacienda and house music, and Happy Mondays and Oasis.
Exactly. Well, yeah, and also the Second World War, but.
But you could have a flat white. We could meet. You could have a flat white in Starbucks.
Yeah, I mean, I go up to Manchester regularly, so next time I go there, I'll holler at you.
I mean, there's no need to be. I mean, a lot of my friends are Globers, but I don't. It doesn't mean I'm not friends with them.
I imagine almost all of your friends are Globers, one deck.
Yeah, well, they almost are. Yeah, I think there's two who aren't. Yes, two, and I've got a couple of on the fences.
Do you speak to them about flat Earth in real life, or like the Globo friends?
Yeah, two of my friends I do. The on the fences, I only when they sort of, but when I can see they've interested or they want to bring up the topic, then I will talk about it. I'd never force it on anybody.
I see.
There you go.
Just give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
No worries.
But you, Britnat, you have no flat earther friend. Flat earthers, they can have glober friends.
Of course they can, yeah.
But Britnath, as a glober, he does not have flat earther friends. There is a fine distinction between the two.
My daughters are like, got two daughters. They can totally understand, and I've had the conversation with them, and they can understand how this. They can totally see what I'm talking about, and that the Earth is not a spinning water ball. But they have mentioned, like everybody else does. Well, you know what? Why would they lie, Dad? How would they get away with this for so long? What's the point? And so I have that, but I don't force it with them. But they have started to look at things and question things.
What age are they? Your
Uh,
daughters?
they're in the 20s.
Ah, yeah. Then
Yeah,
you
they
can tell them.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're adults. They can think, but they're quite open to other possibilities, and they like to
Yes.
think, question things. So, but they don't. They don't let themselves or allow themselves, or they're not interested in getting into the subject in such a way that I am, probably. It doesn't amuse them, or it hasn't got their interest like it has me. Because I think
Well,
some people, once you discover the flat Earth, it can either be like, all right, yeah, I know that now, and that's it, or you're constantly. To me, it's a constant thing. Not obsessively, but
I will say it's the best to equip them with the best mental state and position, mindset, because at 20 years old, it's the age where all your senses are very sharp, yeah, and energy levels very high, so everything is pretty much effortless to you. So they can invest a lot of research into this, and it will benefit them because they still do have time to go to universities and do a in-depth study, learning.
yeah, they go to a lot of. I mean, they love the music. They went to a festival. They go to the music festivals. They went to like I can't remember the name of it or where it was, but it was like a spiritual festival. It's like there's music
Yeah.
on, there's DJs, there's tents with yoga and meditation, and these people there probably taking like magic mushrooms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And but they came home and they said, "Dad, we met some people who were flat earthers," and they were really excited about it. They said, "Oh, yeah," and they actually said we took. They actually said to the people, "Yeah, we're flat earthers." So they introduced themselves as flat earthers because these
Yeah.
people were saying, like, about the water level and And they mentioned a few of the constellations.
Yeah.
They told me some of the stories the guys at this festival were saying. But I was so happy when my daughter said, "Well, we told them we was flat earthers, and yeah, we."
You cut out. Mic check. Or that's me.
Sorry, I had a call coming through. It cut it whenever
Yeah.
I had a call coming through, and it cuts off. Sorry. Oh yeah.
Well, it's good that they identify themselves as flat earther. It means they actually perceived the information you gave them.
And none of it's been full. I've not sat them down and given them a flat Earth lesson like I talk on here. They've heard me mention things, and I plant a few little seeds, and they've picked up on these things, and they've obviously gone off and thought about it and thought, well, yeah, you know what, yeah, it doesn't. If we use our common sense, it doesn't look like we live on a globe.
It's
It
good
doesn't.
to have this kind of information because it will be a lot harder for the government or governmental officials to actually deceive you and to actually live knowing that this world was made for you and it is yours. It's a very different kind of paradigm, than the glober mindset where we are nothing. This world belongs to the government and NASA and all these institutions that pose as gods in front of us because they offer us the image and the inner workings of this world, how it functions, existence itself. So they tell us our birth actually is a random event, phenomena, which can happen anywhere, anytime. It's nothing special about it. It's significantless,
I mean, there must be something like.
Therefore, you have no value. Yeah.
I mean, the most. I don't actually know myself, but they'll say, yeah, they're taking away they do take away the creator within the paradigm of the heliocentric model. So, but is that the main issue, or is the other things going on? We don't know, do we? What else there is? I mean, these elite people might. Once you know the truth, maybe about the creation and the earth and the realm where we live, it might open up a door to other things that we just cannot comprehend at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
but it's important to actually take the stand of a godly person, not a godly soldier, because when you pose as the soldier, they will fight with you. But if you are just a godly person, then they know they are not allowed to touch you. They know that. So
what ways can we as flat earthers say in everyday life use this knowledge to our advantage in just everyday life? As in going to work, getting up, meeting people. So how can we need to find a way to use this knowledge to our advantage just in everyday life. Now I don't actually do that, to tell you the truth. I mean, I write a few poems about flat earth. I come on here talking and having a
Oh,
few
nice.
arguments with few
Yeah.
arguments with people about things and about gas pressure and no containment and scientific method of gravity. So I go over all the points that we know about. But I mean, how can this be an advantage to me in my how can I need to use this now for my advantage, so people can see that when you've got this knowledge, it's advantageous to yourself.
Yes.
So things will change for you in a better way. So I've not done that
Yeah.
yet, and I think that's what I need to be doing next. So
Yeah,
you go. Do you
I'm
get up? You
pretty
go
sure
to
it won't be hard for you.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you? I mean, I'm just chatting here, mate. I'm just talking out loud, you know. So it would be nice.
Oftentimes,
It would be nice,
I
like
tell you
to.
something. I tell you something. In
Yeah,
10
go on then.
years from now, you will probably find yourself that, hey, I actually benefited in many ways of this knowledge about flat Earth, which I didn't realize. Things that you have done, you know.
I mean, what I think what I'm trying to say, and I'm sorry to, it would be nice once you discovered the truth of flat Earth that you could actually demonstrate to somebody that once you have this knowledge, things become a lot clearer and your life changes for the better. That's what we need to How do you demonstrate that?
Well, I would say lucidity, mind lucidity. But what I mean is not like not being drunk or, it's actually a state of mind where you are aware of certain things. And
It's more of a. Do you not agree? It's more of a personal thing for yourself, really.
yeah.
You know, rather than although we can share the knowledge, when you're walking around and you know that you know.
Well,
You
I
can,
tell you honestly, in school, when we learned the scientific method, that was like 10 minutes in the class, yeah? And then we moved on to other things very, very quickly, and no teacher has actually put an accent on science and scientific method, you know? They just went on like in a Formula One car race or Indy cars, trying to teach me chemistry, physics, biology, everything, you know. So there was no debate, no questioning. It was the teacher giving the lesson and homework, and then you go home and you start doing your homework that your teacher gave you. And when you come next day, you present your homework. He was checking on you. And if you had it done, then you will not be given a bad grade. But they wouldn't give you a good grade for doing it, you know. That's very funny. They just wanted to be sure that you actually ingurgitated
it's
that
almost. I'm sorry to.
information.
It's almost as like humans are not following what humans should be doing.
Yeah.
In this realm. I mean, because we're in a system, a controlled system. What would be the perfect state for a human being, I wonder? Would it be perfect stillness and mindfulness?
I would say that the best school concept would be to actually use art and music and poetry to use these artistic instruments to deliver science, knowledge, you know, physics, chemistry, everything. And then every person that becomes a 20-year-old, an adult, already has a big luggage of scientific facts in his head. And this kind of people, you cannot actually fool them when you try to sell land, when you buy, they know how to measure, you know, they know how physics of light, they know what horizontal means. If you don't lie to them that the horizon, we see it as a straight line being caused by a flat horizontal plane, if you don't lie to them that this is what we see, but it's actually curved, so our eyes are lying to us and nature, you know, is lying to us to believe opposite of what we observe, their religion will not exist, you know.
Must have been some shift, though, you know, from shifting
Yeah,
to all the ancient cosmology and knowledge about a
yeah.
flat stationary Earth, then to now have a system in place that's a water ball flying through the vacuum of space, and everybody just has not got a problem thinking of that. Even the people who, and I know these people who go to church, the Catholics, they'll go and pray every Sunday, they go to confession, they take communion, they've been baptized. Yeah. So they read the Bible, they know God created this and that on the sixth day and fucking on the second day and all this. But they'll tell you it was a big bang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big
So
bang.
yeah, it's a big bang,
Yeah.
but they go to church, they read the Bible, but they don't understand the creation story. I mean, I'm not into flat Earth because of the create. I mean, to tell you the truth, I mean, I was brought up a Catholic, but I wasn't heavily into church or anything like that. You know, I was forced to go to church more than anything by my parents. You must go to, you know, and I had to go at school. I didn't take any notice. I was a bit of a rebel at that stage.
It's not a
But
bad thing going to church because for you it was more of a people's gathering, you know, and actually trying to share good knowledge, good teachings, and learn something good. But when you go into the in depth of the Catholic Church, you find that it's a satanic religion.
oh yeah,
Orthodoxy also, all Christian religions, they are disguised. But
yeah. No, but
so I'm
what's
not saying that people who are actually part of these religions, they are Satanists or ill-hearted people, you know.
no, I know,
They
but what
are
I'm saying
actually
is,
victims. They
and
are
it's not.
victims of the deceiver. Yeah,
Yeah, it's not. It's a story you've heard 10,000 times, and
yeah,
I'm probably going to repeat it because we've all heard it. But it does hold a place in my mind because I've got a friend of mine, same age, and he's got children like me. He's one of the family was a priest, you know, in the
yeah.
church. Now, when I mention you know, the flat Earth situation to my friend, this particular friend, he laughs and like just cannot understand it. But he's a big churchgoer, a big Bible reader. So
Yeah,
I you know, I mentioned about the create. You know, if you're going down that route of the Bible, yeah.
yeah,
If you are saying you know you trust the scriptures and what
yeah.
they're telling you, then how can you not listen to the
How
creation
can you
story?
laugh when you hear something that's written in the Bible? Yeah,
Yeah.
like
No,
you're laughing at the Bible.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I'm not a flat earther from a Bible perspective. That's not. Mine is from observation, common sense, and geometric. Although
Yeah.
because when what I was trying to say earlier was, I wasn't really into, even though I was brought up as a Catholic, I wasn't really interested, to tell you the truth. It wasn't until I got into Flat Earth that when someone mentioned about the creation story, that's something twigged. I thought, bloody hell, I never thought about that myself.
Yeah.
And put them to, but I don't sort of, when I'm in sort of debates or discussions with people on the Flat Earth, I very rarely talk about the Bible and the creation story. But what I can't understand is there's so many people who are devout Catholics and churchgoers, supposedly, who believe in a Big Bang situation where the Bible tells them it was created. And this is a contradiction in terms. So that sort of gets me, and I stop every time I see a Jehovah's Witness with the stands up. I'll go and have this conversation with them. I do it all the time, not in a bad way, not in an argumentative way. I just have the discussion with them.
Yeah, I know. You just drop the pill, and
Yeah,
see what they do with it. Yeah, it's interesting. Some people will have these reactions, like you bring heresy to them. You make outrageous claims, so they have this default reaction, which has actually been programmed into them to have this reaction.
Yeah. Well, I've spoke to a Muslim a few months ago, and I've spoke to a Jehovah's Witness a couple of months ago, and I asked them about the creation, and do they believe in a creator? So I said, well, if you believe in a creator, I mean, what do you believe you live on a globe? Well, yes, we do, they said. I said, well, that's not a creation story. That's that's a mistake story. Well, and then their answer is, because they don't know where to go with that, is that God created the Big Bang. But then I'll take them back to the scripture and say there's no word of that. It doesn't say God created a Big Bang and it just all happened within a explosion type of way. Nobody said that. That's not written down, so it's something you're just making up now.
Yeah, it does say that God's voice is loud, but not an explosion. It says that God's voice is like many thunders and many waters, rivers flowing violently, But that none of that description actually describe an explosion, because an explosion is not an endless sound. It's very short-lived, the sound of an explosion. It's milliseconds,
But I mean, I've always found it intriguing since the flat Earth sort of hit me in the head. I've never, I can't. It's just something. It's something I can't stop thinking about. Can't stop talking about it.
The same with me, yeah.
I don't know why it's come my way, really, or for what reason. I'm just following. I just do what I'm doing. I'm here now talking about it. Like I say, I've been talking about it for a good few years. I haven't changed anything in myself. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I've probably come a little bit more frustrated with myself, and like I said to you, it would be nice to say, once you've found this information out, that you could think, well, fucking hell, I've found this information out. The creators give me the information, and it's so peaceful and quiet in here now.
Yeah,
I know the truth. Some people tell me they feel like that, and they can switch it on and off. Mine's always been a little bit of a rough road with it, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
With friends, family,
to be
and so.
honest, before I was a spiritual person and a flat earther, I was a person that feared death. I was a person that
Yeah, I
was
was.
asking a lot, what's the meaning of life? What is life itself? I could not comprehend. I could not get a answer from people. They told me a lot of stories, answers, and stuff, but I always felt it's not the truth, the truthful answer to that question, ultimate answer. And um, this seemed to me like a fog in the mind, which is always there and bothers you, and you cannot actually engage in serious life actions because, hey, what's the value, of these materialistic things? Yeah, I gather treasures and stuff, but are they worthy to be valued more than my life? Like, is it worth it to fight for some belonging, to put my life at risk for that? You know?
Mm.
And yeah, becoming spiritual, I found that actually the treasures of this world, they are worthless, so. And I observed at myself that most of my lifetime I behaved very badly with money and belongings and stuff. I treated them like they have no significant values. Even legacy land from grandparents or um, I I prefer to be disowned, so I gave up my right to own land or stuff like this.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's who knows?
Yeah.
Who
Well,
knows?
there was an argument between my grandfather and my father. My whole lifetime, the grandparents, um, we have like 25 hectare of land, and they were showing me ever since I was a child which part of the land will be mine, is mine. So, knowing that, um, and then uh, my grandfather has an argument with my father. Um,
Sorry, get.
and
Just I'm not being rude. I'm enjoying the
yeah,
conversation. I've just got to go off for a minute. Something just happened, and I need to just make a
okay,
call. But thanks for talking to me. It's been a
okay,
pleasure.
okay. Take your time. Yeah, be great. No problem. So yeah, I see many houses, land, treasure, things of this world, and they are like get to the knives, stabbing each other, setting them on fire. And I said, no, it's not worth it. I'm just gonna give up everything, and there's nothing in this world that I will actually fight for. I work out for my existence, and whenever I can help someone with something, or someone asking me something and I can help him, That's fine. I do it, and I don't expect anything in return. And on many occasions, I like to help them that I help them.